Every choice has a cost, and each morning when you awake, until the day you die, you will be reminded of the cost of your choice." He pressed a button on the side of my tube, and a rounded glass wall came out from the side and covered the opening, tinting the world before me in green. I stood there, facing Wade, Paige, Herschel, and Abigail. Chapter 24. I couldn't take my eyes away from Abigail's limp body slumped against its restraints, blood staining her boots. She was dead. Abigail was dead. I pounded on the glass. Whatever synthetic material had been used to make it was utterly unbreakable. My fists barely made a sound as they struck the translucent green surface. The tubes for Herschel, Wade, and Paige were all to the left of Abigail and recessed into the rock, hiding her from their view. The others tried their best to peer around the edges of their glass, not being able to see Abigail. All they could see was me, staring at her lifeless form. I met each of their gazes. Despite Herschel's typically hardened stoicism, I saw real pain pull through the wrinkles under his eyes. Not much rattled Herschel. He'd seen more than all of us, but it was somehow different with Abigail. She was like a mother to our dwindling team. She took care of us, mended our injuries, nursed us back to health, hugged us, bolstered our confidence. She was supposed to be the one who outlived us all. Life Force had intentionally arranged us in the chambers so I could see the others, and they could see me, but so they couldn't see each other. He was isolating them while forcing me to watch their suffering. Regardless of what Life Force thought he was accomplishing, I wouldn't work with Dr. Perrick to help him murder more innocent people. By robbing Abigail of her life, he'd forged an unwavering conviction in my soul. I would find a way to stop him, whatever it took. But first we had to break free from the chambers. The cuffs around my hands made it difficult, but I managed to fish through my pockets and remove the broken watch link and the loose wad of copper wire I'd had there to complete the third unfinished boomerang. I straightened the wire, then folded it half and then half again to create a somewhat sturdy lockpick. Lockpicking wasn't my strongest suit, but I'd had to learn the basics for our scavenging runs on parts in the coop. It took far too long to find the release pin in the cuffs, and even longer to get the pressure right in order to loosen them. Once they were off, however, I was able to reach the back pocket that held the boomerang's housing block. The jump nodes, ground nodes, incubation compartment, transistor, and electrical current diode seemed intact. The only part missing was the watch itself, which acted only as a switchboard interface, a problem I could fix. The broken watch link had a flat edge bent into an L shape so it could fit over its adjacent link on the band, where a narrow pin connected the links together. The corner of the link was just slim enough to fit into the screw head of the back plate of the motivator's housing chamber. It was slow, but eventually I was able to turn the screw enough to pop it free. 3 screws later, I removed the plate, exposing the circuitry that connected to the, thankfully undamaged, incubator at its core. I gently looped one end of the copper wire around the positive jump node, then another copper wire around the negative jump node. Then I fed their ends through the vents in the housing chamber. The wristwatch I'd originally built acted as a more precise interface. While this version was primitive and would in no way be sustainable in the long term, I prayed to the motivator gods that it would at least work a few times. Conductor-to-skin contact was all I needed to link the housing chamber to the jumper. Me. Also, I'd need an on-off switch. In the case of the wristwatch, I'd built a pressure plate under the watch face itself, requiring a simple push of the face to compress the plate, complete the circuit, and initiate a jump. In the case of this pieced-together version, I'd have to complete both circuits manually, which meant leaving the motivator exposed so the other 2 nodes could connect directly to the skin. To initiate a jump, I'd simply need to connect the 2 copper strands I'd wired to the positive and negative jump nodes. I glanced up. The others watched me, a mix of confusion and uncertainty in their eyes. "Here goes," I whispered to myself, holding the motivator against the back of my wrist and moving the copper wires closer together. When they were a fraction of an inch apart, a spark of electricity leaped across the gap, and the green blur of glass vanished. I was standing in the center of the corridor, 30 feet away from my chamber. It worked. I released a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Footsteps echoed up ahead. Sparks! I'd been so busy trying to get the motivator to work that I hadn't even thought about Raven patrols before testing it. I grasped for the wires, trying to pinch them together, but they wiggled around like loose antennae. A jagged shadow that could only be made by a raven moved forward just around the corner to my left. I steadied my grip on the motivator, holding it to my wrist and touching the exposed wires together. My body snapped back inside the tube. I peered through the glass to the left, down the long corridor to the intersection where the raven approached. He passed lazily, barely glancing at the chambers in our tunnel. I looked at the others. Their eyes were wide and hopeful. Without anything to help me keep track of time, I had to count the seconds in my head. It wasn't very accurate, but it was the best I could do. The guard was sure to return, and I needed to know if he was on a regular patrol. The guard reappeared around the same corner 5 minutes later. I needed to make sure it was the same guard, and since his face was shrouded in a black helmet and goggles, I studied the features of his uniform, searching for identifying markers. The wrinkles in the fabric of his shirt, the white scuff on his left boot, the crooked rank insignia sloppily sewn to his right shoulder. I started my count again. At almost 5 minutes exactly, he was back, the same wrinkled shirt, the same scuffed boot, and the same crooked insignia. I watched and waited through 3 more patrol rounds. I counted the seconds, one by one, until, right on cue, the wrinkled-shirted, scuffed-shoed raven's shadow peeked around the corner for a 4th round. He strolled through his check of our tunnel and proceeded on his way. I touched the motivator's copper wires together, feeling the small zap of electricity as they arced. I landed 30 feet outside of my tube in the direction of the raven. Creeping silently down the corridor, I turned the corner and bolted the last few steps. He didn't even hear me coming. I looped one arm around his neck and used the other arm to press into the back of his head, tightly pinching the arteries in his neck in a sleeper chokehold. I counted down the 10 seconds it took to knock someone unconscious by cutting off circulation to the brain. He flailed around like a dying fish. At 9 seconds in, he collapsed to the floor. I crouched next to him, working fast. I wasn't sure if Life Force's healing powers would affect how long he'd be out, so I couldn't risk returning to my tube for a second jump. I ripped off his left glove, exposing the skin on the back of his hand. My fingers clawed at the straps of his wrist module. I finally found the clasp, and the module popped free. As quickly as possible, I replaced it with my boomerang watch. I got it on his wrist with only seconds to spare, then touched the 2 copper wires together. The raven vanished. I returned to the corridor to find the raven collapsed in a heap, imprisoned at the bottom of my tube. I looked at the others and held up the wrist module for them to see. There was hope in their eyes, even Herschel's. The module was identical to the one Paige had showed us before the power grid mission. I flipped through screens and accessed directories, trying to remember her tutorials on access systems. I navigated the small display until I found our tunnel and selected Paige's tube controls. The keypad before me flickered green, and the glass opened. As soon as I removed her handcuffs, she lunged forward and pulled me into a tight hug, her strength belying her small frame. Her arms were like iron bars. "Good sparking job," she said with tears in her eyes. Once we were all free, I ran back to my former chamber, which now held the raven. I opened the glass, removed the makeshift boomerang device, and then resealed him back inside. I motioned for the others to follow me, holding my finger to my lips. The tunnels carried sound better than I'd expected, and we couldn't afford being heard. I darted down the tunnel and found a storage room that held replacement parts for the glass chambers. Circuit boards, keypads, tubing, steel plates, and rounded glass shields. "Here," Paige said, motioning for me to hand her the wrist module once we were inside. I did. "I know an override function that can increase the security clearance level to unlock this door," she explained while flipping through menus and tapping the screen with expert efficiency. "There. Patrol Ravens shouldn't be able to access this room now without supervisor override." "This place got cameras?" Wade asked. Paige looked around. "I don't know. I've never been down here before." Wade grabbed the wrist module from her and turned on its 3-dimensional image modulation to project a hollow screen. He looked even more familiar with the systems than Paige. "It's a basic security interface," he said, noting our surprise at his skill. "Tons of companies use this same software, and I've broken into the best of them." He swiped through menus, then finally pointed at the screen. "Here we go. It looks like they only have monitoring systems here, here, and here." He pointed to the main exits on the far ends of the grid of tubes. "That's gonna make it hard to get out of this place," Herschel said. Wade gave him a flat look. "Please, give me some credit. Every one of these camera feeds look nearly identical. Basically, we pick an exit, say exit A, then I tell camera A to run camera B's feed and camera B to also run camera B's feed. Simple as cake." "I think you mean pie," Paige said. "Huh?"
Pie's got like 2 ingredients, she said. Cake's got like 100. I don't know about that, Wade said. Last time I had cake, it was called a Twinkie, and that only looked like 2 ingredients to me. Gross. Wade shrugged, turning back to the overhead schematics on the screen. Point is, whatever security guard is watching these ain't even gonna look up from his coffee when I flip the feeds.
And you can do all that? Herschel asked. Hack into the cameras?
You know,
Wade said, holding up a finger.
You make fun of me for playing video games, but where do you think I learned to do stuff like this?
Not from video games, Herschel said.
Well, yeah, not exactly, but... Wade shook his head. It doesn't matter. Don't you got things to blow up instead of bothering me?
Herschel grunted. Just find a way to the nearest ladder drop station so we can get out of this sparking city.
We can't leave, Paige said. There's never going to be a better time to go for Life Force and the other epics. Not to mention all the planning and preparation. Abigail's sacrifice.
What the hell you think we can do? Herschel said. We got nothing. No supplies. No base. No sparking leader. The room was quiet for a moment with his last words. Bottom line, he continued, we can't stay. Mitosis was a good try, but it didn't work. That's how it is sometimes. He was probably right, but I didn't care. If Paige was staying, then I was staying. Simple as that. I glanced up at the fluorescent lights above, and a thought crept into my head. The power's still on, I said. And? Herschel said. There's no way they could have rewired it by now. Even with an engineer who knows the system perfectly, they wouldn't be able to reverse half those splicings without cutting power to the city for hours. My guess, though? They don't even have the first clue as to what I did to their power grid. And like I said, even if they can figure it out, it's going to take days to fix. You mean the wing flare motivator is still attached? Herschel said. It has to be, I said. It's central to the entire circuitry framework now. They can't unwire it without bringing down the whole system first. Hear me out. If we can establish a link to the motivator, the original plan can still move forward. Then we can get out of here and remotely control the city from the ground. Herschel gave me a skeptical look. How are we going to check if the link is still active? We'll have to recover the backup computer system, I said. Backup computer system? Wade and I exchanged a glance. I had Jax put a backup receiver in one of the Scorch notes, he said. You mean the same Scorch notes the Ravens confiscated at the gate and took to that underground lab Paige talked about? Herschel asked. I nodded. Yeah, those ones. And how do you expect us to get in there? It can't be any harder than breaking out of the city, Wade said. One way or another, we're going to be opening doors and sneaking around, right? What do you think? Herschel said, turning to Paige. You know this place better than anyone. Wade's right, she said. We're going to be opening doors and sneaking around no matter what. If we can get to the lab on our way out, then everything we've done might not be for nothing. What if the packs aren't in there anymore? Herschel asked. They will be, Paige said. It's where everything with epic DNA is sent, every time. Do you know where this lab is? Herschel asked. I know it's under the palace sector, she said, but not much more than that. Found it, Wade said. We all looked at him. Right there, he said, jabbing a finger at the hollow screen. That's right under the throne room, Paige said. Don't look so worried, Wade said. I'll get us in there. Guess we're going to the lab, Herschel said. It might take a few minutes, Wade continued, but I think I can set up an algorithm to monitor and cross-check designated patrol routes. If it works, it should give us a path with our best windows of opportunity. Paige squeezed his shoulder. That's great. He sat cross-legged on the floor, resituated the hollow screen, and got to work. As Wade worked, Herschel bent over and took something from the cavity in his prosthetic leg. Here, he said, pressing a small item that glimmered in the fluorescent light into my palm. Dan's silver class ring. I had left it behind to keep it safe. I know how important this is to you, Herschel said. I thought you should have it up here. A lump caught in my throat. He turned and addressed the others. As you all know, Jax always wears his brother's ring on missions. It reminds him of family, of what he's here fighting for. Abigail, his voice caught with her name, thought it was exactly what we needed to be thinking about on a mission. So she had me smuggle these in here. Originally, she wanted to give them out to everyone right before we made our attempt on Life Force, but things didn't exactly go to plan. Now I suppose it's her last parting gift to us." He reached into his leg and pulled out 5 silver rings. He handed one to each of the others. I slid my brother's ring safely back on my finger and swallowed down the lump growing in my throat. The world was falling apart around us, but Abigail had found one final way to let me know this was exactly where I was supposed to be. This was my family, and I would do anything for them. "What else you got hiding in that leg of yours?" Wade asked, looking up from the tiny display. "You happen to bring any Twinkies, or—" His voice cut out as he winced in pain. He grabbed his wrist, and the wrist module he'd been holding clattered to the ground. "What in the sparking— Ah!" he shrieked. He collapsed to his knees, clutching at his left wrist. "What's going on?" Paige said, dropping to the floor beside him. "I don't know," he whimpered. He released his arm, holding it for us to see. The skin circling his wrist began to split apart, tearing deeper and deeper into his flesh, the skin and bones separating from one another. We all crouched over him. "Hold on, Wade," I said, forcing my tone to remain steady despite the rush of panic racing through me. Helplessness seized me as I grabbed his wrist in my hand above the cut, not knowing how to stop the tear. Maybe if I squeezed hard enough, I could keep it from opening further. "Not you too," the thought prickled inside my head. All of a sudden, Wade stopped screaming. His frightened breathing slowed, and he hunched over his arm. He began. "I think it stopped." Blood still leaked from the open wound, but the skin and tissues had stopped pulling apart. "Life force," Paige said. "He must be healing himself." We all stared at the bleeding laceration, me still clutching Wade's arm, half expecting the cut to start opening again. A muted scream echoed outside the storage room. I looked at the others, then to the door. "Paige, unlock it," I said. "What about the guards?" I shook my head. There was only the one Raven patrolling this sector. She picked up the wrist module, and a second later, the light on the door's keypad turned green. Herschel opened the supply room's door for us to see out into the tunnels. We stared into a glass tube across the hallway facing our storage room. A woman inside writhed and screamed, though the glass contained most of the sound. Her wrist began to split open like Wade's had. This time it didn't stop. "Paige," I shouted, not wanting to let go of Wade's arm. "Get her out of there!" "On it," she said, accessing the wrist module. The cut deepened in the woman's wrist until her hand fell from her body. I stared in horror at the scene, knowing it could have been Wade. I squeezed his arm unconsciously, channeling my fear and rage into my grip. A moment later, a second cut slashed through her arm. "She's bleeding out," I said to Paige. "Hurry!" But before Paige could find the chamber controls for her tube, the woman's body fell still. Dead. "The hell just happened?" Herschel said, looking from Wade to the woman. Wade looked at his wrist. I don't know." "You're going to be okay," I said, trying to look at him instead of the dead woman who, for some reason, took his place as Life Force's sacrificial victim. Some miracle had temporarily postponed his fate, and we had no idea why. Chapter 25. Life Force entered Dr. Perrick's lab. It was clean, white, and spacious, and smelled of iodine and plastic. The space always reminded him of a morgue, probably because in some ways it was. The far wall was a gridwork of stainless steel panels and drawers, each a small refrigerated space holding a collection of epic tissue samples and research materials. Dr. Perrick waited by the wall of refrigerated samples. His posture was straight, his hands clasped behind his back. Most humans, even the strongest of the species, cowered at the high epic's presence, their spines curling in a frail, pathetic hunch, their brows lifted and wilted at the same time in a wounded animal sort of way. But Dr. Perrick treated Life Force with respect and dignity. He never cowered, never begged, never whimpered, always greeted his epic with a straight back and a mannerly nod. It was refreshing. He wasn't a cruel epic, and didn't deserve to be looked upon as if he were a monster. If anything, the quivering fear all around him would one day irritate him so entirely that he'd likely become the very thing the humans dreaded. Despicable creatures. Dr. Perrick motioned Life Force to one of the stainless steel work tables. The shattered remains of the Reckoner boy's blade were spread out atop it. "This is new," Dr. Perrick said, tracing his finger along the broken edges of the metal.
Black discoloration still haunted the remnants of steel. He grabbed a file and thumbed through papers. This power was from Shiver Sting, yes? Life Force stared at the shattered steel, recalling the epic whose powers had been able to do that. Yes, Shiver Sting. She was a horrible thing. Her powers reminded Life Force of the way he felt inside, the way his blood squirmed around his veins. It too felt black and cold, though it was anything but. Were you able to use the power on command this time, or was it instinctual like before? Life Force stared at his hand. I can feel them, he said, flexing his fingers. Every last one of them, scuttling around my veins. They know they don't belong there. Whenever I try to draw from them, they flee. He dropped his hand. Cowards. Every one of them. Dr. Perrick nodded. Any progress with the boy? He asked. Idealism takes time to root out, Life Force said. He's smart, Dr. Perrick continued, holding up the damaged, overheated bracer. Even smarter than I thought. Somehow he managed to reverse the functionality of mitosis's DNA. At first, I thought that reckoner traitor was lying to us about it. I'm still not sure how it was done. I saw myself disappear for a moment, Life Force said, staring at his hand as he remembered the incident. Mitosis creates copies, the doctor continued. Reversing the effect might logically remove copies. It's a clever way to try to kill you. If Languish hadn't detected and dampened the device's abilities, you may have died. Life Force should have been angry at the thought. A single boy coming so close to killing him. But instead, he felt the thrill of possibility surge through him. This boy could be the key to harnessing the unbridled potential squirming around inside him. You'll have your lab assistant soon enough, Dr. Perrick nodded. I can't stop thinking about his theories on linking unrelated action potentials. His ideas may help us stabilize the new integrations. If we can piggyback the DNA activators. Oh, such fascinating ideas. They open up so many new, controllable possibilities. In fact, I'd like to try something along those lines today. I've prepared a new serum. Dr. Perrick walked to one of the drawers, punched in a code, and retrieved a severed hand from inside. This came from an epic in West Virginia, Dr. Perrick said. His name was Liquidine. He could melt any substance into a puddle without using heat. Wood, metal, even cloth. A fascinating ability. Life Force rolled up his sleeve, cinched a tourniquet around his left arm, and then set it on the table. Cleaver, he said, holding out his free hand. Dr. Perrick placed a cleaver into the epic's palm. Without hesitation, Life Force swung the thick knife down, burying its blade into his own wrist. His hand was removed a split second before the blinding pain rattled through him. The pain seized his breath and blurred his vision. He often thought that time and repeated exposure to such pain would make these incidences less intense, but the frequency at which he experienced pain served only to limit his body's ability to react with numbing adrenaline. He savored the pain. There was nothing else like it in the world. It exploded through him like fireworks that only he could see. Blistering, searing fireworks that reverberated through the hollow of his insides. The pain stopped his breath. It echoed with piercing tones and told his knees to buckle as it caused his heart to flutter in a thrilling patter. Life Force pulled in slow, steady breaths, counting from 1 to 5 with each breath in and each breath out as he tasted the bittersweet agony. Part of him feared the pain and ached for it to be gone, but another, darker part, a demonic creature that lived in the pit of his belly, reveled in the vitriolic savagery of it all. That part fed on pain and darkness and disquiet, and always fought the impulse to use his powers of healing for just a moment longer. Life Force picked up Liquidine's hand and pressed its end against the stump of his arm. The dead hunk of refrigerated meat was soothing against his grieving nerves and broken skin. Dr. Perrick immediately grabbed a syringe and injected the new serum into Life Force. Then he grabbed his tablet and readied a new data table. The man watched intently as Life Force steadied the new appendage against his own. "Begin binding the ligaments and lightly fusing the bone," Dr. Perrick said, tapping away at his display. Life Force concentrated, resisting the temptation to fully heal what had been severed. Healthy bone bonded to dead bone, and fresh ligaments to old. A wriggling, tingling feeling itched through his wrist as his flesh fused to Liquidine's severed hand, and the new serum trickled through his veins. He looked at Dr. Perrick. "I can feel it." "The new power?" Life Force nodded. "It's faint, but it's there." "Good. Now link up the veins to establish blood flow and bind the nerves until you can feel the new flesh." A prickling sensation danced through the new fingers. Life Force flexed the once dead hand, and its fingers twitched. "Excellent," Dr. Perrick said, tapping away at the tablet to record the results. He then set a heavy book, its title too worn to read, onto the work table. "Begin preliminary testing, but don't overextend. Ready? Begin." Life Force stretched his new hand toward the book and reached inside himself for the added power. Liquidine's ability responded and trickled through his body. The corners of the book began to slump as if the leather binding was made of wax and was sitting in the sun. Dr. Perrick's eyes widened. "It's working." He quickly recorded the results. "Keep it steady." Life Force increased the power, and the whole book began to melt, pages and all. The leather, glue, and paper softened and liquefied into a puddle on the table. Life Force's heart hammered in his chest with excitement. He'd done it. He'd taken Liquidine's power and used it intentionally, on command. Every other ability he'd acquired seemed to emerge and vanish unpredictably. The powers were there, inside him, but they were disobedient children, running about wildly and refusing to obey. But as the excitement built, an odd, wilting sensation swirled through his new hand. He lifted the hand and stared at it. Before he could stop it, the new fingers began to melt and drip away on the white tile. "No," he muttered, watching as the melting continued past the knuckles. Soft chunks of fingers and bone fell away, splashing onto the ground until there was nothing left but a raw stump. Dr. Perrick sighed. "We can try again tomorrow," he said. "I'll have a fresh sample for you then." The dark demon inside Life Force's belly, the one that drank the pain like nectar, stirred and growled. Like the billows of a forge, it inflamed the anger inside Life Force. The High Epic glared at the doctor. Life Force wanted to pull the weaselly man's face from his skull and shove it into his eye socket. He hated his smug expression, his straight bearing, as though they were equals. How could he have ever valued such arrogance from such a pathetic creature? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Life Force counted inside his head until the boiling rage lessened and the demon quieted. "Fine," he said. "And clean this mess up?" Dr. Perrick nodded. "Of course." Life Force released a burst of healing power into his arm. Skin and bone knit together, weaving a new hand onto the end of his wrist. But before it could heal too far, his powers unexpectedly stopped, leaving a tangle of meat that stretched from his wrist like raw tentacles. Life Force studied the wound. "Is something the matter?" Dr. Perrick asked. "My hand. It's..." Life Force tried again, accessing his healing powers. A jolt of panic stabbed through him. He couldn't heal. What was happening? He frantically pulled at the life of another random captive in the chambers. This time the skin on his arm pulled together, and the once limp strands laced themselves into 4 fingers and a thumb. The dripping blood stopped. He was whole again. He turned his hand over, checking the wound that was no longer there. Something had stopped his healing, if only momentarily. "Give me a scalpel." Dr. Perrick opened a drawer, then placed the small surgical knife into Life Force's palm. The Epic dragged the scalpel across the back of his arm. Pain screamed from the cut as the skin peeled open. Immediately, he activated his healing powers. This time, the wound healed without interruption. Life Force approached the doctor, cleaned his arm on the man's lab coat, then left. Chapter 26. Wade stared at the hollow screen, modifying his escape route algorithm. Herschel had bandaged his wrist with a handkerchief, and the cut was no longer bleeding. All of us knew that something about the situation was off, but none of us spoke of the woman dead in her chamber not 10 feet from our storage room. "What about all the people in the tubes?" Paige asked, breaking the silence. "What about 'em?" Herschel said. She watched as Wade rotated the hollow screen, zooming in and out of regions, scanning for patrol routes, and pathing our way out. "Well," she continued, "let's say the motivator is still connected to the power grid." "It is," I interrupted. "I'm sure of it." "Then what happens when we escape? We link up to the grid, climb down a ladder, and then drown the city off the coast of Texas." "Right," Herschel said. He looked at her as if she'd lost 50 IQ points since the last time he'd seen her. And what about the people here? In the tubes? What about them?" "Ah," he grunted, understanding replacing whatever emotion had been there before. "Listen, I've been doing this job for a long time. It ain't always pretty. Sometimes you get to save the day and save the hostage. But most of the time, you burn down the whole sparking building because you know if you don't, you'll be having to save hostages the next time, and the next time, and the next time." "But we can't kill all these people," Paige persisted. "If we drown them, it's not Life Force killing them, it's us." "And if we don't," Herschel said, "Lux will rise to do it again. Sometimes, sacrifices are the cost for stopping the bad guy. That's how it works. It ain't right, but what other choice do we got?" Paige turned to me as if I'd have a different answer. I didn't. "If you can think of a different solution, I'm all ears," I said. Her lips tightened. Clearly I hadn't said whatever she'd wanted me to say. "Wade could set them free at least." "Even if Nerd Boy over there opened up every last chamber, what then?" Herschel asked. "You've seen 'em. Tubes running all through 'em. They're barely alive as is, which means they'd probably all get gunned down before making it 10 feet. Not to mention setting them free would ruin any chance we're gonna have at our plans." "Hey," Wade said, looking up from his screen. "Sorry to interrupt, but I figure it's worth noting something about that guard you stuffed in your tube. I took his module's comm ID and cross-referenced it with the patrol schedule. His shift ends in an hour." "If he doesn't report to his shift commander," Paige said, "they're going to look for him, and it probably won't take long to find out where he's gone, which means in 1 hour every raven in the city is going to be looking for us," I finished. "How close are you to being ready?" Paige asked Wade. He stood and shifted the hollow screen so all of us could see. "Here's the path we take to the lab." His finger traced a red line that squiggled through the underground tunnel system in a seemingly scrambled pattern that looped back in on itself and, at times, even backtracked. "I know it looks weird," he continued, "but as long as we follow these directions exactly, we'll avoid Raven patrols, command stations, and shift changes. I even had the computer run an analysis on average off-duty activity to minimize exposure." He pointed to a red number in the top left-hand corner. "The algorithm predicts a 97.2% chance of not being detected." "I think you forgot to add in a few variables to that calculation," Herschel said. Wade's brow scrunched together. "Huh?" "Yep. There's the 30% nothing good ever happens to Reckoners variable, the 15% too good to be true variable, and the 20% Wade is just making up numbers to sound smart variable. Take those percentages, minus them from your starting figure, and if my math is correct, you end up with a total of, we ain't gonna make it 50 feet. "We'll make it 50 feet, Wade said, double-checking the screen. "I think." "You think?" Paige said. "It's—" Wade flushed and chewed a bit on the corner of his bottom lip. "I mean, I dumped all the shift times into one array, the shift locations into another array, looped them through a matrix containing command stations with their respective reporting routes, and ran the simulation 50 times, accounting for statistically reasonable variations in every category. It should work, right?" "You're asking us," Herschel said, folding his arms. "You just lost 30% more, which probably now puts you in the negative." "It should work," Wade said, firmly this time. "I'm pretty sure." Herschel exhaled, but it sounded more like a horse snorting. "Great.
We don't have another choice, I said. Besides, Wade is good at what he does. I trust him. A hint of relief shone in his face as he looked up and smiled at me. You got this, I said. When do we start? He looked at the wrist module. 4 minutes. When the time came, I silently opened the storage room door and peeked out. The coast was clear, just as Wade said it would be. I'd offered to take the lead, but honestly, it didn't matter who was in front. If one of us was caught, we were all caught. The pathway through the tunnels was even more convoluted than it had looked on the screen. It felt like we were running around in circles, sprinting down a corridor only to wait, totally exposed, at an intersection of another. My skin crawled as the sound of raven footsteps clomped seemingly all around us. Duplicating camera feed. Now, Wade whispered behind me. Get ready to run. 3, 2, 1. I bolted forward, the soft footfalls of the others right on my tail. Corridors flashed by to the sides. If Wade was even a few seconds off with his timing, we'd be spotted, no question. A steel door barred our way ahead. I reached back for the module and, still mid-sprint, took it from Wade. We reached the door, and I held its surface to the keypad. The light stayed red. Hurry, Wade said. We've only got a few seconds. I pulled it away and tried again. Red. I touched it to the keypad again and again without success. Try this, Paige said, grabbing the module and moving it downward over the keypad in a slow but steady swipe. A green light flicked on, and we pushed our way through the opening. Old model, she said, handing the module to Wade. We left the tunnels and entered a large white room. The space was mostly empty, filled only with a couple of long stainless steel tables. Each wall was paneled floor to ceiling in metal cupboards and drawers. Everything about the room was eerily clean. White tiled floors, white ceiling, white microscopes, and white tools surrounded me. Rows and rows of empty glass vials stood upright in containers. Glass beakers, clean and empty, waited patiently on the tables. The only color in the entire room came from a large metal door on the far wall. The door was solid red, except for a keypad on the side, and stood out from the white around it in an uncomfortable way. There was something scratched in the surface of the door, as if someone had taken a pocket knife and carved their initials into it, except it wasn't initials. I squinted at the letters. Rise anew. A chill ran up my spine as I read the words. The letters were all different sizes, and I couldn't tell whether a child or an adult had carved them. I'd seen so much over my years. Death, pain, mass destruction. And yet, for some reason I couldn't put my finger on, the simple words scratched into the surface of the red door made my stomach squirm. That's weird, Paige said, staring at the door. Her head tilted a bit. Yep, Herschel said. We shut and locked the door of the lab behind us. Wade, I began. Can you hack into the facility camera feed and remotely monitor security activity outside the doors and adjacent hallways? Yep. He nodded once. You got it. I looked warily at the red door once again. And see if you can find out what's behind that? Sure. He sat at one of the long metal tables, pulled out the wrist module, and used it to project a small three-dimensional hollow image of the palace and surrounding facilities. He then projected a keyboard onto the table and began typing away. Hallways are clear, Wade called out to me a few moments later. The closest guard is a good 4 hallways away, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere soon. Let me know if any of them decide to go for a stroll, I said over my shoulder. You got it. Herschel studied the empty room. Where do you think they put our stuff? He scanned the wall of steel cupboards. Gotta be in one of these, right? I walked to the wall and Paige joined me. Each cupboard and drawer was labeled with a different name. Each one is the name of an epic, I said. Glimmer, Void Splitter, Brimstone. Not this one, Paige said, waving me and Herschel over to one of the steel cupboards. The door read, Confiscated items. I tested the handle. Unsurprisingly, it was locked. No luck on this sparking red door, Wade said from the table. You can't open it? I asked. It's, got a lot of added firewall protection. It would take me a while to break inside. Someone doesn't want this door opened. Can you at least see what's inside? Paige asked. Wade shook his head. Nope, sealed up tighter than a tadpole in Tupperware. In what? But Wade didn't answer, only glared at the screen as he tried new lines of code. Never mind, I said. Hey, hacker nerd, Herschel called. Do you think you can open this drawer? Maybe, Wade said.
He thumbed through multiple systems on the hollow projection. Using 2 fingers, he reversed pinched an area to enlarge it. Navigating through rooms, he found the one we were currently inside. The 3-dimensional rendering showed the electronically locked squares along the wall. "Which one?" "Confiscated items," Paige said. He zoomed in and accessed the corresponding square. After punching in some lines of code, a soft click drew my attention to the door in question. A green light appeared in the center of the cupboard, and it opened half an inch. Herschel pulled it the rest of the way open. Inside was a random assortment of items. Jewelry, books, a stuffed dragon, a shovel, and among other items, our canvas packs and the shattered remnants of Dan's sword. I reached inside and pulled out our things. "Everything's here," I said, setting one of the packs on one of the tables and rifling through its contents. I ripped open one of our hidden panels in the fabric and pulled out a stack of scorch notes. "Lighter," Herschel said, reaching into his leg compartment for the special lighter I'd made to activate the scorch notes. "Thanks." I pulled back its lid and clicked. A purple flame flickered to life. I held it to the edge of one of the scorch notes. The paper burned slowly, as if it were a fuse, spraying purple sparks as the flames devoured the scorch note. A small tablet computer manifested amidst the ashes. "Can you monitor the cameras and check the power grid link at the same time?" I asked, sliding the tablet over to Wade. "Before the online gaming world fell completely apart," he said, "I was ranked number 3 on the world leaderboard for the video game War Shatter. And if you don't know, War Shatter was one of the most difficult multitasking real-time strategy games ever created." "That is literally the most unimpressive thing I've ever heard," Herschel said. Wade ignored him. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can do 2 things at once." He grabbed the tablet and booted it up. As Wade worked, I eyed the wall of drawers and cupboards again. "You think they all have epic DNA inside?" I asked, turning to Paige. She nodded. "Yeah, I do. From what I know of Life Force, he collects everything he can find on epics. DNA, weaknesses, information, backgrounds." "Think of the possibilities," I said. "Now that we have extra motivators from the packs, if there's epic DNA in these compartments and information to go along with it, we might be able to find the edge we need." I called over to Wade. "Can you open some of these compartments?" "War Shattered Champion," he said. "Remember?" Herschel looked at me and rolled his eyes. "Which ones?" I read the name of the drawer in front of me. "Glimmer." "None of it's going to matter, though," Paige said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Languish. He dampened the powers of your mitosis motivator when we were in the palace. He'll be able to dampen anything you try to build." Brigand told him about mitosis, I said. "Will he be able to detect other motivators on his own?" "I don't know." I thought about it for a moment. No matter what, we'd need to figure out a way to stop Languish. The whole plan depended on our ability to use motivators, and if he could detect and disable them, taking him out would have to be first priority. "I still think we should get everything we can," I said. "See if you can find a compartment on Languish. Maybe there's enough information here for us to go on." She nodded. A few seconds later, a green light flickered on the Glimmer compartment, and its drawer hissed. I pulled it the rest of the way open. It slid easily. The surface was cold, and I realized it was refrigerated on the inside. As Paige had predicted, there were half a dozen blood samples scattered about, a few papers, and, in the very back, a severed finger. The finger sat unceremoniously among the smattering of objects, as if it had been carelessly tossed inside the drawer. I picked up the few papers. How many people still used paper, I wondered. Not many could afford it anymore. It had been hard enough to find a sufficient number of sheets to use for the scorch notes. In pre-Calamity days, there used to be so much paper. People printed daily news stories on it, then folded it and threw it on your doorstep. Stacks and stacks of it were tossed into trash cans to be sent to a recycling center. Stores would print little pieces of it to show you what you'd bought from them. Thinking back on it, those pieces of paper didn't make much sense. Wouldn't you know what you'd just bought? Why would you need a little piece of paper to tell you? I opened the folder and saw an image of a smiling elderly woman. The details of her profile were printed alongside the image. Original name, Sulai Fei. Epic name, Glimmer. Powers, accelerated speed. Weakness, unknown. Crushing her skull seemed to work fine. I winced. Crushing her skull seemed to work fine? That didn't sound very scientific. It sounded like a crazy person. There were a couple more pages underneath the main profile page. Pages that talked about her history and random facts, as well as a summary of known encounters with her. I took one of the blood vials and put it in my pocket. "Jax?" Paige called. I turned.
She was standing in front of a drawer several down from mine. I walked over and looked at the name. Languish. "Wade," I said. "Open up the drawer in the 7th column from the left, 10 rows down from the top." A moment later, the drawer clicked and opened a fraction of an inch. I pulled it the rest of the way open. In total contrast to Glimmer's mostly empty drawer, this one was packed to the brim. What looked like over 100 vials of blood were piled along the left-hand side. Stacks and stacks of folders occupied the center, and dozens of little jars, each sealed and placed neatly, filled the right-hand side. It was difficult to discern the contents, but all of them were filled with some gruesome organic material that I didn't want to try to identify, or even look at again. I picked up the top folder and opened it to a cover page like the one on Glimmer. Original name, Asher Vidales. Epic name, Languish. Powers, keeping me safe. Weakness, knowledge. "Paige, look at this," I said, passing her the file. "What do you think that means?" "I don't know." "I got a link," Wade said, much louder than he should have. We left the drawer and huddled around the tablet. "The tablet is reading the signal." Lines of code filled the screen. I couldn't read it, but at the bottom of the screen at the far end of the last line was the word "connected" in all caps. And then a new line appeared. Establishing connection, establishing connection, establishing connection. "What's going on?" I asked. Wade punched in a line of code and scanned through the results. "They've damaged the antenna," he said. "I can maybe get a connection, but the signal is weak." "I thought you said they couldn't do that," Paige said. "They can't remove the motivator itself," I said, "but the antenna is external. They likely found it and disabled it." "What's that mean now?" Herschel said. "You saying we can't fly this rock anymore?" Wade looked up at him. "We can. I'll be able to stabilize the connection and set up a command interface. But..." He trailed off as if not wanting to finish. "But what?" Herschel said. "We're not going to be able to do it from the ground. If we want to fly this thing, we're going to have to stay aboard while we do it." The four of us were silent as his words hung in the air. "So to drown Lux, we'll have to drown ourselves?" I said. "That's what it sounds like," Paige said. Herschel finally spoke. "It's like I said. Sometimes sacrifices are the cost for stopping the bad guy." "We don't all need to stay," Paige said. "I know this city better than any of you. I'll stay. The rest of you can find a ladder before Lux reaches the edge of the ocean." "No," I said. "I'm not going to leave you here to die. If you're staying, I'm staying." I met the others' faces. "But I don't want to speak for anyone else. If you want to go, you should." "Nope," Herschel said. "I ain't giving you a chance to earn more initials in the bucket book without me. Besides, I ain't afraid of little water." "Well, now if I leave, it'll prove Herschel right that I'm some weak coward," Wade said. Herschel placed a heavy hand on Wade's shoulder. "Don't worry. You're already all the proof I need." "Thanks?" "You bet." "So we're all staying to finish this?" I asked. "Seems so," Herschel said. Something loud clanged behind us. The four of us froze and spun around, searching for the source of the sound. "What was that?" Paige mouthed to me. I glanced at Wade, who was flipping through security camera feeds. He looked up at me and shrugged. I tiptoed my way toward the far wall toward a series of tall cabinets. Without pulling my focus away from them, I motioned for Paige and Herschel to flank me on both sides. None of us had any weapons handy, so hopefully the time Paige and I had spent in the coop studying hand-to-hand mock koi would be enough. Herschel and Paige reached the left and right cabinets first. I maintained my position in the center as they silently opened them one by one. When only one remained, Herschel gripped its handle, while Paige and I stood at the ready, hands raised and bodies angled for attack. The door opened, and standing there in the tight space was a middle-aged man with silver hair, a white lab coat, and glasses. "You!" I grabbed the Californian by his shirt and pulled him from the cabinet. His eyes shot to the lab's entry door. "Don't even think about it," Paige said. "I'll break your neck before you make it 2 steps." The Californian gave her a smug look. "I'm not afraid of you," he said. "You can't hurt me." I lifted an eyebrow. "I'm pretty sure she could." "Let me rephrase. You can't kill me. Life force will keep my heart beating even if you pull it from my chest." "Who is he?" Herschel grunted as he frisked the man for weapons. "Life force called him Peric," I said. "I met him in El Paso at Nighthawk's salvage site. He was pretending to be a reckoner from California. My fist tightened around the wad of shirt fabric in my hand. I twisted it, cinching the collar tighter around his neck. He's the reason Zeph is dead. Herschel stepped closer. Why isn't he screaming for help if he's so sure we can't hurt him? I kept a tight grip on the man's shirt as he straightened his glasses. I know quite well where the guards are stationed, he said. I'm not an idiot. Screaming and flailing won't do anybody any good. Part of me wanted him to scream, so I'd have an excuse to silence him. What were you doing in the cupboard? Herschel said. Eavesdropping. What do you think? He looked Herschel up and down. You lumbering goons are all the same. You know that? Utterly useless when it comes to thinking. All you're good for is hitting things. Herschel struck the man so hard and so fast that I almost didn't see the attack as it landed right in front of me. Perrick's head snapped back. He clutched at his nose, blood leaking through his fingers. You fat oaf! He spluttered through his hands. Herschel, Paige said. The people in the tubes. Right. I must have forgotten, he shrugged. Probably my lumbering oaf brain. A moment passed, and Perrick's broken nose reshaped itself through Life Force's healing powers. How are we doing on security? I called to Wade. He glanced at the cameras. All good here. Doc's right. Ain't no one close enough to hear him squeal, if that's what you're worried about. Herschel took Perrick from me and wrapped him in a long white extension cord. I hadn't even seen him find an extension cord. He cinched each loop so tightly that Dr. Perrick couldn't help but wince. I grabbed one of the files from the table, and I held it up for Dr. Perrick to see. What does this mean? I asked, pointing at the word knowledge. Someone with your degree of intelligence should be able to figure that one out. I gave him a flat look. I'm not interested in games. What does it mean? I'll tell you what, Perrick said. Talk to me about that theory you had about joining two different action potentials together, and I'll tell you what it means. What? What are you talking about? Back in El Paso, at Nighthawk's mobile lab, you talked about tying together action potentials so one could activate another. Don't you remember? Activating a jet engine by turning on the radio. A coldness spread through my blood. I could see Zeph standing over me, lecturing me about running my big mouth. Zeph had been right all along, and I'd been a fool. You have such extraordinary potential, Perrick continued. We could do great things together, you and I. Incredible things. You know who had extraordinary potential? Zeph. And now he's dead because of you. Hey, guys, Wade called. Start wrapping things up. If we're sticking with my original escape algorithm and want to reach the ladder station, we need to leave in 5. I thought we weren't going to the ladder station anymore, Herschel said. Perrick sighed. There you go again, fathead. More of that thinking business that isn't quite suited for you. Herschel punched Perrick in the throat. The man coughed and wheezed as he tried to pull in breath. Herschel! Paige snapped. Sorry, I forgot again. 4 minutes, Wade called. What are we going to do with him? I asked. I'll find something to shut him up, Herschel said. And don't worry, he added to Paige. I'll be civil-like. We still need the files on Cloudbreaker and Wingflare, Paige said, returning to the wall of refrigerated drawers. She scanned the compartments. Wade, open the drawer on column 8, row 2. It's Wingflare. Hold on, Wade said. I'll see what I can do. His hands danced in the air as he swiped through digital projections of blueprints and computer code. Half a minute later, a click sounded on one of the drawers on the wall, and it opened. Paige rushed over and grabbed the files, then slammed the drawer shut. Got them, she said. Now open Cloudbreaker's drawer on column 11, row 5. Wade swiped at the projections, pulling up the camera feed. Got it, but we've got less than a minute. If we're not going to the ladder station, Paige said, turning to me, where are we going to go? We are still going to the ladder station. We're just not going down the ladder. I don't understand, she said. In less than half an hour, Life Force is going to find out we've escaped. He'll have Ravens check with the ladder stations because, well, that's what I would do. Let's give him a reason to think we've left for good. Then maybe he won't send the Ravens through Lux looking for us. We take out the guards, drop the ladder, but we don't climb down. A false trail, Perrick said from behind. Not a bad idea. You see, fathead, this is why you should leave the thinking to that one. I heard something crack, and Perrick yelped in pain. Sorry, Herschel said. I keep forgetting. Time to go, Wade said.
The four of us scooped up our supplies and left the lab with Perrick on Herschel's shoulders in a fireman's carry. Before closing the door behind me, I took one last look at the red door and the words scratched into its surface. Rise anew. An eerie, prickling feeling squirmed through me. There was something very wrong with whatever was behind that door. Chapter 27. Wade guided us through the tunnels until we reached an exit. Herschel managed to keep pace without missing a step, despite carrying the doctor on his shoulder. We slipped from the tunnels and made our way toward ladder drop site 11. According to Page, many ladder drop stations were dark tunnels burrowed into the ground, the same exits the Ravens used during their attacks. The long rope ladders were coiled around a huge motorized spindle at the edge. There were only 2 guards at the location. Once Wade disabled the cameras, we took out the 2 guards, tied them up, and hid them in a supply closet. I'm starting to get good at this, Herschel said as he tied and gagged the second Raven at the ladder side. I'm not used to having to keep the enemy alive, but seeing as we ain't supposed to kill them. Put Perrick down over there, I said to Herschel, who interpreted my instructions as throw Dr. Perrick as hard as you can through the air. Bucket book item number 7, he said, motioning for me to hand him the book. Throw another person a distance of over 9 feet. That looks like 9 feet to me. Not bad, I said, reaching into my back pocket for the book. Herschel scrawled his initials on the line and held it open for me to do the same. I walked over to Perrick, who was struggling to sit up. I untied the gag and held a sheet of paper for him to see. Knowledge, I said, pointing to the word life force had scrawled next to languish's weakness. What does it mean? Come work with me, he said, and I'll tell you anything you want to know. You're joking, right? Perrick shrugged against his extension cord restraints. Then my answer is still the same. Ignoring the answer, I shoved him toward the edge of the pit. How far do you think Life Force's healing range extends? I asked. I know he can heal ravens with Lux descended over a city, but what about at this height? Despite his bravado, Dr. Perrick glanced behind him at the gaping hole. What does it mean? I repeated, gripping his shirt and pushing him toward the open hole. Fear finally flickered in the man's eyes. I could see it, and he knew I could see it. Last chance. Tell me or I throw you down there, and we get to see how far Life Force's powers can reach. The doctor braved a glance over his shoulder at the endlessness into which he was about to be thrown. Oh, okay, he stammered. The facade had finally broken, and in the end, he proved to be like everyone else, afraid to die. Well, he met my eyes, and I could see he'd made the choice to live. Languish believes that he can't dampen Life Force. And? I pressed. And it's not true. Languish has never revolted against Life Force because he doesn't think he can. But Life Force isn't immune to Languish's dampening powers like he thinks. He can stop him from healing any time he wants. The revelation sent a chill through my spine. Fighting epics often felt like pounding my fists against a mountain, willing it to crumble. But stone could break if you could find a hidden crack. But it doesn't matter, Dr. Perrick said. You'll never convince him to help you. I got you to help me, didn't I said, clenching my fist and twisting so that the fabric of his shirt cinched tighter around his neck. You promised you'd let me go if I helped you. Rage welled inside of me as I stared into his cold eyes. He was the reason Zeph was dead. I wasn't about to let him walk away from this. No, I didn't, I said, shaking my head. All I said was that if you didn't help us, I'd throw you down there. I never mentioned anything about not doing the same if you did help us. You lying, dishonorable! No! I shouted, cutting him off. Don't you dare accuse me of being dishonorable. You murdered Zeph. You tried to murder me. How can you talk of honor when you stand by Life Force's side and help him kill your own people? Look around, Perrick said. He's created a world like no other left in existence, and you've come here to burn it all. You believe in it that much? I asked. He nodded. Enough to put yourself into one of those chambers to protect this perfect society of his? He didn't answer. I didn't think so. You're worse than the epics. You know that, don't you? Jax, Paige said, placing a hand on my arm. Let him go. Sure, I said with a shrug. My grip loosened, and Dr. Perrick fell backward. Sheer panic blanched his face. His arms pinwheeled as he tried to keep his balance or find something to grab onto, but there was only open air. No! Paige cried out, lurching forward and grabbing for the falling doctor. Her fingers wrapped around his ankle, but his weight yanked her forward toward the opening. "Paige!" I grabbed her shoulders, stopping her from falling through the hole as well. "Let him go! You're going to fall!" "I'm not letting go," she said, a stubborn bite in her tone. With no other choice, I reached down and added my strength to hers. Together, we heaved until Dr. Perrick was safely out of the hole. His whole body shook as he scrambled away from us. Herschel stopped him from running too far. "What was that?" Paige snapped, turning on me. She kept her voice low so the doctor couldn't hear. "We can't let him go free," I said. "The second he escapes, he'll run to Life Force and we'll all be in danger." "We're not murderers." "That's pretty much our entire job description." "Not like this. That was going to be an execution." "How is it different than hunting and killing epics? It's what we do." Paige sighed. I don't know. It doesn't feel right." I slumped down and sat against a nearby tree. My head was still pounding with emotion. Maybe she was right. But as my thoughts collided with my emotions, I wasn't sure anymore. All I knew was that I was never going to let another member of my Reckoner family die. "I'm not a murderer," I said quietly. "I know," she whispered. "So if we ain't going to kill him," Wade said from behind, "what are we going to do with him?" I looked at Paige for the answer. "I don't know," she said. "I do," Herschel said, walking toward him. "How's this for a smart idea?" He gave Perrick a dark smile. The man glanced from Herschel to me, all the swagger from before gone. "Don't worry. We ain't gonna kill you." Herschel hauled Perrick to his feet. "Wade, access the ladder controls, and let's get this thing lowered. We'll put the good doctor on the end and lower him 3/4 of the way to the ground. If he's one of the strong," Herschel assessed the man's wiry frame and silver hair, "then he can come back. Otherwise, he'll join the rest of the world. Ain't that what you believe?" he said to Perrick. "That only the strong should survive." Chapter 28. Briggan stood on the porch of his new home, a gift for his betrayal. The home had to be 3 times the size of the house he grew up in. The door in front of him was so tall he couldn't reach the top of its jamb. The house had a wide wraparound porch with a double-wide swing decorated with brightly colored pillows. The porch overlooked an expansive yard filled with trees and flowers. Abigail would have liked. Briggan stopped himself mid-thought. Abigail was gone. They were all gone. Probably already dead. An image flashed inside his mind of his former friends being executed by the Ravens. He shook his head to jostle the image free, but it rattled around his mind like it was made from broken shards of glass. Life Force told him that he'd give them a choice, just like he'd given Briggan. But the fact that he hadn't heard anything of their release meant they were probably dead. "They made their choice," he said aloud. "Then you made yours. Now move on." He took one last look at the flower-spotted pillows before pulling out his key and opening the massive front door. The interior was fancy, with pictures on the walls that he felt like he was supposed to recognize but didn't. There were 2 columns in the main entry. He'd never been in a regular person's home with columns before. His boots echoed against the hardwood floors. The place was big, silent and big. The refrigerator was stocked with expensive foods, and on the top shelf was a small package wrapped in white paper with a note taped to it which read, "Congratulations on your acceptance into the Raven Corps." He took the package from the fridge and unwrapped it on the counter. Inside was a perfect cut of steak, 3 fingers thick and wider than the palm of his hand from fingertip to wrist. Briggan wasn't a chef by any means, but if there was one culinary skill he had acquired, it was grilling steaks. He carried the steak and a stick of butter through the kitchen and out the back door, hoping to find a barbecue grill. As he'd expected, there it was, looking as if it had never been used. Maybe it hadn't. He fired it up, then placed the steak over the flames. Most people liked an excess of spices and marinades when cooking steaks, but not Briggan. There was something clean and primal about the taste of unadulterated steak. Though Abigail had once showed him how to soak planks of cedar when smoking the... He shook his head again, pushing away the image. He slathered the top of the steak in butter,
then flipped it over and slathered the bottom. He watched the flames lick along the edges as the butter and fat sizzled. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a steak of this quality. Lux had high-quality meats available for everyone, but this was perfection, like what the epics ate. As the meat cooked, the smoky vapors filled the air with an intoxicating scent. He turned the steak once more, careful not to press out any of its juices. Medium rare. That's how he liked it, somewhere between fully pink and lightly red. When it was perfect, he brought it to the kitchen and set a place at the table. Everything Life Force had promised him was right here, all around him. As he sat before the meat, images flashed in his mind. The others, screaming, their limp corpses hanging against restraints in place of the dead, limp hunk of cooked meat lying motionless on his plate. His breathing quickened, but he forced it steady again. "They made their choice," he said. "Now sparking move on." He swept up the fork and knife beside his plate. Holding the steak in place with the fork, he slid the serrated edge of the knife along a corner of the meat. Abigail's face invaded his thoughts. She'd always treated him like her own son. The disappointment he'd seen in her eyes. "You made your choice!" he shouted, his voice echoing in the open dining space. He shoved the bite of steak into his mouth. The juices spilled down his tongue. The taste of salt and iron and flesh was almost more than he could bear. Without warning, his stomach twisted, and he vomited all over the table, coughing and retching as he hunched over the rest of the uneaten steak. Pushing himself from the table, he walked to the sink and rinsed out his mouth, leaving the mess of steak and vomit still on the table. A faint reflection shone from a puddle of water in the clean steel basin of the kitchen sink. His face, the smooth, unburnt skin he'd purchased with his compliance. Briggan stalked outside, slamming the door behind him. He couldn't be in that place. For all its tall ceilings and open space, it felt like a coffin, every wall pressing in on him, smothering him, suffocating him. He walked forward, not caring about the destination, only then feeling the tears on his cheeks. Briggan couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. Abigail, Paige, Herschel, Jax, and that twig Wade. This was their fault as much as it was his. They should have listened to him in the mattress shop and left this all behind. If they'd just listened to him and left Lux alone and stayed down on the ground where they belonged, none of this would have happened. And yet he knew it wasn't true. They weren't the monsters. He was. Worse than Wing Flare and Languish and Cloudbreaker. Worse than Life Force. At least Life Force could justify his actions by building something better for his people. All Briggan had been building was something better for himself. Chapter 29. We followed a route through the tunnels to an exit near the residential sectors. Paige scrolled through the nearby neighborhoods using the wrist module. The Ravens were able to access the basic details of each home on Lux, as well as who was assigned to live there. Less than half of the homes were filled, however. It didn't surprise me. The climb to reach the city had been exhausting, and we were soldiers who had prepared for over a year. Life Force wanted only the strongest for his paradise. Paige searched for a suitable area, then led the way there. "That one should work," she said, pointing to a house at the end of the road. 14 East Sparrow Lane was an empty blue house in an empty blue neighborhood. The white picket fence surrounding the house looked freshly painted. I thought of the time Dan and I had helped my parents repaint our fence. We probably got more paint on each other than on the fence itself, but we had smiled and laughed the whole time. Dan had a good laugh. Like Abigail's. I stared at the house before us, its white shutters and bright green lawn. The perfection of it all was unnerving. "Dibs on the first shower," Paige said. "All yours," Wade said. He sniffed at her. "You smell like a sewer." She glared and slugged him in the shoulder. We walked up the double-wide concrete steps to a wraparound porch with a two-person swing that swayed slightly in the breeze. Herschel tested the doorknob. "Unlocked," he said. The entryway led to a big living room with brown carpet, darker brown couches, and white walls. Pictures of sailboats and gardens hung on the walls. But one of the pictures on the wall was of a couple, a man and wife,
holding one another and smiling cheesily into the camera. Whoever had cleaned the house for its next set of occupants must have mistakenly left the picture there. I didn't know them, but my heart wilted a little knowing they had once been happy, but were now probably dead. Perhaps exiled by life force to make room for his new sycophants. Inside the master bedroom was a clean bathroom with white tiles and a white shower. A shower did sound good, and this home had at least 3 of them. I undressed and turned on the water. Steam quickly filled the space. Stepping inside, I closed my eyes as the fresh, clean water cascaded over my skin. After the shower, I found a toothbrush, still in its plastic package, and a small tube of travel-sized toothpaste. The bedroom closet was stocked with a full wardrobe of clothing in various sizes. I grabbed a blue polo and jeans. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had new clothes. Usually you grabbed what you could find and hoped it fit. When I was done changing, I spotted Paige through an open door standing in front of a mirror. She was wearing an orange romper with white flowers dotting the fabric. She watched herself in the reflection and stared at the flowers along her chest and stomach. Knocking lightly on the door jamb to signal my presence, I dropped the bulletproof vest and utility belt I'd been carrying, then walked over and stood beside her. I stared at us in the floor-length mirror. For a moment, everything was put on pause and it was just us. Maybe the way we'd look if calamity had never come. "I've never seen you in something like that before," I said. "I can't remember the last time I wore something so frivolous," she said. "It feels weird." "It looks nice." "It's comfortable." "Until you get on a motorcycle." She smiled. "Yeah, probably." She fiddled uncomfortably at one of the flowers around her stomach, picking a bit at the fabric. "Do you think it will ever change?" I asked. "Do you think the world could ever be like it was before?" She studied the image of us in the mirror. "I don't know. But that's what we're fighting for, isn't it?" "I guess so. Sometimes it seems a bit pointless, though, since everything's so broken down below anyway. Makes it hard to want to fight to keep it, you know?" Paige shrugged. "We could build something new. Something that's our very own. But I don't think anything will ever change if people like us aren't willing to sacrifice to make it happen. You know? All things have a price. Better worlds included. But whether it will ever be different or not, we're the best chance this world has for something more." The 2 of us walked down to the main floor, then out into the backyard. The sun was bright and happy. It wasn't hot, and it wasn't cold. "Does it ever change temperature here?" I asked, looking up at the pale blue sky. "It should," Paige said, "especially being up this high. But that's Cloudbreaker's specialty. She keeps the weather even. The air nice and breathable, and Lux hidden from the world. If it weren't for Cloudbreaker, it would be like standing on top of Mount Everest. We'd probably all freeze to death and half of the population would be dead from altitude sickness." I thought back to the climb. The higher we'd gone, the colder it had become, until my fingers had felt stiff, and each labored breath turned into a chore in the thinning air. "What's it been like up here?" I asked, basking in what felt like a stolen moment in time. Paige thought for a bit before answering. "Life Force is a mass-murdering tyrant," she said. "But you don't see that most of the time, you know? Honestly, half the time I felt enchanted, and the other half of the time I felt guilty for feeling enchanted. It's a horrible, despicable, magical world up here. I've eaten foods up here that I didn't even get to eat pre-calamity." "Like what?" "Have you ever had fresh lobster seared in butter and topped with parsley and sprigs of rosemary?" "That sounds good." She shrugged. "I didn't really like it. I'm more of a cheeseburger girl. But I ate it." "I wouldn't mind a cheeseburger right about now," I said. "I know a good place across town." I smiled at her. She looked so beautiful in her orange outfit, standing atop the perfect green grass under a perfect blue sky, where the air was clean and smelled like spring flowers. It had been so long since it was just the 2 of us. It was easy back then. Simple. Each day was the same. Wake up, train, eat, train some more, eat again, and finally wait until everyone was asleep so we could tinker together in the workshop. Each day was predictable. We walked back inside, just as Wade burst from the main floor bathroom, a white towel around his waist. "Hot damn!" he said, steam billowing from the opening. I can get used to this place. Shame we gotta drown it.
You gonna put some clothes on, nerd boy? Herschel called from the living room. We got actual work to do once you're done primping and curling your hair. Wade leaned against the door jamb.
You know, you should try a shower every once in a while. Maybe wash away a bit of that croakiness from your face.
Croakiness?
It's a word, Wade said. Probably.
Get a sparking shirt on and get out of here.
We gathered with Herschel in the living room once Wade was dressed, but no one spoke. This was usually the moment when Abigail would stand up and start going over the new plan. The awkward silence hung in the room like a thick cloud, hushing whatever we might say. You ever wonder why it's us? I asked. Why we are the ones who get to live when others don't? It doesn't seem fair, you know? The images of my failures had stacked up in my mind over the years. Dan, Zeph, Abigail. I had always felt responsible for all of them, and when the time came, I couldn't save any of them.
I ask myself that every sparking day, Herschel said, staring at the carpet. Maybe it's the other way around, though. Maybe living on this dying planet is the real punishment. He shrugged. But whichever's the case, we're gonna do right by that woman. We're going to kill every last epic in this city. Yeah?
Yeah. The others nodded. You know what always makes me feel better? Paige said. Ice cream.
Herschel huffed. Right, like they got ice cream up here, too. He shook his head. Not a chance.
Paige met his skepticism with a totally serious look. A lot of places do, she said. Ice cream? I asked. Really? I thought of the last time I'd had ice cream. I think it was after Prof took me in. He got me a package of ice cream bars and some hot dogs, telling me he didn't really know what kids ate. Wade grinned. I wouldn't mind a double scoop of lime sherbet. Lime sherbet? I asked. Are you kidding me? That's your first choice? You bet your floppy monkey ears it is, Wade said. Lime sherbet is the finest of all ice creams. Sherbet isn't technically ice cream, I said, and it's disgusting. If you're such an expert, then, what would you get? Cookie dough. No contest.
I gotta agree with Jax on this one, Herschel said.
On which part?
Wade asked. Both. Sherbet ain't ice cream, and cookie dough's the right answer.
Paige glanced toward the kitchen. They might have some here. A lot of residents do. Herschel, Wade, and I were up so fast a casual observer would have thought ravens had shown up to kill us. Wade was first to the freezer. He yanked it open, and there, right at the top of the ice maker, was a carton of vanilla bean ice cream. My eyes went wide, and for a moment, I forgot about every terrible thing in the world. We stood there stunned, mouths open, eyes still unbelieving. Finally, Herschel stepped forward and grabbed the cardboard carton. As he did, all the wonder in his expression melted away in an instant.
Sparking piece of...
He chucked the carton to the ground. It clattered to the tile floor with a hollow sound, its lid popping off to reveal that it was completely empty.
Who in calamity puts an empty carton back in the freezer? He said, releasing another string of curses. Seriously, of all the cruel, maniacal, evil things I've encountered in my days.
He kicked the empty carton, and it sailed across the kitchen. He shook his head at the thoroughly beaten container.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, getting a man's hopes up like that.
We returned to the table and slumped into the chairs, the mood even more sour than before. If it makes you feel better, I said, the plan is to drown this whole sparking city, empty ice cream containers and all. Herschel nodded.
Thanks. That does make me feel better.
Where are we at with that? Paige asked, looking to Wade. He slid the tablet closer and tapped the screen. He pointed to a progress bar that was half filled. Almost there?
I don't get it, Herschel said. How can it be almost there? I know I was born from a rock and all, but isn't it either connected or not connected?
Since the connection was fluctuating in the tunnels, Wade said. I've hacked into any sort of signal generators I can find surrounding the power grid. I'm interconnecting all of them to my primary system in order to establish a smooth connection. Backup systems upon backup systems to avoid any potential disruption. Smart, Paige said.
Every once in a while, I suppose he's got to get something right, Herschel said.
Wade smirked at him.
So, how long's it going to take? Herschel asked.
2 hours, probably. While we waited, the others made lunch and relaxed around the house. But my kind of relaxing involved a pair of pliers, a motivator, and a workbench. I found a toolbox in the garage, a TV in the master bedroom, a space heater in the closet, and a stereo system in the living room. It wasn't long before I'd gutted everything and splayed the electronic innards around the carpeted basement floor. Carpet was nice. It had been a while since I'd been able to tinker without my shoes on. I'd hidden half a dozen motivators inside the scorch notes from the packs. Now that they were back in our possession, I had more than enough to work with. I was able to repair the shoddy boomerang device I'd used to escape the tunnels and make a crude, though reliable, cover for the housing chamber. There was even enough recovered materials from our confiscated equipment in the lab to assemble a second watch, just in case. When that was finished, I grabbed the vial of Glimmer's blood, along with the files we'd taken from the drawer in the lab. There wasn't much, other than she was an epic who moved at incredible speeds. I rewired the TV's power regulator and circuit board to build a basic power flow system to the incubation chamber. The space heater's components provided an airflow system with the fan and heating coils. Once I added the DNA to the chamber's core, I ran a gentle current through the motivator nodes, using the magnet from the speaker to regulate the electromagnetic field. When the current had stabilized, I stripped more copper wires from the TV's power cord, then attached them to the motivator output nodes. Finally, I wired those nodes to an electric hand mixer, the kind I'd seen Abigail use on cookie batter. I wasn't exactly sure how the mixer would interact with the motivator, but my hope was that I could set the mixer to a low speed and have it turn much faster. I made sure the wire whisks were firmly lodged into the mixer. Then I turned on the motivator, set the mixer to 1, and pressed the on switch. The wire whisks blurred so fast as they turned I couldn't tell if they were still attached. They glowed orange, and I could feel the heat radiating from them. I shut off the mixer, and the wire whisks stopped, but the glow remained. The metal continued heating up until the whisks melted in on themselves and began to drip onto the carpet. Little flames sprang up from the burnt carpet fibers. Sparks! I wasn't wearing shoes, so I couldn't stamp them out. I shut off the motivator and clipped the wires connecting it to the mixer, then beat at the little fires with a wrench until they snuffed themselves out. A voice said behind me. I turned around. Paige. What in calamity are you doing? She asked. I cringed. Failing? She smiled at me. I brought you something. She brought her hands from behind her back and held a long object out for me. Dan's sword? I said, confused. She set it down beside me. The shards were puzzle-pieced together and fused with thick weld lines that zigzagged over the whole blade, jutting out like rough black scars. I know it doesn't look great, she said. The particle welder in the garage wasn't great, but all the pieces are there. I reached over and picked it up, feeling the familiar weight and the cold brass in my grip. You're amazing, I said. You know that, right? Totally and completely amazing. She smiled and gave a half shrug. I set down the sword and wrapped my fingers over her hand. Her skin was rough and tight, the hands of a fighter. Thank you. A quiet moment passed where neither of us needed to speak. Simply being there, next to one another, was enough. You should name it, she said. Every good sword's got a name. That's what Zeph used to say. I looked at the metal, tracing the weld lines and remembering the brother who gave it to me. My world had ended when he died. Broken, shattered, destroyed, like the blade itself. Shiloh, I said. Shiloh? My brother told me about a Civil War battle called the Battle of Shiloh. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the war. The Confederates launched a surprise attack against one of the Union armies. General Grant fought all day against the Confederates, but he couldn't prevail. The Union army was exhausted from the fighting. General Grant could have retreated. So many of his people were killed. Instead, he launched a counterattack the very next morning. It was bloody and brutal, but General Grant won, and the Confederates retreated. It's a redemption story. A lump caught in my throat. Wow, Paige said, glancing down at the retractable sword that hung at her waist. That's a lot better of a name than Toothpick. I picked up Shiloh again and turned it over. For Dan, I said. For Abigail. After a moment of silence, she looked at the circuit board I was working on. If you had invited me earlier, I could have told you to put another resistor on that line. I smiled at her. Want to help me fail again? Wade's connectivity issues lasted twice as long as he'd expected, and that was okay by me. I was where I belonged, in a workshop with Paige by my side. We worked for hours on the Glimmer motivator. Nothing worked, but at the same time, I didn't care. Not really. It felt good to work on motivators again. Her DNA might simply be too unstable, Paige said. It's how it was with some tissue samples. Epics with powers dealing with heat, electricity, object warping, and now apparently speed were much harder to stabilize. I could still remember the heat from the mitosis bracer when I'd tried to use it for too long against life force. Glimmer was even worse, it seemed. The super speed made things incredibly complicated. It messed with the timing in the circuitry itself and was causing inconsistent and unwanted cross-connections. You might be right, I said, after we'd burned up a second vacuum belt. We'd condensed the motivator's circuitry and cooling system into a box no bigger than a deck of playing cards, but no matter what we tested it on, the result was the same. Something ended up melted or burned. "Jax! Paige!" Herschel called from the top of the basement stairs. "Get up here! Wade's ready!" We gathered around the kitchen table. Wade had synced the Raven's wrist module with the tablet, then accessed the wrist module's three-dimensional holoprojector to render a 5-foot by 5-foot model of the city just above the center of the table. "Everything should be good to go," he said. "The connection to the power grid is solid, and I've integrated the holo image into a manual management tool, allowing me to physically shape the speed and direction of the city." "Meaning you can grab that image and move the city?" I asked. He nodded. "Exactly. Is everyone ready?" We shared a glance, but no one answered. Wade held up his hands, fingers splayed and ready to grab the image before him. "Here goes." His palms hovered at the edge of the holo image, and then he pushed. The world around us lurched at his touch. Dishes slid from the countertop and smashed into the tile. The framed pictures on the wall clattered to the floor. Every light in the house dimmed until the bulbs barely glowed. Whatever electricity was being used in the motivator was being taken away from the city. Wade lurched back and looked at his hands. "I wasn't sure that would actually work," he said. "Don't stop," Herschel said. "You can't let Wing Flare regain control." "Right." Wade put his hands on the holo image again and pressed. The city lurched, smashing more dishes to the floor. "It's working," I said, looking to Paige. She smiled. "Of course it is. I never doubted it." The city picked up momentum, moving faster and faster. Then all of a sudden, it began to slow once again. "Don't let up," Herschel said. "I'm not," Wade said. "What's going on?" I asked. Wade pressed his hands into the image. The city only shook slightly in place. "I think Wing Flare is pushing back," he said. "Languish," I said. "He must be dampening the motivator again." "I don't understand," Paige said. "How does he know where the motivator is?" I thought back to my conversation with Nighthawk in El Paso. Epics know exactly where the location of their DNA is when it's being used in motivators while they're still alive, I said. Wade paled. "So she knows where we are?" I shook my head. "You're only controlling it from here. The motivator itself is in the power grid. Wing Flare must have been able to communicate to Languish where it was, and that's how he managed to stop it so quickly. I should have known better." I slumped into one of the kitchen chairs. I should have realized the oversight in the plan. Once again, we were standing behind a brick wall. "Jax," Herschel began. Yeah, I know," I said, cutting him off. "It was a good try and all that, but this is sometimes how it is. Is that what you were going to say?" Herschel grunted. "Pretty much." Wade shut down the connection and turned off the tablet. "So what's plan B?" he asked. "I think we're a lot farther down in the alphabet than B," Herschel said. "Then what are we going to do?" "I've got an arsenal of motivator weapons that are completely useless with Languish in play," I said. "Right now, he's the main obstacle standing between us and bringing this place down. Before anything else can happen, he needs to be taken out." Chapter 30. "Maybe we've been thinking about it all wrong," I said as we gathered in the living room. "What if Languish is the answer we're looking for?" "How do you mean?" Wade asked. "If we can weaponize his DNA, then we can stop any epic. Life Force, Wing Flare, Cloudbreaker, all of them." "But you said it yourself," Wade pressed. "He can dampen any motivator you make, presumably even one made from his own DNA." Herschel nodded. "Kid's got a point there,"
I say we get his DNA, then toss him down a ladder drop. Then we can use his DNA all we want.
That's a possibility, I said. It might be too dangerous, though. We attacked a ladder station, so they'll likely be on high alert for a while. There's a chance Languish will cooperate with us, Paige said.
Cooperate with us? Herschel said. That don't seem too likely. Epics ain't the cooperative sort, especially toward the ones trying to kill him and all.
He and Life Force used to know each other, Paige said. They worked together pre-Calamity. I think they were friends.
That's my point, Herschel said. He ain't going to help us.
Paige shook her head. They're not friends anymore. Languish is afraid of Life Force.
How do you know? I asked.
I worked on Languish's staff. You hear things when you work security. He might act like every other arrogant epic, but I think he's scared. I used to help run his security detail. He may be an epic, but he's not allowed to go wherever he wants. He's confined to certain sectors of the city, and Ravens have tabs on him at all times. It's like he's a prisoner. But one thing I do know is that Languish is scared of Life Force, and I'd bet he'd be interested in helping us take him down.
He ain't gonna help, Herschel said. We show up, and he'll try to kill us, like every other epic.
Languish isn't a fighter, Paige argued. He's the kind of guy who eats caviar and plays golf. He's not going to try to kill us.
That don't mean he's gonna help.
Maybe you're wrong.
Nope.
Whether he's willing to help us or not, I said, we're going to have to extract him. A distance-based assassination isn't an option as long as Life Force is still alive to heal him. No matter what, it will have to be an abduction. We can let Paige try to talk him into helping us on his own, and if that doesn't work, we'll throw him off the edge of the city to kill him. That work for both of you? Herschel grunted approval. If what you said about his security detail is true, Wade cut in, it's not going to be easy to extract him.
What happened to being the almighty number 5 war geek blaster hero? Now you're scared of a couple security guards?
It's war shatter, Wade said. And I was ranked number 3, not 5.
Wade can do it, I said. Right?
He nodded. Then let's get to work, Paige said.
For the rest of the day, Paige and Wade studied the 3-dimensional Fathom schematics of Languish's facility together, while I tinkered with Glimmer's DNA, and Herschel scoured the records we'd stolen from the lab. Hey, Herschel called down to me after a few hours. Yep. How are things coming? I set down a melted blender blade. Not great. I think this DNA is too unstable to be viable. The molecules seem to be vibrating at incredible speeds. It's corrupting measurements, timing, and magnetic channeling. I don't actually care, Herschel said. I was only asking to get your attention. Come on upstairs. I want you to take a look at something I found. I walked up to the kitchen, and he handed me a piece of paper. It was a handwritten journal entry on lined notebook paper. Judging from the tattered edges, it had been ripped out of a spiral notebook. This was from the wing flare files we got from the lab, he said. Read it. The doctor told my mom I had something called The words were scratched out. I can't remember what it was called, but the doctor kept calling it OI. I guess my bones aren't making enough, something that starts with a C, so they break easily, like bird bones. Now Mom seems to think I can't do anything anymore. She took away my skateboard and my field hockey stick, and even my volleyball. Like a volleyball is going to break my arm? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. This is so unfair. I can't believe she did this. My life is ruined. She's not going to let me try out for anything this year. I know it. And then she keeps giving me hugs and telling me it's all going to be all right. Yeah, I already know that. I never thought it wasn't going to be all right. You'd think that the doctor had told her that she had brittle bones and not me. Worst day ever. Shelley. There's more, Herschel said, taking the journal entry I'd just finished and handing me another. None of the entries had dates, but it seemed this Shelley girl was still in middle school. I told Mom I joined the chess club today. She said she was proud of me for trying something new. I didn't join the chess club. I tried out for field hockey, and guess what? I made the team, brittle bones and all. What do you think of that, Doctor whatever your name was? You can take your osteogenesis imperfecta and shove it up your nose, because I'm playing field hockey this year, and it was a good tryout too. No one could touch me, which was probably good with the whole OI thing. But I scored 7 goals by myself. 7. That's more than most games. Coach said she hasn't seen a stronger tryout in her entire life. I felt amazing. Best day ever.
Shelley. I handed the entry to Herschel and began the next. The neighborhood had a giant water balloon fight today. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Mom went around and told all the other kids not to hit me, like I was going to break in half or something if they did. All I want is to be normal and do normal stuff and have no one find out about my bone thing. But then Mom goes off and tells everyone that I'm some uncooked spaghetti noodle that's going to snap in half. I can't believe she did that. She still doesn't know about the field hockey. It's been a month now, and I'm the best player on the team. If she could only see me play, she wouldn't look at me like I'm a fragile potato chip. I hate that look in her eye. I hate how softly she hugs me. I'm not broken. I'm just like everyone else. Also, potato chips are the actual worst. Why do people even like them? Shelley. Last one, Herschel said, handing me another paper. The handwriting in this one wasn't as smooth as the last two had been. Occasionally the letters squiggled a bit, as if she'd struggled to form them. I got hit really bad at last week's game. The doctor said I broke 14 bones. Some cow on the other team ran into me so hard it felt like I'd exploded. So many ribs and fingers, all shattered. I remember feeling so much pain, like I'd fallen apart, like a pile of soup that got spilled onto the grass. I don't remember much else, just so much pain. I do remember the ambulance lights, and when the EMTs tried to scoop me onto a stretcher without breaking more of me. Mom cried even more than I did. It was like her heart was more broken than my bones. I knew, the second I saw her face when I woke up in the hospital, that I was never playing field hockey again. But it's all I want to do, especially now that everyone knows the truth, knows that I'm the potato chip my mom kept telling them I was. All I want to do is get up and show them that I can still be the best, even though my bones can barely take a hit. Shelley. P.S. I just heard from Jeffrey that we lost the game. Bummer. You're sure this is wing flare? I asked. Herschel thumbed through the other papers in the folder on the table and pulled out one similar to the cover sheet we'd found for Glimmer. He pointed to the line marked Pre-Calamity Name, and there it was. Shelley Sanders. That was all there was? I asked, motioning to the journal entries. Yeah. Why would Life Force want to keep those? Because maybe our little wing flare isn't as strong as we thought she was, Herschel said. I flipped through the pages again. Her bones. Do you think that could be her weakness? Maybe, Herschel said. Maybe not. If it is, we'll still have to find a way to break them, which seems unlikely on its own. And it won't matter anyway. Even if we do find her and break her bones, Life Force will just heal them. I shook my head. That's not how it works. Life Force is a gifter. He's not the one doing the healing. She is. What's the sparking difference? The difference is that Life Force gives her the power to heal herself, but she's the one doing the healing, not him. If her bones are broken and we've exposed her weakness, she won't be able to use her powers. Not her telekinesis and not her gifted healing, even if it's from another epic. Herschel clapped me on the shoulder. Perfect. Then go use that science brain of yours to build something that can break her bones. I laughed, thinking he was joking, but his face didn't return a smile. Not that Herschel really ever smiled. Are you serious? You want me to just come up with something? Exactly. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Good. I handed him back the papers. Did you find anything out about the other epic, Cloudbreaker? Not much. Useless bits of information like her favorite color, her driver's license, expiration date, and the fact that she used to work as a travel guide. The only entry Life Force added was this. He read from one of the papers. Cloudbreaker is beginning to think she is above me. I can see it in her eyes. I will have to quell her spirit before she becomes too entitled. But not now. Let her think she has power. Those who believe they have power are often too caught up in their own hubris to seek for growth. She will learn soon enough of our true disparity from one another, and she will wilt in shame. That's it? I asked. Herschel shrugged. Like I said, not much. Well, at least you found something on wing flare. Like I said, maybe, maybe not. It might not be anything at all. I shook my head. Life Force wouldn't have been keeping those pages if it were nothing. I think you're right about the broken bones. Of course I'm right. I'm always right. Now go build something out of a microwave and a waffle iron that can break her bones. I can use the microwave? I asked. Herschel glanced toward the kitchen. No. When Paige and Wade were ready, they gathered us in the living room again. With everything I know from my time with Languish, Paige began, he has a fairly intense security detail around his building. Were you able to upload the Fathom model? I asked. Paige took the wrist module we'd stolen from the Raven. She used its holo projector to create a miniature three-dimensional model of a building on the coffee table. Originally, she said, swiping at the building to rotate it in place, I assumed Languish's security would be looser than Life Force's. It's not. Life Force seems to care more about protecting Languish than he does himself. It makes sense, though. The only real threat Life Force faces is another epic. Languish's building is a 4-story Spring Hill Suites hotel. Every entrance but one has been sealed off. The courtyard is 40 feet wide and covered in landmines. The hotel is nearly 100 feet away from any other structure and is surrounded by a 5-foot-thick, 2-story concrete wall. Ravens guard every inch of the first 3 floors. From what I've been able to determine, only the top floor has light security. Is there a basement? I asked, tilting my head as I studied the transparent model. She shook her head. What you're seeing are basic utility tunnels. The pipes are too small to crawl through. I already checked. We could scale the walls, Herschel said, zooming in on the roof. The top floor has minimal security. To do that, we'd first have to breach the exterior fortress wall, cross the minefield, get past the perimeter guards that move around that place like ants, and scale 2 well-lit stories. Even at night, we'd be fully visible until about halfway up the wall of the 3rd floor. What about a grappling hook? I said, pinching the model to zoom out until adjacent buildings appeared. There's a 3-story Wells Fargo on the other side of the concrete wall here. I pointed to the bank. Maybe we could shoot a cable to Languish's building and crawl across it. That might work, she said. Except there are guard towers here, here, and here. She pointed at the image. We'd be crawling too slowly. Even if we created some sort of distraction and dressed completely in black, the watchtower guards would notice someone inchworming their way across a 100-foot gap from the Wells Fargo. Not to mention that the Spring Hill Suites has had its windows upgraded to reinforced bulletproof glass. Bet you it ain't bulletproof against a .50 caliber Browning, Herschel said, motioning to a pile of scorch notes. Yeah, but I'll bet they hear those gunshots from a mile away, Paige said. Didn't you pack suppressors among them scorch notes? Wade asked me. That still doesn't solve the problem of how we'd get to the window in the first place, Paige said. Besides, even silenced, the blowout from the window is going to be pretty noticeable. Unless we had a distraction, Herschel said. A couple bricks of C4 tend to draw an eye or two. I've thought of that too, she said, sitting down. Say we can get the window open and buy ourselves a good 30-second distraction. How are we going to get to that open window in the first place? And more importantly, how are we going to get out with a prisoner? I stared hard at the blueprints. My eyes kept flicking to the 3-story Wells Fargo across the courtyard. This hallway, I said, pointing to Languish's fortress and swiping to hide the exterior walls. The one at the end of the bulletproof window. It's a good 50 feet long. Yeah, she said. I guess. How does that help us? I looked up and gave her a wicked smile. I'm thinking of trying something crazy. I mean, really crazy. She gave me the same mischievous look she used to give me when we trained together at the coop. I do like crazy, she said. Good, I nodded once. Then I think it's time to burn a blue scorch note. Herschel and I cleared a space in the garage, and then I set the blue scorch note on the concrete floor. I held the motivator-powered lighter to the corner of the note. Purple sparks sprayed from the paper as it caught fire. The flames burned away the paper until only ashes were left, and 5 additional scorch notes. Big ones. Scorch notes inside scorch notes. I'd worried the journey to Lux would somehow corrupt the notes, but so far they seemed undamaged. The 5 new scorch notes were each as big and thick as dinner plates. Paige unfolded 4 of them to reveal 4 identical, full-sized blueprints for Kawasaki Ninja electric racing motorcycle bikes, with supercharged battery packs and gravitonic boost nodes. Together we laid out the 4 motorcycle blueprints in the garage and lit them one by one. 4 sleek black motorcycles remained in the ashes. My gaze lingered on the unburnt scorch note, my stomach twisting with the knowledge that it would never see Abigail as its rider. Wade ran his hands over the seat of the bike nearest him. Paige mounted one of the motorcycles and turned it on. The bike filled the garage with a soft purr. It was an electric motor built to be as quiet as possible,
In idle, someone standing nearby would barely be able to tell the hum apart from a large freezer chest.
It's quiet, she said.
Herschel grunted. Still feels risky. Paige revved the bike to test the sound. Even at a medium throttle, the sound of our voices at conversational volume carried comfortably over the motor.
The sound's not going to carry through the walls of any of the homes, she said. No one will notice we're there.
Of course they'll notice, he said. We're driving around the city on sparking motorcycles.
Ravens don't patrol residential streets, Paige said, killing the engine and stepping off the bike. Not that I know of, at least. Life Force wants his people to feel safe without feeling like they're being scrutinized by the untrusting eyes of a tyrant. His vision, at least the one he spins to his soldiers, isn't domination, it's utopia. He wants to create a perfect society that can function without guards lurking around front yards and peeking into windows. And so far it's sort of worked. People feel safe and autonomous.
All at the small price of murder and plundering, of course, I said. In the end, it's what tyrants do. Build unforgettable kingdoms on the backs of forgettable victims.
I didn't say what he's doing is right, she said. But in this situation, it works to our benefit. If any residents spot us in the middle of the night racing through the streets in the dark, in decipherable uniforms and grav bikes, they're going to think we're only ravens heading from our homes to a night shift or something.
And what if the ravens catch us on the bikes? Herschel asked.
They're looking for us anyway, right? A group of 4 wandering around in the dead of night would likely get just as much scrutiny, with or without the grav bikes. In that case, however, I'd rather be on a bike.
Maybe, Herschel said. It still feels too exposed.
I can plan a route through the city that will minimize potential raven contact, Wade said. Just like in the tunnels. We can bypass raven housing districts, tunnel entrances and exits, and topside buildings with any sort of raven connection.
What do you think, Jax? Herschel said, giving me a glance. It worked in the tunnels, I said. It sounds like a good plan. I looked at Paige. What time is this city the quietest?
3 or 4 in the morning. Same as down below.
I say we do it. All right, Herschel said. Why not? We all gotta die sometime, right? Chapter 31. At 2:30 in the morning, I took the packet of tactical clothing I had prepared before we'd left the ground. It was a clean set of urban camo with patterns in grays and blacks. I undressed and put on the uniform the way I had 1,000 times before. We filed into the living room, and the team began stocking packs with gear and weapons. Zip ties, I said, looking around the room. Where are the zip ties? Herschel tossed me a bag, and I shoved it into a pocket at my side. Everyone ready? He said, sliding a long magazine into a Barrett Rec 7 and clicking it in place. Outfitted in tactical gear and stocked with bullets and explosives, we looked formidable. However, I'd had that thought once before when the Reckoners gathered in the coop. And now, we were all that was left. This time there was no speech. We simply headed to the garage, mounted the bikes, and were off. The cool night air whipped past my face as I sped down the streets. If anyone did see us, I didn't see them. The engines of even the 4 bikes combined wouldn't be loud enough to draw attention, and it was mostly dark enough to hide our shapes. We followed Wade's route through the dark without our headlights on, trusting the night vision goggles to be enough. Eventually, we left the residential neighborhoods and entered the commercial districts. Life Force had kept much of the original architecture while converting it into businesses that suited Lux's needs. I doubted Lux needed a bank the size of the Wells Fargo we were headed to, but as far as our Fathom diagnostics could determine, Life Force hadn't yet converted the building into anything else. When we'd taken the initial readings months ago, there hadn't been any personnel whatsoever in the building. My guess was that Life Force wanted a buffer around Languish for his so-called security. It made sense to stick him in a hotel surrounded by ravens. Isolation was an effective form of imprisonment, after all. As we approached Languish's building, the floodlights surrounding the building gave the grounds near daytime brightness. But all that light only served to bathe the Wells Fargo in deeper shadow. That was always the trade-off of so much light. It made the black at its edges even deeper. I could still remember as a child sitting at the kitchen table at night. The lights overhead were so bright, and the windows, with the blinds open, were completely black. I'd always wondered if someone was outside looking in. Tonight, we were the watchers in the dark. Wade and I parked our bikes near some bushes on the side farthest from the hotel, while Herschel and Paige rode off in opposite directions to plant diversionary charges on the outskirts of Languish's hotel. I unloaded a pair of compression grappling rifles and handed one to Wade. Together, we fired 2 lines to the roof of the Wells Fargo. It was a flat-top building with the roof accessible from a service entrance. The grappling hook ends looped around and anchored to the railing that surrounded the building top. We attached climbing assist hand descenders to the ropes and scaled the wall in silence. Once we reached the top, we crept forward in a crouch until we were near the edge of the building. There, we lay prone to peek over the edge and assess the Raven security surrounding the Spring Hill suites. I watched for any sign of Paige and Herschel. Despite knowing that they were out there planting charges around the building, I couldn't spot them anywhere. The Ravens below wandered in regular patrol fashion, much the way they did in the tunnels. Herschel and Paige were back in less than 20 minutes. I hadn't even heard them climb the grappling ropes. They simply snuck to the edge and joined us.
"Now all you gotta do is make it through that little window right there," Wade said, a smile in his tone. He pointed to the window I'd been staring at this whole time. "Fathom says it's 48 inches tall, so good luck."
The window, nearly a block away, looked minuscule. Herschel squinted at it. "This is a dumb idea. You know that, right?" "If it works, do I get to add it to the bucket book?" Herschel held out his hand and made a beckoning motion. I took the book from my pocket and gave it to him. He opened the book to where the pen was wedged in the spine, flipped to the end, and started a new line. Then he tucked the pen into the book and returned it to me. "You come back alive, and you get 2. I looked at the entries he'd added. Number 170. Evel Knievel your way through a window without splattering against a wall. Number 171. Make it back alive. I squinted at the entry. Who's Evel Knievel? He smiled. Hopefully you are. You think this is going to work? He turned and studied the tiny distant window. Nah, I doubt it. You'll probably end up more Jackson Pollock than Evel Knievel. I didn't know who that was either, but my stomach winced at his words. I wanted to make some snarky retort, but as I looked at the 48-inch pane of glass, I couldn't help but think he was probably right. Wade began setting up a ramp at the edge of the roof using a simple board, while Paige unfolded the blue scorch note that held Abigail's motorcycle. It burned quickly, leaving a bike in its place on the roof. Get to 52 miles per hour exactly, Herschel said. Wade returned, looking over Herschel's shoulder at the paper in his hand.
"Math?" he said, confused. "Aren't you supposed to be the badass demolitions expert, not a nerd? Math is supposed to be my thing."
Herschel put the pencil behind one of his ears and turned to Wade. Demolitions is math. Why do you think I still got all of these? He lifted both hands and wiggled all 10 fingers. Wade looked down at Herschel's missing leg and lifted an eyebrow. You got something to say? Herschel asked. Wade only glanced away. Okay, I said. I'm ready to go. 52 miles per hour, right? 52 miles per hour, Herschel said. Let's get to it then. Paige unslung the long rifle from her back and jogged to her position at the edge of the building, right next to the ramp. Wade, I said as I mounted the bike. You ready? He shrugged.
Ready as I can be.
I spooled up the bike's engine. Light it up, I said to Herschel. The man pulled out a detonator and gave me a half smile. Kaboom, he said, pressing the button. A string of explosions erupted on the east side of Languish's building. Paige fired into the small window in time with each of the bursts, the noise of the booms hiding the crack of her gunshots. The window turned white with spiderwebs of cracks. Wade scanned the streets below, binoculars pressed to his face.
We got him! Every Raven's head is turned! Go now!
Another well-timed explosion muffled the already quiet hum of my motorcycle's engine. I shot forward, eyes half on the speedometer and half on the ramp ahead of me. 52 miles per hour. I focused on the small window across the massive 100-foot gap before me. My stomach felt like spaghetti. The window looked so small from here. Impossibly small. Like the window from a dollhouse. What am I doing? I thought. I'm going to die. And that was the last thought that crossed my mind as my front tire met the edge of the ramp. The motorcycle launched up into the air. One more time, Paige. As if in response, Paige fired again, and the reinforced bulletproof window turned even more impossibly white with cracks. But it didn't break. She fired again and again, little holes appearing in the window ahead until it was filled with holes, yet somehow still standing upright in its frame. Awesome, I thought. I'm dead. This would probably be the most spectacularly embarrassing failure in Reckoner history.
I could already hear the stories. Did you hear about that Texas reckoner who died last week from smashing against a bulletproof window? Splattered like an egg thrown against a brick wall. What an idiot. I swallowed. Another hole appeared in the window as Paige fired a final round. No time for another shot, I thought. I crouched low and squeezed my eyes shut as over 600 pounds of motorcycle and idiot rider slammed into the window. By some miracle, the weakened glass buckled under the combined force of weight and velocity as I smashed through into the building. My arms strained to keep the handlebars straight as tires met carpet. Heart still thundering in my chest, I slowed the bike halfway down the hallway. I shivered, trying to shake away the tension as I dismounted. Shouts and movement from outside reached all the way up to my floor, but around me, it was silent. Last door on the right, I recalled from the Fathom schematics. I sped the bike down the hallway, skidding to a stop right at the end of it. It wouldn't be long before guards from the lower stories came to check on Languish. On cue, a pair of boots echoed from the stairwell. I listened by the door. The Raven had come alone. I backed against the wall and waited. The stairwell door swung open, hiding me from view. When it closed, I stepped forward and struck the Raven. I'd learned from my fight with Paige that their torsos were heavily armored. Their necks, however... The Raven stumbled forward, disoriented. I looped a zip tie around his neck and cinched it tight. He clawed at the plastic band, but it was heavy-duty nylon with a tensile strength of over 250 pounds. It wasn't coming off. He collapsed, still scratching at his neck. Before I could stop him, he pulled a grenade from one of the dozens of pockets in his uniform. I grabbed his wrist, but he managed to pull the pin too quickly. I fumbled for the grenade. It slipped from the Raven's hand, falling at my feet. My heart compressed. Sparks! It was right in front of me, and I didn't have time to dive away. I scooped up the grenade, turned to face the wall, then activated my newly repaired boomerang watch. The hallway disappeared, and I was hovering mid-air. I hurled the grenade as far as I could as my body fell through the air toward the concrete parking stall below me. Before I hit the ground, I reactivated boomerang and reappeared in the hallway. The Raven with the zip tie around his neck was unconscious. Voices shouted from outside as the grenade exploded. Down below, the stairwell filled with a stampede of clomping boots. I opened the stairwell door and rolled a grenade of my own down one flight, ripping apart stairs, railing, and walls. The floor shook with the explosion. Hopefully that will slow things down, I thought to myself, casually closing the door. But I knew I had to move fast. I faced Languish's closed door, drew my pistol, and, not bothering to check the handle, kicked hard. The door flung open. Languish stood across the room from me. Male, Mediterranean, clean-trimmed beard, dark shoulder-length hair pulled back, wearing a t-shirt under a blazer. It was him. He watched me enter, but didn't show any sign of fear or other emotion.
Sounds a bit explosion-y out there. Assuming that was you?
He glanced at the pistol in my hands, pointed directly at him. I leveled the pistol and curled my finger around the trigger. In that moment, as I stared at Languish, I saw the man from the tubes with the broken nose, the bent arm, and the sword wound. Injuries I had caused. My finger flexed, itching to pull the trigger despite the image. It would be so easy, and given the situation, even justifiable. I shoved the gun into its holster, then crossed the room. I grabbed Languish, looped my arm around his neck in a sleeper hold, and waited for him to fall limp. In a few seconds, he crumpled to the ground. "Time to go," I said, grabbing his ankles and hauling his unconscious body across the room and into the hall. Rubble clacked and shifted in the stairwell as ravens negotiated the fresh debris. Despite the obstacle, they'd be up here soon. I looked down the hall, realizing I'd forgotten to set up the window ramp for the return after I'd first landed. I snatched up the wooden slats Herschel had strapped to the back of the bike and ran to the window, constructing a ramp in record time. My stomach clenched as I realized it was at least 6 inches too short. If I sped up the ramp, my bike would clip the edge of the sill and I'd tumble gracelessly over the edge. In that moment, I realized I had two choices. I could either pull the ramp back from the window, guesstimating how much distance I'd need from the window to clear the sill, or... I shrugged, pulling my second and last grenade from my belt and rolling it toward the window. It exploded, vaporizing the window and wall. What a lovely invention, I thought to myself, realizing how many problems could be solved with a couple grenades. I rushed forward to the now tattered edge of the building and set the ramp in place, then ran back to Languish. Glancing back to the stairwell door, I could hear the ravens' voices behind it. They'd almost made it to the top. "Time to go, buddy," I said, grabbing Languish's body and heaving it onto my back.
I zip-tied his ankles to my ankles, knees to my knees, elbows to elbows, and wrists to wrists. 8 zip ties later, I'd turned Languish into a human backpack. I thought back to my peaches training, when Zeph had forced me through obstacles wearing a canvas pack filled to the brim with cans of peaches. With Languish strapped to my body, it was the first moment in my life I was grateful for training with those damn peaches. I stumbled forward, my body now twice its weight. Every movement made me feel like a shuffling zombie instead of the slick assassin I was supposed to be. Right as I mounted the motorcycle seat, a boot kicked open the stairwell door. Ravens climbed into the hallway. A bullet ripped through the air over my head. I revved the bike and shot forward down the hallway. More bullets followed, tearing through walls and shattering the wood around us into tiny splinters. "Go, go, go!" I yelled at the bike. I couldn't remember how fast Herschel had told me to go on the return trip, but I didn't much care as I cranked the bike full throttle. Walls whipped past me as I sped down the hall. My front tire hit the ramp and catapulted me out the window. Stomach lurching, I flew out into the open air. Time froze for a moment as I hung there between the buildings, the cool night air filling my lungs. Paige's eyes watched me with wide awe. She was mouthing something to me that I couldn't read. "Don't die," I thought, gripping the handlebars so tightly my knuckles felt like stone. I landed hard on the roof of the other building, sending a jolt through my whole frame. "Got about 100 ravens on my tail," I shouted, rolling from the motorcycle. Languish cushioned my fall, which gave me a certain amount of satisfaction as I thought about all the lives he'd helped to ruin. "Let's go!" I could still hear shouting from the Spring Hill Suites hallway. Paige's arms wrapped a belt around my waist, then buckled it tight. "Clip on," she said. At the opposite edge of the building, Herschel had harpooned a zip line leading down to the streets. Paige helped me clip the belt and carabiner to the line. Then she shoved me off the edge of the building. Chapter 32. Life Force stared at the reckoner traitor who stood before his golden throne. The man glanced around the gilded room, the glitter of gold pulling at his attention. 3 steps led up to the throne. Life Force appreciated the way it forced people to lift their chins to meet his eyes. In a city built on the premise of strength and elevation, his subjects would always look up to him when they stood before his throne, never quite equal. "You, asked to see me, sir?" the reckoner traitor said. The demon in Life Force's belly growled at the man's voice, but Life Force didn't show the man his demon. Instead, he said nothing, only thought of the weakness inherent in the man's vanity he so easily exploited. Though his face had been healed, the reckoner traitor still met the looks of others with a slight tilt of his head, as if hiding the overcooked hamburger that had once formed the side of his skull. It was as if the skin had never truly healed, as if an irreparable scar that only the reckoner traitor could see lurked under the perfect pink flesh. Life Force waited until the silence felt interminable, and then he waited longer. Yet the traitor did not speak. "Why are you here?" Life Force said after a long moment. The traitor gave him a confused look. "My squad sergeant said I was to report to you immediately." "And why would I ask to see you?" His vacant, doltish expression suggested he did not belong in a place of higher beings. Either he was a genuine idiot, or he was a master manipulator. It was unlikely to be the latter. "I don't know," he said. "Have you been informed of recent events?" Life Force asked. The traitor glanced at his wrist module. "It's 4 in the morning. I was asleep. I don't know what's going on." "Languish," Life Force said, debasing himself and having to explain something the traitor likely already knew, "is gone." The man's eyes widened. "What? Gone where?" Life Force leaned forward. "That's what you are going to tell me. Your friends escaped the tubes. People don't escape the tubes. No one ever has. Until, of course, you became a raven. Then what do you think happened?" Life Force didn't wait for an answer. "Languish was taken from his home, and the story's still not over. You see, the abductors escaped on motorcycles. Motorcycles! I trust the citizens of Lux. I give them almost everything they could want, but I don't give them motorcycles. In fact, I didn't even know we had motorcycles up here. Does any of this sound suspicious?"
You tell me. The blubbering began. Exactly as expected. The reckoner trader babbled on and on. The man's eyes were as wide as eyes could go, like a fish. His voice changed pitches with nearly every word. His hands flailed about in front of him, as if a swarm of gnats had clouded around his head.
Please, he said. I'm telling the truth. I swear to you. You have to believe me.
I'm sorry. I wasn't listening to any of that, Life Force said. He motioned for a nearby raven. There was always a raven standing nearby. They were like paintings in an art gallery. Everywhere he turned, there was another. Sir, the raven said, standing at attention. Secure every ladder station in the city, Life Force said. No one gets out. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Have you been able to track the kidnappers? The raven shook his head. No. We sent out an alert immediately, but no one has spotted them. The vehicles didn't have lights and were inaudible from a distance. Keep looking. The soldier nodded and marched away. Life Force stared at the reckoner traitor still quivering before him. He let the silence between them cut like a knife through the man's naked emotions. Finally, Life Force stood from his throne. I'd like your help with something, he said.
Yes, of course. Whatever you need.
Life Force stepped forward and walked past the man. He didn't turn to make sure he was being followed. He knew the man would follow. It's what they all did. Eventually, everyone fell in line and followed wherever he led. There's a room I'd like to show you. The demon in his belly purred at this. He walked from the palace to the underground laboratory. When he opened the main door to the lab, he was met with a familiar sense of iodine, fresh plastics, and chlorinated solvents. Without fail, those smells brought feelings of adventure mixed with frustration. Soon the frustrations would be over. But as Life Force thought about it, he wondered if, possibly, the excitement of frustration was all part of the game. Perhaps it was that vexing standoff that carried with it the thrill of potential. On to new adventures, he said quietly. Sir? The former reckoner said behind him. Life Force ignored him. He looked around for the doctor, but Peric was nowhere to be found. Life Force turned right and walked forward until he stood before the red door leading to the chrysalis hollows. You are one of the few who will ever see the inside of this room, Life Force said, turning to the reckoner traitor. Only Dr. Peric and I can access the inside. Consider yourself noteworthy. Thank you, sir, he said. His tone sounded unsure and fearful. Life Force entered a code on the door's keypad. The digital numbers faded, awaiting his handprint, which he provided. Electronic latches fell, and the door opened. He led the reckoner traitor inside the white corridor with its frosted panes of glass clouding the contents of each chrysalis chamber. The traitor walked slowly after him, as if unsure whether he wanted to follow. Here we are, Life Force said, stopping in front of one of the panes of frosted glass. He placed his hand in the center. It turned clear, then opened outward like a door. This is your chamber. He beckoned the man forward. My chamber? Yes. Please. He motioned for the man to enter. He did so, looking around the empty white space, no bigger than a closet. Life Force took an aluminum case from his pocket. He opened it, revealing 3 syringes. Terror and panic flooded the man's face, but he didn't move. They never moved. Each was the same, one mindless sheep after another. Each stood there without verbal complaint, silently begging Life Force for some answer to an unknown question. Tilt your head to the left, Life Force said. The man glanced past Life Force to the hallway, as if something inside him had told him to run. Do it, the demon in Life Force's belly whispered. Run. Try to flee. But they never ran. Why would they never run? Cowards. All of them. The reckoner traitor did not, however, tilt his head. What are you going to do to me? He asked instead. Life Force lowered the syringe in his hand. "You are a raven now," he said, "immortal as a stone. This," he lifted the syringe and examined it, "is your next level of ascension. Do you wish to ascend?" The reckoner stared at the needle as if it would come alive and devour him.
"What does that mean?"
"There is but one way to find out. Are you with me, or are you a coward?" The reckoner chewed at his lip, and then, like all those before him, complied. His head tilted in a stiff motion, as if his primal brain was screaming to an unheeding body that danger awaited in exposing one's neck to such vulnerability. Life Force pushed the needle into his neck and emptied the most precious contents of all Lux into his bloodstream. They stood together in silence. Life Force counted inside his head. 7, 8, 9, as he stared intently into the man's eyes. The Reckoner Trader's eyes, on the other hand, flitted about, never firmly locking on to Life Force's. Excitement built inside Life Force as the seconds passed without incident. When the count reached 30 seconds, he spoke again. "How do you feel?" The man shook his head. I don't feel anything." 39, 40, 41. Life Force's chest fluttered in excitement, and the demon in his belly perked up with anticipation. 51, 52, 53. The man's eyes suddenly stopped dancing about mindlessly. His eyes were no longer an uncomfortable, awkward mess of nervousness. True fear now gripped them as they locked onto some arbitrary point in space, thoughts and questions pulling the mind behind those eyes into focus. "Tell me what you feel," Life Force said. "What's happening?" The man touched his neck.
"There's something inside me." He scratched lightly at the point of injection. 65, 66, 67, and then he scratched harder and harder. What's happening to me? What did you put inside of me?" They always asked the same questions. 81, 82, 83. "Get it out!" And they always made the same demands. "Get it out of me!" "Focus," Life Force said. "Tell me what it feels like. Specifically." The man screamed. He looked over his body, scratching at his arms and chest and face, and, like all the rest, the questions and demands faded into the simplicity of screams. 90, 91, 92. "Don't fight it," Life Force said. "It belongs there. Embrace it." But there was no reasoning with a madman. Like always, Life Force felt the frustration building inside him as he watched the man before him slip further and further into madness. He beat at his own face, threw his body against the walls, screamed and clawed and writhed. Life Force sighed. 97. Life Force stepped back and closed the door, cutting off the sounds of screaming. He took a notepad and a pen from his pocket. Dr. Perrick had been trying to get him to use a computer for some time now, but a notepad suited him fine. He began to write. 67 seconds at 100% stability. 97 seconds until full psychological collapse. He looked up from his notepad and stared through the glass at the madman thrashing around the small space. Soon it was over, and there was silence once again. Life Force opened the door, his own words echoing in his mind. Immortal as a stone. Well, apparently this stone had shattered and crumbled to bits, and whatever was left was now dead as a stone. He looked at his notebook and scribbled another line. Full physical collapse at around 3 minutes. Every time Dr. Perrick asked him to more precisely time his measurements, Life Force wanted to use the words about and around even more. Let men in glasses use stopwatches and computers. He flipped through some of the doctor's notes. The Reckoner boy had helped them so much without even meaning to. Life Force was so close. Try adding more glycerin next time, he wrote, before jotting down the date and approximate time of day. He placed his palm on the glass, and the clear surface frosted over until he could no longer see the crumpled corpse. lying in a tangled heap on the floor. Chapter 33. Safely back at the makeshift headquarters, I dropped Languish onto the couch. Before we tried to wake him, I grabbed his small vial and filled it with a sample of his blood. I slid the vial into a small silver motivator, already prepped and ready for it, then sat at the table and began stripping the ends of wires to connect it to a fresh circuit board. Herschel slapped the Epic's face a few times until he regained consciousness. Languish looked at each of us. There was far less emotion in his eyes than I'd expected. No anger, fear, or hatred. He simply cleared his throat, straightened his shirt, then lightly massaged his left shoulder.
"Would one of you be so kind as to bring me a glass of water with lemon?" he asked. "My throat feels a bit raw."
Is he being serious?
Wade asked.
"If you wouldn't mind,"
Languish said. "We ain't your servants," Herschel said, trying to sound intimidating, though Languish didn't seem intimidated at all. I looked up from my work on the motivator. Languish met Herschel's stare.
I assume you've taken me from my home to acquire information? Information that would be much easier for me to offer if my throat didn't feel quite so dry. Now, water with lemon, please?"
"I don't think you understand who's in control here," Herschel said, resting his palm on the butt of a knife sheathed at his belt.
Being in control doesn't have to undermine basic civility, now does it?
"Herschel,"
Paige said softly.
"it's fine. I can get him a glass of water."
She walked from the room and returned a moment later with a cup. Languish took it and squinted at Paige.
"You were on my building staff. What are you doing here?"
Paige shrugged.
"I was never really a security technician. That's more Wade's field."
"I'm not sure I understand."
"It don't matter," Herschel cut in. "We're the ones asking the questions here. Now answer me. You can dampen the powers of other epics. That right?" Languish ignored him and continued to look at Paige.
"Where am I?"
he asked. "That ain't important," Herschel said. "Answer the question."
"We're somewhere safe,"
Paige said. Languish silently snorted.
"Safe. I assume we're still in Lux, given the fresh coat of paint on the walls and the clean carpets. And if we're in Lux, then I'm afraid you are rather mistaken. We are not safe."
"You ain't, that's for sure," Herschel said, fiddling with the dagger at his belt. Languish eyed the motion.
"I don't appreciate being threatened,"
he said.
"Besides, what do you think you can do to me that life force cannot heal?"
"We don't need to start with the whole torture and intimidation stuff,"
Paige said.
"Look at him. He's willing to talk without that, aren't you?"
Languish lifted his chin.
"I know why you've come here to Lux, and it's not for the popcorn. You're here to destroy this place. Tell me I'm wrong."
Herschel shrugged. "Sounds about right." Paige shot him a reprimanding look.
"There are thousands of innocents here, and if possible we want to save them, not kill them."
"That doesn't sound like what Meathead over there said,"
Languish said.
"Besides, why would I help you people bring about the end of my life here? I'm rather content in Lux. Or I was, before you kidnapped me."
"You're the only one who can stop Life Force," Paige continued.
"Why would I want to stop him? Do you know what I had to eat last night?"
Languish asked.
"Sushi. Sushi with Chardonnay. There was more bluefin tuna on my plate than I could have eaten in a whole day. We're miles up in the sky in the middle of Texas. Where did my cooks find bluefin tuna? It's baffling. But you know what? It tasted divine. And I'm no wine expert, but the Chardonnay was nothing to complain about either. Have any of you ever tasted sushi?"
He looked at each of us, but we didn't respond.
"I didn't think so. I even have a lakefront property in the officers' estates. Lakefront property is hard to come by 30,000 feet in the air. Now, tell me, why would I willingly give up a life where people treat me like a prince? Why would I give up soft beds, servants, and chocolate? Why would I give up lakefront property, sushi, and Chardonnay?"
"We both know that life is cheap, and that up here it can disappear in an instant. I think you're searching for an opportunity to care about more than just yourself."
Paige stepped forward and sat on the bed beside him.
"You talk of servants and power and money, but you're not like the other epics. I've seen it in you. You're different."
"You don't know me." I know epics, she said. They're not usually people who will sit and have a conversation like you're having with me now. Even the weaker epics are cruel and mean and only want to hurt those around them. I worked on your staff for a long time. You aren't cruel to your servants. I'd be willing to bet that there's more decency in you than you're willing to let others see. The absence of cruelty is not the same as decency, Languish argued.
Paige shrugged.
Maybe not, but it doesn't change how I feel.
Unfortunately, it doesn't change how I feel either.
Do you know what he's doing to those people in the tunnel chambers?
Languish gave her a flat look.
My dear, I'm not a simpleton. Of course I know. And I also know, as do you, that's not even the worst of it. And you're completely okay with it all?
For the first time, I could see hesitation in his expression.
You say I'm not like the other epics, he said. That is true. I can't throw lightning from my fingertips. I can't crack the earth or bottle fire. I can't command steel or shape stone. The truth, the sad truth, is that I'm not much different than you. We are both in the center of a terrible ocean of epics that howl and rage around us. The only difference between you and me is that you are a plastic inflatable raft, while I am an island, immovable against the waves. But whether island or raft, one does not control the ocean. One merely endures it.
This ain't working, Herschel said. He doesn't want to help. I think it's time for a different approach.
Ah, and so it is revealed. You're no different than Life Force, Languish said. As expected, you are but petty thugs who spew rhetoric. Lure me in with ideologies of decency and goodness, and when I refuse to help, you turn to torture and brutality. You're no better than the epics you hunt. Back off, Herschel, Paige snapped. No one's going to torture you, she said to Languish.
He ain't gonna help us, Herschel protested. And the Ravens are probably already out there in full force looking for us. You want to spend all day trying to make friends with someone who only sees us as thugs?
Being a reckoner is about more than killing epics, Paige said, the harshness in her tone softening. It's about fighting against insurmountable odds to remake the world as it once was. It's about saving lives and building hope instead of burning what's left in the world. There is a whole city full of people here that I'm not going to let die. If that means sacrificing myself, or even all of us, then that's going to be the cost. But despite the plan, I'm not going to send them to a watery death.
She looked at Languish.
Maybe a life raft can't withstand the ocean, but an island can at least keep these people from drowning.
We should at least try it her way, I said from the table. That coming from you, Herschel said with a scoff. I shrugged. It's worth a try. Do what you want, girl, Herschel said. I ain't in charge, and I don't want to be.
What can you tell me about Life Force's DNA experiments, Asher? Paige asked. We've been to his lab.
He gave her a surprised look.
The last person who spoke my real name was Life Force. That was a long time ago. You knew him before Calamity?
We were friends, Asher continued.
We worked at Target together. Do you remember Target?
Paige nodded.
Sort of. Thought I'd always be wearing one of those red shirts. He shrugged. Then we became epics. Well, Life Force became an epic. I didn't feel much like one. I was sort of an anti-epic. Powers that merely suppress powers don't exactly make one feel very powerful. But from the beginning, Life Force looked at me like I was some sort of god. He said he'd always protect me, take care of me. He said we were meant to protect each other. What changed him?
Languish shrugged again. To Paige's credit, he was beginning to look a great deal more relaxed the more he spoke freely.
A lot of people changed after Calamity appeared. And not only the obvious change with getting new powers, they became something else. Cruel, mean, hateful. It didn't happen right away, but the more Life Force used his powers, the darker he grew.
I nodded to myself. Prof had told us years ago that he believed the more frequently epics used their powers, the more depraved they became.
Perhaps that was why Languish was the way he was. He hadn't used his powers nearly as much.
So, Calamity changed him?
Paige asked.
Like all the other epics?
Languish considered the thought, then shook his head.
I don't think it was only that. He changed long before Calamity. I think it was Vera. Who's Vera?
Languish leaned back on the couch, and a look of reminiscence washed over him.
The three of us were good friends once, until Life Force and Vera were more than that. It's strange when your friends start dating each other, especially when there's only the three of you. I always felt like I didn't quite belong. But I imagine that's how it is. I couldn't complain, though. They were good for each other. He loved her more than anything else. They were a sweet couple. One of those couples you look at and want to be like. And he took care of her the best he could, but, well, we worked retail. Neither of us had much schooling. Might have worn a red shirt and name badge our whole lives if the world didn't change around us.
Languish shook his head.
But he spent every spare dollar on that woman. Flowers and chocolate almost every week. Finally, he gathered the courage to ask her to marry him. He didn't have enough for a diamond, so he bought her a simple silver ring. Now, Vera was a sweet girl. She really was. But she wasn't exactly a girl who wore silver. I'll never forget it. I was there, supposed to be filming the whole thing. She took that ring from his hands and stared at it like she was embarrassed to put it on. Then she looked at him and asked, "Don't you think I'm worth more than silver?" He said of course she was, but this only seemed to frustrate her more. She tried to give it back, but he wouldn't take it. She dropped it right then and there. I can still remember the little sound it made when it hit the sidewalk. Then she turned around and was done with him. Honestly, I was pretty surprised by the whole thing. Sure, Vera had finer tastes than the rest of us, but I didn't think she'd react so harshly. Getting so upset about something so insignificant? He shook his head. It certainly wasn't the kindest thing she'd done. The whole thing devastated Life Force. Devastated him so much, he tried ending his own life. But as bad luck would have it, that was the moment he became an epic. And from that moment on, he decided that he'd never again be without. I think that's why he made this place what it is. He's a king here, one of the richest people still alive. It wasn't long after that he turned too. His powers changed him. Vera's rejection changed him. I don't know. A lot changed him, I suppose. Whatever happened to her?
Paige asked. Languish cleared his throat and picked at a piece of fuzz on his shirt. He didn't meet her eyes as he responded.
Like I said, Life Force took the whole thing pretty hard. When you hurt an epic like him, one with that much power, well, it's not the sort of thing you really get to walk away from in one piece.
Paige and I shared a glance.
But even after he and I turned, Languish continued, he wasn't like he was now. He had big dreams. Talked of a golden city in the clouds, a place where we could rule in paradise. I fantasized too, but that's all it was for me, a fantasy. Not him. He became obsessed. Spent years looking for epics like Wingflare and Cloudbreaker in order to make all of this possible. I was his personal bodyguard, and I suppose he was mine. But ever since we founded Lux, he's been trying to steal the powers of other epics. DNA splicing, gene modification, transfusion, biomerging. Is that possible?
Paige asked. Languish shrugged.
I don't know. But it doesn't stop him from trying whenever he has the chance. I honestly don't know when he started trying to merge my DNA with his. We'd been through so many battles, so much blood of mine he could have collected. But by the time I'd found out, his veins were flowing, riddled with it. I knew in that moment, however, that he was only trying to take my powers so he could get rid of me and rule his paradise uncontested. That was the first time I tried to stop him. But with so much of my blood inside him, my powers didn't work. No, That's not true, Paige said. We found Dr. Perrick in the lab and convinced him to give us some answers. I'm guessing those answers didn't come through civil conversation and glasses of water.
Paige flushed a bit.
He told us the truth. You're not as powerless over life force as you might think. How do you mean? He tricked you. He only made you think you couldn't hurt him. Your powers still work against him, but he knew that if you knew that, you'd always have power over him.
Asher stared at her for a long moment. Finally, he slowly shook his head.
I am well aware of the extent of my powers. I cannot stop him, despite what you may believe. You're being controlled by him.
Aren't we all?
He tilted his head at Paige, as if trying to connect with her in some mutual moment of understanding.
I know the cost of doing what's right, but paying that cost is what makes us strong. You're stronger than you think.
This coming from a plastic life raft.
Paige winced at the comment.
I'm simply asking you to try.
And I am politely declining your request.
Asher met each of our eyes.
Anything you try against life force will fail. You can run or you can die, but anyone who has stood against him is no more. He is too strong, too smart, and as unsympathetic as a needle.
He ain't gonna help us, Paige, Herschel said. Asher looked at him.
For once, we are in agreement.
Chapter 34. The four of us took shifts watching Languish throughout the night. He was obviously used to being constantly surrounded by guards. Most of the time he acted like we weren't even around. When it wasn't my turn, I should have taken the time to sleep, but instead I tinkered with the motivators in the basement. I'd mostly given up on Glimmer, knowing I probably needed a better workshop with precise instruments to conduct more accurate tests. The DNA was incredibly volatile. It supercharged anything in its output stream, which either resulted in melting or burning.
Try a microburst,
Paige said over my shoulder. She'd been working with me for the last 4 hours, and in that time, we'd managed to almost burn down the house 3 times.
Maybe calibrate its energy release with a time-based limiter, say 1 millisecond?
She helped me disassemble the alarm clock in the master bedroom and solder its timing mechanism circuitry into the main board. I wired the motivator to release a charge of energy for exactly 1 millisecond before shutting off. We'd found a box fan in a closet under the stairs and connected it as the motivator's output device. I set the fan to a normal speed and turned it on. It hummed as it spun. Here goes, I said, activating Glimmer. For a brief moment, so brief I almost didn't notice, the fan whirred so fast its blades became a ghostly blur. Did you see that? I asked.
I did, Paige said. Turn up the dial. Try 5 milliseconds.
I adjusted the motivator and activated it again. The result was undeniable this time. It worked, I said, shutting off the fan. As the blade slowed, Paige sighed.
No, it didn't.
In that tiny amount of time, the fan blades had heated up so considerably that their plastic forms were melted and warped. Oh. We watched the blades turn slowly until they came to a full stop.
Paige mused. Maybe it's the output device. Have you ever tried using another motivator as the output device for a motivator?
I tilted my head. It was something I hadn't even considered, but the idea was exciting. Dangerous, but exciting. Got anything in mind? I asked.
Something safe, she said. Something that couldn't melt or blow us up.
I scanned my piles of tools and motivators, then picked up a coiled sonic snare. This uses sound waves, I said. Those can't melt, right? We could try speeding them up with Glimmer. What do you think? Paige looked from the sonic snare device to Glimmer and shrugged.
It's worth a shot.
I unhooked the coiler and handed it to Paige, who put it into her pocket. Then I took the small box and attached it to Glimmer's silver motivator housing chamber. I wired sonic snare to be the output device for Glimmer and set the timing limiter back to 1 millisecond.
What's that going to do?
Paige asked. I have no sparking clue, I said, aiming it at the plastic casing from what was left of the alarm clock. Probably whatever highly accelerated sound waves would do. I pulled the trigger. The carpet, the floor underneath the carpet, the cement under that, and the dirt under that all blasted into the air. The force of the blast lifted me from the ground and threw me backward.
I slammed into the far wall, collapsing into a heap. Debris rained down in pulverized bits of rock and dust. Where the plastic alarm clock casing had once been was now a deep crater that could comfortably fit a kitchen stove. Boots thundered above. The door to the basement flung open and Herschel and Wade ran down the stairs. "What in the—" Herschel muttered, his jaw limp as he stumbled into the room, staring at the crater. I curled up and tried to stand. "I'm fine," I said, staggering forward. "What happened?" Wade asked, looking at the scattered debris. "Oh, you know," I said. "Testing." "Right," he said. He eyed the glimmer-enhanced sonic snare pistol in my hand. "Is that like a new shockwave gun?" he asked. I turned the device over. "Shockwave? That's a good name." "Where's Languish?" Paige asked, looking around. Just then, Languish's voice cried out from above. The four of us ran up the stairs. Languish was still in the room, but he was wincing and clutching his forearm. "What happened?" Paige asked. He shook his head. "I don't know." "Move your hand," I said to Languish, setting the shockwave gun on the side table and taking his arm. He released his grip, and we all watched as a small red line began to cut into his arm from some invisible knife. After a moment, the line stopped, and another started, crossing over the top until it made the letter T. Slowly, another letter cut through his skin next to it, an R, then an A, until 7 letters had carved their way into his flesh. "Traitor," it said when the letters finally stopped. Languish's eyes snapped to mine. "He knows I'm with you," he said, fear lacing his tone for the first time. "You've condemned us all!" The skin knit itself together. Then more letters began to form, these ones smaller and appearing quicker, until they spelled out the words, "Come back now while there is still forgiveness." We stared at the red letters until they healed and disappeared. "It's all right," I said. "We'll figure out—" Before I could finish, Languish reached to the side table and grabbed Shockwave. "No!" I shouted, but it was too late. He aimed at the wall behind me. Herschel grabbed my shirt, yanking me away. The glimmer-enhanced sound waves slammed against the wall, exploding it into dust and debris. A shock wave knocked Herschel and me to the floor, where loose rubble rained down over us. I couldn't hear anything except for a needling ring that pierced through my head. I felt a pair of hands scoop under my arms and drag me away. My body rolled over and I was staring into Wade's face. He was speaking, but I couldn't hear any of the words he was saying. It looked as if his mouth was forming my name. Jax, 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 but I couldn't hear anything. Finally, a muted noise came through that sounded almost like it was underwater, and I could hear my name being called. I shook my head, trying to rid my ears of the ringing. A distant popping noise came from the direction Languish had run. I thought I was imagining it for a moment, but the others turned and looked toward the sound. They were saying something to each other, but it was too garbled to make out. Finally, their voices became clear, as if my head had finally breached the surface of whatever ocean had been drowning out the sound. "Somebody take him down!" Herschel shouted. I curled up and looked through the opening in the wall that Languish had blasted away. In the distance, he stood with one of our tactical rifles, firing it straight up into the air. "I'm here!" his distant voice shouted. "I'm here! I'm not a traitor!" In that moment, I knew everything was over. Life Force would have Ravens patrolling the whole city looking for Languish, despite whatever peaceful front he was trying to preserve for his perfect city. Paige crouched beside me, a rifle trained on Languish, though she didn't fire. "We need to get out of here," I said. "We need to get him back," Herschel argued. I shook my head. "No. Gather whatever you can in the next 30 seconds. Get the computer terminal linked to the power grid motivator and whatever supplies you can manage to grab. Wingflare and Life Force are coming." I looked around for the motivator I'd been working on with Languish's blood, and then I saw it, in pieces by the wall Languish had destroyed. The little silver box was mangled, and its wiring was ripped apart. Worst of all, the vial of blood had been broken. "They might not have heard him," Wade said, motioning to where Languish had been shooting. "They're miles away. There's a chance that—" "Trust me," I said, scooping up Shockwave. "And hurry," I added. My chest felt tight and my throat small. I needed them to trust me. Life Force was coming, and if we didn't move now, we were all going to die. To my relief, the team dispersed. I put a hand on Paige's arm. "Not you," I said. "I need you to watch the skies. We need to see them coming." "No need," Paige said, lowering her rifle and looking up into the air. I followed her gaze to a little white dot floating in the sky toward us. "Let's go!" I shouted. "They're already here!" I took Shockwave and whatever scattered scorch notes were within reach. Wade and Herschel stumbled back into the room. Wade was carrying his computer and armfuls of gear. Herschel crammed piles of scorch notes back into his prosthetic leg. "Where are we going?" Paige asked, as Wing Flare drew closer. I knew if we ran from the house right then, Wing Flare would see us from her vantage point. The backyard was too big for her not to notice us retreating, and we definitely couldn't head out the front. It was clear from the blast which home we'd come from, so she'd be watching it carefully. I pointed at the white picket fence that separated our house from the one next to it. "It's too short," Herschel said. "Then we've got to crawl," I said. Herschel grunted. "I hate crawling." "I hate dying," I said. "Suppose that's fair." "Let's go." I led the way, army crawling behind the debris from the shattered wall toward the tiny fence. If Wing Flare spotted us, we were dead. Wing Flare was not one who showed patience or leniency. We eventually reached a gap where the open gate would expose us. I stopped crawling. As Wing Flare approached, I could hear Languish's distant voice call to her. "I didn't leave you! I'm not a traitor! Tell him I'm not a traitor!" Wing Flare descended and hovered over Languish. I could see her head angled toward him. "Go!" I whispered, crawling past the open gate and into the yard of the neighbor's house where the short fence continued on the adjacent property. The others followed, and we crouched behind the fence. I peered through the slats at Wing Flare. She hadn't seen us. Inch by inch, we crept along the fence line. "Where are they?" Wing Flare said to Languish, who cowered on his knees below her. He spun and pointed to the house we'd left. Her gaze snapped to the house, and she stretched out her hands. A series of cracking and ripping noises rang through the air as the structure shuddered. All at once, the whole building snapped from its foundation and lifted 20 feet into the air. Wing Flare then brought down her arms, and the whole house sped toward the earth, much faster than if she had let gravity do its work. The crunching, splintering, cracking sound made it seem like there was some great weight pressing into the bits of broken house, smashing it compactly into the basement. Then she ripped the shattered rubble from the ground and slammed it down once again, ensuring nothing could survive. "I'm not a traitor," Languish repeated. "I didn't—" His voice cut out as Wing Flare turned and aimed her hand at his body. He lifted into the air, his arms and legs splayed out as he was stretched in every direction. "I didn't—" He tried to continue, but his voice cut out again in a choking gurgle, as if invisible forces were squeezing his windpipe. "You're working with them," she said. "Admit it." "Stop!" he croaked. "Don't!" His voice sputtered as he struggled to speak. "Tell me the truth, and I'll put you down. In fact, how about we play a little game?" His limbs stretched until they were stiff lines extending from his torso. "Let me go!" he cried. She cocked her head. "Or what? What is little Languish going to do? Go ahead. Stop me. Do it." She smiled. "You know if you do, then we all die. Is that what you want? To fall from heaven and die? We both know that's the last thing you'd ever do." He writhed in the air, pulling at whatever invisible forces held him rigid. "You're weak. You'll always be weak." Languish's face twisted in anger. "No!" he said, his voice clear and resolute. The invisible chains broke, and Languish fell to the grass. Wing Flare wobbled in the air, her body unable to stay afloat for the first time I'd ever seen. Shudders ran through the earth, shaking the ground under my face. I could hear it groaning as it was released in some part from Wing Flare's powers. "You," Wing Flare said, a hint of fear lacing her tone. "You traitor! You dare use your powers against me? I'm going to pull you into pieces so small that—" "No!" Languish shouted again, rising to his feet and holding an outstretched hand in Wing Flare's direction. "Leave me alone!" The world shuddered again. My heart thundered as I thought of Lux falling from the sky, plummeting to the earth like a giant meteor. I'd wanted to destroy Lux for so long, but in that moment, I felt so vulnerable atop its airborne surface, and a part of me didn't want it to fall because I knew that if it did, we were all dead. Wade, Herschel, Paige, all of us. "I'm not your slave anymore," Languish said. "I'm no one's slave," he said, glancing to the pile of dust that had been our base of operations. "I am not the weakling you think me to be." "You're going to kill us all, you fool!" Wing Flare shouted.
You deserve to die! You all deserve to die! He stretched forth his hand again, and wing flare fell to the ground with a soft thud. Lux rumbled under me, and I felt my stomach lurch as it began to descend. Chapter 35. The city slipped even further in the air. The ground shook below us. "Wait!" I shouted. "Get the terminal link up! Quick! We need to take control of the city, or we're all dead!" "On it!" He pulled the tablet computer from his pack and swiped at the screen. "Something's wrong," he said. "I can't get it to connect again." Lux groaned as it slipped further and further from Wingflare's control. "You've got to get it to connect," I said. "It's not working!" I looked up from the screen to Languish. "Then we've got to stop him." I stood and vaulted over the fence, then ran toward the two epics. "Languish!" I shouted across the gap to him. "Stop!" I knew he could hear me, but he wasn't turning around. "Asher!" Finally, he glanced over his shoulder, glaring at me. "I'm not going to stop," he said. "She deserves to die. They all do. They see me as nothing more than a submissive dog, but I can end them all." I could feel Lux falling faster underneath us. "You'll die too if you do this," I said. "All of us will. Thousands of people." There was a hardness in his eyes that told me he didn't care. "Please, Asher." He broke my gaze and looked at Wingflare. "It doesn't matter if we die," he said. "If I release her, we're dead anyway. We're all dead. So what's the point?" "You're going to kill everyone," I shouted, still a few steps away. "And you'll destroy everything down below." "I'm done being controlled by them." And that's when I reached him and punched him in the face. Languish wasn't a formidable man, and he plopped over almost immediately. As soon as his power over Wingflare was interrupted, gravity surged through me. I felt Lux's fall slow, pushing me into the ground as if it were an elevator grinding to a stop from its descent. Then Wingflare rose from the ground. As I watched, I knew she could snap her fingers and my neck would be broken. But she wasn't looking at me. Her eyes were stopped on Languish, who was crawling back to his feet. Before he had a chance to suppress her again, Wingflare leaped into the air and flew for about 100 feet before falling again to the ground. She was still weakened. I could feel it in the shuddering wobble of Lux underneath me. It dipped and rose in unsteady quakes. The distant epic leaped again, this time flying a bit farther than before. "We need to go after her," I called to the other reckoners. Paige, Wade, and Herschel joined me by Languish. "There's nothing you can do," Languish muttered, rubbing his jaw. "You're all going to die. We're all going to die. Everything you fought to do up here will be reduced to nothing. You realize that, don't you?" "He's right," Wade said, watching as Wingflare limped away in great arching leaps in the distance. "We lost our chance." "No," I said, shaking my head. "We're not letting her get away. She's weak, and if I were to guess, she's using whatever power she can to keep Lux in the air. This is our best chance." "Is this Galveston all over?" Herschel said. "You thinking with your fists instead of your brain?" "If I was thinking with my fists, I wouldn't have stopped Languish," I said. "I would have walked right up to that white demon and put a bullet in her brain." Before Herschel could argue the point anymore, I turned to Wade. "Can you re-establish the connection to the power grid?" "Yeah," he said. "I'll get it figured out." I nodded. "Work as fast as you can, then be ready to take control of the city. I'm going after Wingflare, and this time, I'm going to kill her." Herschel huffed. "How the sparking hell you gonna do that?" I pulled out the shockwave gun that had made a crater in the basement. "She might be able to stop bullets, but she won't be able to stop sound waves. If this thing can shatter concrete, it can shatter bones." I turned to Paige. "I'm going to need your help finding her. Do you know where she lives?" Paige gave me a sideways look. "I do, but it's not going to be easy to get inside." "It never is." "But I can do it. I can get us both inside," she added. "I think." She pointed to the east. "Her compound is about 2 miles that way. Well, you'll see." I turned to Wade and Herschel. "You two stay with Languish." Herschel looked around. "Where's that little weasel?" "Sparks," Wade said, spinning around and searching the horizon. "There!" He pointed to a figure running in the distance. Herschel sighed. "Come on, let's go get him. And you two," he turned to Paige and me, his voice completely serious. "Don't die." "We'll do our best," I said. Paige and I grabbed 2 of the grav bikes we'd stored behind the now crushed house. As we mounted the bikes, Paige nodded to me. "Hey, we got this." In that moment,
standing miles up in the sky and ready to go after one of the most dangerous epics I'd ever known. A rush of confidence surged through me. We started the bikes, and Paige led the way out of the empty neighborhood. 2 miles later, we arrived at Wingflare's compound. It was unlike anything I had imagined. It was a small neighborhood of a dozen enormous white buildings. Many had dome ceilings, hundreds of windows, and white columns of stone, all of them floating in the air. But they weren't merely floating above Lux. In fact, none of them were connected to Lux at all. The whole cluster hung suspended over empty air, maybe 100 feet away from Lux itself, hovering at ground level, if ground level was a term that could be used for a place several miles up in the air. "Where did they all come from?" I called to Paige as I scanned the massive buildings.
"State Capitol buildings," she said. "Wingflare used to collect them before she teamed up with Life Force. Before Lux was a thing, she used to float around with her pile of airborne State Capitol buildings. That's what gave him the idea for Lux."
I studied the distant white buildings.
"We'll head to Arkansas first," she said,
pointing at one of the faraway ones.
"Arkansas? Everyone calls them by their old state names."
Paige pointed to another building.
"But that one, of course, is her personal residence."
I eyed the last building, Wingflare's home, and I recognized it immediately. She lives in the actual White House? As we drew closer, I could see white stone blocks forming some sort of a loose pathway. None of the stones touched one another, though. The floating stone walkways sloped and arched in intricate weaving patterns, sometimes spiraling downward to a building below, but none of the stones formed a bridge to the White House, making it impossible to reach. At first glance, I wondered if the floating steps were for show, since Wingflare didn't need stairs. We rode up to the edge of Lux and parked the bikes by a tree. "What are those floating stones there for?" I asked, dismounting.
"It's like a game Wingflare made for the people. She sits in the White House and watches people try to cross the stone bridges only to fall to their deaths."
"Why would anyone do that?"
"She stocks the Capitol buildings with treasure, and people risk their lives to get it."
"That doesn't sound like a very fun game."
"She thinks it is,"
Paige said. "How are we going to get across?"
"Same way everyone else does. Except we won't fall."
"Have you crossed the bridges before?" I asked. Paige stared straight ahead.
"Every one of them. Twice."
She gave me one last look.
"Are you ready?"
I stared at the stones ahead of us. "We got this," I said. Together, we stepped onto the first stone. Chapter 36. It wasn't until I'd crossed a dozen bridge stones that I looked down at my feet. The dark clouds below that had made the distance feel safe somehow had disappeared, and I found myself looking at muddled, blurry terrain miles below. The piercing sun shot across the landscape. I felt the stab of fear that should have been coursing through me since well before the platform. The muscles in my legs wobbled unsteadily, which amplified the fear and then amplified the wobbling. "Get it together, Jax," I said to myself. "Just take it slow." The first few dozen bridge stones weren't terribly difficult. Each square was at least 6 feet wide and 6 feet long, and only separated by a foot to a foot and a half of empty space. But every stone we landed on was a bit smaller than the last. On land, jumping from stone to stone would have been easy, but knowing that a single misstep would be fatal made the stones feel a tenth of their actual size. The stones ahead of me became smaller and smaller until they weren't much bigger than a car tire. A few jumps later, we reached a large platform where we could both fit. There, I paused to catch my breath.
"This is the halfway point to Arkansas,"
Paige said.
"It's the closest building to the White House. Unfortunately, that was the easy part."
I walked to the edge and studied the path ahead. Paige went first, and I followed. The first several stones couldn't be wider or longer than 2 feet each. Apprehension trickled through me.
"The one ahead of me tilts forward slightly," Paige called back. "So when you hit it, push off immediately and jump to the next. I almost died on that one the first time."
She leaped forward and quickly hopped to the one after it. I followed her and realized that if she hadn't warned me, I probably wouldn't have noticed the slant. After another series of steps, she called back again.
"They're going to all start slanting from here on out."
I studied the stones. It was hard to see which were slanted and by how much. The white color made it difficult to see anything.
"The slant changes in a clockwise pattern," she continued. "Every repetition starts with a left slant. There are 12 of them. Remember, clockwise."
"Clockwise," I repeated in my head. I waited for her to get 4 or 5 stones ahead before I started. As I moved, I chanted the direction of every slant aloud with every step. "Left,
back, right, forward, left, back, right, forward, left, back, right, forward. I joined Paige on a stone the size of a kitchen table, where I was able to take a moment before moving forward again. "This next part is the hardest," Paige said, her voice growing uncomfortably serious. My stomach was already squirming as I held perfectly still. At least the air in Lux was no more than a gentle breeze. Heart still pounding, I tried not to look down at the ground that waited far below us. "Only 8 stones left," Paige said. "But this is where most people die. I call it the gauntlet. The first 4 stones are each at a severe slant." She pointed to the stones, only the size of dinner plates ahead of us. "The slants alternate from the left side to the right side." I followed her gaze. "It's like jumping off opposite walls down a hallway. Because the slant is so steep, you'll need to spring from the left to the right, back and forth, immediately after you hit each stone. At the end, you'll need to go straight forward on the last 4 stones at a full sprint, because you'll need the momentum to carry you across. Don't stop, or you'll die." She turned and looked at me. "Don't worry, Jax. It's like the post." The post. All those countless hours standing atop the small wooden stand back at the coop. Paige had always been good with balance, but mine had come from my hours of standing on that stupid thing. As I stared at the stones ahead, I was silently grateful for that experience. "Thanks, Zeph," I whispered to the empty air. Paige bounded forward. She leaped, her left foot hitting the stone on the left, then propelling her body to the right, where her right foot met solid stone. She continued all the way to the end, left, right, until she reached the 4 stones at the end, placed far apart from one another. She bounded across them as if she'd done it 100 times. Finally, both of her feet landed solidly on Arkansas's grand staircase. I pulled in a deep breath. Here goes. I leaped into the open air. The words, "Don't die, don't die, don't die," ran through my head in an irritating loop. Sturdy stone pressed into the ball of my foot, and I pushed off, half expecting the floating stone to give way. But it stayed firm, and I launched to the right, where another stone awaited. I finished the 4 slanted stones, then threw myself forward. I hit the last stretch of 4 stones at a full run, maintaining my momentum as Paige had told me to. Each step felt miles apart from the last, but solid stone held me reassuringly with every footfall, until finally, with one last leap, I crashed into the steps leading into Arkansas. Chapter 37. Paige's hands wrapped around my arms, and she helped me to my feet. "Not bad, cowboy," she said. My whole body was shaking, and I couldn't even manage to swallow. "Thanks," I managed. "And you're telling me that you've been across every bridge?" "Twice," she said. "Right." As we made our way up the stairs, I glanced at the enormous columns ahead. I couldn't help but be awed at Wingflare's power. Considering she held Lux in its place constantly, I probably shouldn't have been so impressed that she was able to lift a building like this into the air, but it was still an intimidating experience. There were 3 sets of bronze doors. We walked toward the center set. I was half worried that the doors would be locked as Paige turned the handles and pushed, but they swung open with barely any effort, welcoming us inside. The sight before me stole both my breath and attention. A circle of marble columns in the vast rotunda framed a space open to the dome high above. Light poured in from the many windows lining the dome, brightening the space below. Everything was decorated in reds and whites and golds. Though it wasn't dipped in gold like Lifeforce's palace, the craftsmanship was extraordinary. Staircases and railings stood proudly at the end of the space, curving gently to the stories above. Paintings hung along many of the walls. They were of figures, horses, and simple landscapes. There were tables with statues and vases, and giant rugs embroidered with detailed scrollwork and patterns. It pained me that once upon a time, so many people were able to walk through this building and experience its spectacle, whereas now it had been plucked from the world, extravagantly redecorated, and held captive by a greedy, selfish tyrant. "I got us here to Arkansas," Paige said. "Now it's your turn to get us the rest of the way to the White House." "She never extends the stone bridges to it?" I asked. Paige shook her head. I thought for a moment. "I suppose we could try grappling hooks." "You can throw a grappling hook 100 feet?" "I bet I could throw one 50.
So how are you going to cross the other 50 feet?
We sat there for a long moment in silence, both of us trying to think of something. And then I had an idea. How much rope do you think we can find in here?
I'm sure we can string together plenty of rope from flagpoles, curtains, and that sort of thing.
Her eyes narrowed as she watched me.
What are you planning, Jax?
She stared at me, waiting for an answer I didn't want to give, because even in my head it sounded a bit crazy. But she seemed to know what was going through my head anyway, as she raised her eyebrow and gave me a "just tell me, Jax" sort of look. One long rope clipped to my waist in the center with a carabiner. We'll tie one end to the edge of Arkansas, and the other end will have a grappling hook. I'll swing out as far as I can and throw the grappling half of the rope the rest of the way. As long as I can snag the White House's railing along the roof, I'll be hanging between the two buildings. Then I'll crawl hand over hand, sliding along the rope to the other side.
That's insane.
You got a better idea? She sat there for several minutes before finally rolling her eyes at me.
Let's find some rope.
By the time we'd found enough rope to string together and metal hooks strong enough to act as grapples, the sun had set and windows were dark. You ready for this? I asked.
As ready as I can be,
she said. I reached down to pick up the rope when the whole building of Arkansas shuddered underneath me.
She must still be weakened, Paige said. This might actually work.
The building shook again, but this time it felt like it was turning.
What's going on?
Paige asked, grabbing onto me for support. I turned and headed back to the doors. They were closed.
I thought we left those open, I said. We did!
We approached slowly. I gripped the handles of the heavy doors, turned them, and pulled. They opened, revealing a sight that made my stomach tighten. The stones that had once formed the maze of chaotic bridges were now neatly placed into one tightly packed path, leading from the front doors of Arkansas straight to the front doors of the White House, which now directly faced us. The other Capitol buildings now lined both sides of the bridge, silent sentinels overseeing a procession. The path glowed with a faint, eerie light. I glanced at the rope in my hands. I guess we're not going to need this. Paige's face was white with terror.
She knows we're here.
I nodded.
What are we going to do?
She continued.
I've heard she sometimes takes people to the White House. I'm not sure what happens in there, but they never come back out.
I stepped through the tall doors into the night. I don't think we have a choice.
The other bridges are gone,
she said, following me out and glancing around.
It's the only way now.
We could stay here. I glanced over my shoulder at the open doors back to Arkansas. They slammed shut. Or not. Paige and I exchanged nervous looks. We walked down the stairs and stepped on the bridge leading to the White House. A low rumble sounded behind us. I turned around. Arkansas drifted deliberately away from where we stood, leaving us at the end of the new stone bridge. Now she's just messing with us, I said, glancing at Paige. It's like a game to her. With each step forward, the stones we left behind drifted away somewhere into the night sky. The other Capitol buildings loomed over us on both sides, tantalizingly just out of reach, their massive bulk making me feel small. I felt like a plastic game token she was manipulating in some game I didn't understand the rules to. After some time, we finally reached the White House steps. I approached the doors warily. When I was a few feet away from them, a latch fell, and they parted on their own. I held my shockwave gun at the ready. Paige held up a pistol of her own. Not that it would do much good. I'd watched Wingflare stop rifle rounds back in Galveston. Even with shockwave, this somehow felt like an impossible battle, like fighting against epics in general. It was why every government across the world had ultimately given up. No more military, no more leaders, no more hope. At times it seemed like the Reckoners were the only hope the world had left. And here I was, facing down a situation in which I had a hard time seeing any of that hope before me.
Come on,
Paige said, noting my hesitation.
Let's get this over with, shall we?
She gave me a half smile and shrugged.
What's the worst that could happen?
You mean aside from being horrifically murdered? She gave me a stoic look.
We spent several years at the coop under Zeph's hand. I'm pretty sure we can handle getting murdered.
I smiled back, though the expression felt wooden and uncomfortable. Let's go get murdered, then. She nodded once, and we crossed the White House's threshold together.
Chapter 38. When I was a child, I built a mock replica of the White House out of salt dough for school. It was one of the last memories I had of being with my mom. We looked up pictures on the internet of different rooms in the White House. There were a lot. The Lincoln bedroom, the Oval Office, the China room, and so many named after colors: the green room, the red room, the blue room. My model only had 4 rooms. It was pretty much a rectangle with dividers that we painted different colors. I could still faintly remember the images we'd looked up. The inside of this building looked nothing like those pictures. The entirety of the grand entrance hall was filled with only 3 colors: white, black, and red. White stone, black metal, and red embellishments. Most of the structure itself was a pure white, made from marble slabs that didn't look like they were part of the original construction. The trim was a stark black, contrasting and framing the abundant white in dark iron strips. Splashes of bright red were scattered throughout the open space. All the red was roughly the same color and looked eerily like spattered blood. On the far wall, a bright red statue of an angel sat on a table. Dots of red were placed here and there all around it, in conspicuous but seemingly random places. A bureau knob here, a diamond-shaped tile there. The whole effect created a scene that looked like a burst of violence, with the red angel statue in the epicenter. Several hallways led off the sides of the main entry. Each had a long red strip of carpet along it. I eyed a white vase sitting on a white table. "Look," I said, pointing at the vase. Paige shook her head. "What about it?" "It's floating," I said. "Just barely." "That's weird." I walked over and poked the vase. It didn't move. Paige grabbed it in both hands and pulled. Again, it didn't move. "It's like the stones outside," she said. "Frozen in place." A white leather-bound book hovered beside it. So did a small sculpture beside that. Everything was frozen in its place. Even the fake flower petals on an all-red plant were frozen. I probably could have climbed up on the table and stood on them, and they wouldn't have moved an inch. "Hello," a voice said behind us. We spun around. Wingflare was standing by the front doors in a white formal gown. A chill ran through me. I hadn't seen her this close since Galveston. Anger jolted through me as I stared at her perfectly kempt appearance. The long white hair and pale skin that hadn't known hardship in a terribly long time. How had she even gotten past us? "You came for me," she said. I immediately reached for the shockwave gun at my side, but the muscles in my arm locked in place. I was too slow. Wingflare's powers held me in an iron grip. She eyed my struggling motions. "Don't worry," she said. "We'll have time for such things later." I nervously glanced around the room at the hundreds of objects, any one of which could be sent hurtling in my direction at any second. "You've come to kill me, then?" she asked, almost excited at the prospect. I wasn't sure how to answer. "It has been so long since I've felt as alive as Languish made me feel when he brought me down from the sky. At first I was afraid, maybe a little angry. My heart beat so wildly." She nibbled on her bottom lip. "But then it was all too exciting. Don't get me wrong," she added. "He's an awful little rat, and I'm going to have to kill him for it. But he certainly knows what a girl wants." "You want to die?" I asked, confused and still trying ineffectually to move my arm. She smiled at me. "There is nothing quite so special as to sip from the chalice of death. Sip, not swallow. To taste its sweet licorice on your tongue before releasing it back into the cup. Have you ever tasted something so sweet?" I glanced at Paige. She was looking at me. Neither of us seemed to know how to answer. "Ah," Wingflare continued. "I see that you have not. Well, tonight we will change that. Tonight you will taste the licorice of death, and perhaps you will be lucky enough to release it back into the cup, where it will remain a memory to cherish." Paige drew her pistol and fired 2 shots. Wingflare held up her hand. The bullets flew across the room, but slowed before they could reach the epic. With her outstretched palm, Wingflare scooped the bullets out of the air. She put them both on her tongue.
then tipped her head back and swallowed them as if they were pills. "Follow me," she said, beckoning us toward her. She walked into the east corridor. As soon as she was out of sight, Paige and I bolted back toward the front doors. Paige threw them open. The stone path was gone. The White House steps now led to empty air far above the earth. "Come along," Wingflare called from the corridor. We turned around and reluctantly followed. She stayed ahead of us, twisting and turning down the halls until she entered one of the rooms. Warily, we went after her. The room was completely empty and completely white, all except for a giant portrait that hung on the far wall. It was of Abraham Lincoln, which made me wonder if this had once been the Lincoln bedroom, but this portrait was sinister and dark. Most of it was black except for his head and torso. There were 2 large black holes, far too large to be eyes, where his eyes should have been. They looked like large burn marks.
"Where did she go?"
Paige asked. I looked around, even though there was nowhere really to look. I turned back to the portrait. Paige seemed to guess what I was thinking as we walked forward together. I curled my fingers around the edge of the painting and pulled. It swung open like a door. Inside was a dark corridor.
"I don't like this, Jax," Paige said. "She's toying with us, and she's clearly not as weakened as we thought."
I glanced back to the room's entrance. What other choice do we have? She knows exactly where we are. The darkness engulfed us. When the tunnel forced us to turn, the remaining light from the opening behind us was gone. I felt my way along the corridor, running my fingertips across the concrete so I didn't run into a wall. The sound of my footsteps was dull and almost muted. I would have expected the sound to be amplified in the small space, but I could barely hear myself walk. The sound of grinding stone echoed behind me. "What was that?" I said, spinning around, though I couldn't see anything in the darkness. No answer. I swiped my arms through the air around me. "Paige?" The space was empty. Paige was gone. A sick feeling welled up in the pit of my stomach. I took a few steps back the way I'd come. "Paige!" I called again. My hands were met with a concrete wall that hadn't been there a moment ago. I felt along its surface in the darkness, both ends connected to the corridor in a completely sealed dead end. I pounded the concrete with my fist. "Paige!" I called. But much like my footsteps, the sound of my fist against stone was silent and shallow. I was not going to lose her again. "Paige!" I yelled. Nothing. I spun around and stepped in the other direction, but immediately my outstretched hands were met with yet another concrete wall that hadn't been there before. Feeling the space around me, I quickly learned that I was surrounded by concrete on every side. The sliding stones shifted again, spilling light through the crack of a pair of double doors in front of me. I pushed on the doors and stepped from the tight confines into a room with a black and white checkerboard floor. Red, slender, stylized animal statues stood in each corner. 2 birds, a giraffe, and an antelope. Wingflare had poured thick red paint over them at some point. The paint had pooled on the floor around each statue's base. The room had 4 sets of double doors, one set in the middle of each wall. Paige was still nowhere in sight. I walked forward, expecting the doors to be locked. But as I pulled, they swung open, revealing another room. This one was entirely black, except for 4 massive white columns that ran floor to ceiling. Every surface except for the columns was made from black stone, polished and lacquered so brilliantly it made the reflective surfaces look like pools of oil. This room also had 4 sets of double doors. I walked straight forward, pushing open the doors across from me and entering the room that lay beyond. I was back in the Lincoln bedroom. Somehow I'd gotten turned around. All of the doors were shut once again. I walked to the far end of the room and opened the doors. Before me lay the checkerboard room with its animal statues and their pools of red. I froze. The room was the same room. Not a room like it, but the exact same one. 2 birds, a giraffe, and an antelope. The pools of red paint were the same. I turned, throwing open the doors at my right. The room was the solid black room with the white pillars. I turned left and pushed open those doors only to find the Lincoln bedroom. I ran forward as fast as I could go. Door after door after door, cycling through the same 3 rooms, one right after another.
It didn't matter which way I turned or how far I went, and with each new room, the doors were shut once again, taunting me with the mysteries that lay behind them. She was rearranging the rooms, moving entire blocks of space to form an endless maze. "Good thing I brought this," I said, drawing the shockwave gun. I fired a shot at one of the walls. The blast knocked me backward, propelling my body through the air. I landed hard on the white and black checkerboard floor. Debris crumbled from the now gaping hole I'd created in the wall. I stepped through the opening into the polished black stone room and readied the shockwave gun again, firing another shot into the far wall. The black wall exploded, and the gun propelled me backward like it had before. But there in the new opening was the checkerboard room I'd just left. I spun around, expecting to see that room behind me as well, but there was only a wall. I walked up to the wall I had blown to pieces only a moment earlier. As my fingers slid along its surface, I could feel 100 hairline cracks. Wing Flare had somehow silently, quickly, and expertly put the wall back together before I had even noticed. What chance did we have against such power? My shoulders slumped in defeat. This wasn't a real contest for her. It was only a game. What chance did a toy have against its owner? I looked around the room, knowing there was no point in opening another door. Why play games I couldn't win? Zeph's words rang through my mind. We don't play their games. But it seemed Wing Flare wasn't done with me, because the door next to me opened, revealing an entirely new room. The new room looked like a kitchen, though most of its contents had been removed. Thousands of knives hovered in the air. Each one of their tips was pointed directly at me. Wing Flare stood at the far end of the room, her arms casually clasped in front of her. Behind her was yet another door. "Join us," she said, lifting a hand and motioning me to follow. "We've been waiting for you." I tried to lift the shockwave gun to fire a shot at her, but once again the invisible chains of her powers held my muscles stiff. She gave me a small shake of the head. "Like I said before, there'll be time for that later." I eyed the glittering steel of the thousands of knives all trained on me as I took a step forward. Each one of their tips shifted ever so slightly, as if my body were a magnet to their points. One of the knives shot forward, sailing past my ear. "Walk proudly," Wing Flare said, "but walk slowly, and don't flinch, or I might miss." I swallowed and did as she instructed, stepping into the room and walking forward slowly. Knives from all directions shot forward at me, coming so close that I could feel the air they displaced near my eyes and cheeks. If I had flinched, even a little, they would have cut through me. But Zeph had taught me not to flinch. More knives flew all around me. Some skimmed across my flesh, sending sharp stings of pain in their wake. Still, I didn't flinch. The look on Wing Flare's face was sheer delight. When I'd crossed the gauntlet of knives, she turned and walked through the door, letting it close behind her. I knew it was a trap, but if there was a chance that Paige was behind that door, I would follow her to my death. I reached for the handle and twisted. The door opened easily. As it swung open, I looked inside a room that had once been a president's Oval Office. The room before me, however, looked nothing like the images I'd seen as a child. I remembered a room with a big blue rug and a heavy wooden desk, white couches and golden curtains, or maybe that was just the way the movies depicted the room. The floor was some sort of white quartz that glistened and sparkled under the lights above. The walls and ceiling were stark white, and there was no furniture in the room except for a long table. The table was white. The chairs were white. Even the dishes were white. Everything in the room was white except for 3 silver platters, each covered with a silver lid. Paige sat at one of the seats, and Wing Flare at another. "Paige," I said, studying her for signs of injury. "I'm okay," she said, staying still in her seat. "But she won't let me move." "Please," Wing Flare said, standing and motioning to the table. "Join us." "What is this?" I demanded,
turning my attention to Wing Flare. "Why have you brought us here?"
"So we can play a game."
There was something oddly vacant about her eyes that I couldn't put my finger on. Most epics were disconnected with both humanity and reality in some way, but it was as if there was an additional layer of separation with her, some sort of emptiness inside her. Wing Flare stared at me with those empty eyes.
"I knew you were coming for me, and so I got dressed for you."
She stood and turned once for me.
"Do I look pretty?"
I knew it didn't matter what I said. There was a numbness to her tone that told me the right answer didn't exist. And then it hit me like a wave crashing against my awareness. All the lessons Zeph had taught me on how to read people somehow clicked, and I could read what was in those vacant eyes. It was unfulfillment, deep and endless as an ocean. Frustrated dissatisfaction lurked through every bone in her body, a hunger for something to sate the emptiness of life. It was as if this woman had already spent an eternity searching for something to fill that dark pit inside her, only to discover that such a void was a hole with no bottom. I could have told her she was the prettiest woman in the world, and she would still stare at me with those lifeless eyes. And so I said nothing. She glared at me.
"Answer my question."
A small tremor shook the White House. "You look nice," I said. Her expression relaxed.
"A woman appreciates being noticed. Now please, join us."
My legs moved, but not as I wished. They marched forward in strained, gawky strides as Wing Flare forced their motion, up and down. My right arm stiffened, pulling out the chair in front of me so I could sit. "Let go of me," I said, struggling against the invisible force. Against my will, I sat in the chair.
"When I was a child,"
Wing Flare said, ignoring my resistance,
"I was allergic to pine nuts. The first time wasn't life-threatening. It just felt like I'd swallowed 100 tiny needles. But the second time, I nearly died. I was told that if I ever had pine nuts again without medicine around, I wouldn't make it."
"Good thing you've got an all-powerful epic buddy here that can keep you alive," I said. Wing Flare's jaw clenched.
"He's not all-powerful."
Her jaw relaxed again.
"Besides, it wouldn't matter anyway. You see, I can't heal if my weakness is exposed. You reckoners should know that much at least, no?"
"Why would you tell us your weakness then?" I asked. "That seems like a really dumb idea."
"The chalice," she said. "What fun is life if—"
"The whole sip-not-swallow thing," I interrupted. "I got it. It still seems stupid." She clenched her jaw again at my blatant disregard for what she was clearly trying to turn into a serious moment.
"I'm not concerned with what you think, and you will do what I say."
My muscles, bit by bit, began to seize. The immobilizing force of her power crept slowly up my body, starting at my toes. I knew she could have immediately bound every joint and muscle if she'd wanted to, but it was as if she wanted me to feel her power crawling through my tendons and nerves. The inevitability of my surrender. My feet no longer moved, and then my legs. I had only a moment of freedom in my hands and arms before those too were seized. The power was overwhelming, ripping away any sense of control. It was all gone. Every last morsel of freedom I had once felt. I was unable to move or even squirm. Every cell in my body was rigid. I couldn't speak, couldn't blink, couldn't breathe. Everything was controlled by the epic before me. I could feel her powers clutching my heart, forcing it to beat to the rhythm she chose. The sheer power was utterly staggering, and fear like I'd never known before squeezed me in its awful grip. Then, just like that, she released me. Her power gushed away like water through a broken dam. I released a lungful of air and hunched over in my seat.
"Do you feel it?" she asked. "Do you feel the extent of your nothingness?"
My heart's rhythm returned to its own beat. I looked at the table, too ashamed to meet her eyes. In that moment, I was truly scared. She had taken everything from me until I felt as useless as a piece of wood forgotten in some attic.
"You will play along. Is that understood?" I didn't answer, but I could feel the smile on her lips. "Very well," she continued. "You will see that there are 3 platters on the table. Look up at them." I felt my chin lift as if her finger were lifting it softly. 3 silver platters, their domed covers lifted in the air, revealing piles of licorice. "One of these plates holds untarnished licorice," Wingflare continued. "One is laced with a pine nut extract lethal enough to end my life, but harmless to either of you. The final plate of licorice is poisoned with ricin, lethal to you two, but something I can heal from through Life Force's ability." She met my eyes. "You will choose who eats from which plate. Give me the ricin, and we all live. Nobody wins, but we all experience sweeter lives, having sipped but not swallowed from the chalice of death. Give me the pine nuts, and you win, for I will die. But one of you will eat the ricin, and will also die. Give me the untarnished platter, and the result will be the same. Choose carefully." Wingflare sat back and waited. I stared at the plates. They looked identical, each holding a handful of black nubs. "I choose for you to eat from all of them," I said. She smiled. "Nice try, but that's not how this works. All must sip from the chalice." There was something in her eyes that told me she was flirting with some sort of danger. She wanted to feel the threat of death. I believed her. But as I stared at the licorice, I knew it couldn't be as simple as she was making it seem. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. "You're lying about your weakness," I said, sitting up straighter and pushing away the fear. She lifted an eyebrow. "Oh, you think so?" "I know so. Your weakness isn't pine nuts. It's broken bones." A sudden look of shock seized her expression, and for the first time I felt at least partially in control. "How did you—" "One little bump, and you'll shatter like glass. Isn't that right? Shelley?" I asked, using the pre-calamity name from the journal entries we'd found. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened, just a bit. I tried to suppress the fear pumping through me, knowing she could break my neck with a snap of her fingers. "That's your name, isn't it? Shelley Sanders? We read your journal entries. We know the truth." Her once wide eyes now narrowed, filling with rage. Her powerful grip on me loosened for a moment with the unexpected reveal. But a moment was all I needed. With my arm finally free, I grabbed the shockwave gun and fired. The hyper-accelerated sound waves blasted through the air and through her body. Her face and torso rippled as if everything inside her had been turned to liquid. We flew apart from one another with the shockwave. This time, however, I didn't fall to the ground. Instead, I froze in midair. Everything in the room froze. And just like in Galveston, everything slowly knit back together. Shattered ceramic puzzle-pieced its way back into whole, undamaged dishes. The spilled licorice gathered together into neat piles. Even Wingflare was undamaged. I had seen the shockwave from my gun ripple through her with enough force to shatter every bone in her body, and yet, there she sat, whole and unbroken. A sickening feeling twisted through my stomach. We had been wrong about the broken bones. It was over. "What you read," Wingflare said conversationally, "was whining from a pathetic teenager. I am not that girl anymore, as you can see. Care to try again?" Her power crept through me, not completely seizing me as it had before, but hovering around my muscles, taunting me to try to move. "No," she said, cocking her head. "I didn't think so." She turned her attention back to the platters of licorice. "Now pick one!" she yelled, slamming her fist against the table.
I jumped in my seat, not expecting the outburst. "I know that you," I began.
"You know nothing," she interrupted. "You still think you control this situation."
She held up her hand. A small silver box rested on her palm. A rainbow of frayed wires dangled from one end. It was the motivator I'd wired into the power grid.
"You haven't been in control for quite some time."
I stared at the motivator. That was why Wade couldn't reestablish a connection. It was no longer there. She opened her fingers, and the motivator floated on its own. With a sharp clench of her fist, the floating silver box compressed in on itself, crunching into a small dented ball like a crumpled wad of paper. "No!" I shouted, unable to stop myself. A satisfied look flashed across Wingflare's face. She waved her hand through the air, and the destroyed motivator fell to the ground and rolled into the corner.
"Now, pick."
Her powers gripped the muscles in my neck, forcing my focus to return to the platters of licorice. I stared at them again and shook my head. "What's the point?" I said, knowing now that no matter what we did, we'd lose. "They're all the same. You didn't poison any of them. They're all just plain licorice, aren't they?"
"Then it won't matter which one you pick," she said through her teeth. "Will it?"
"Why did you let me escape?" I asked. "In Fort Worth." She cocked her head.
"Fort Worth? What are you talking about?"
"Zeph, my mentor. We were chased by Lux and you tried to get him to run. When he wouldn't, you dropped a warehouse on him. But you let me escape. Why?" Recognition washed through her.
"That was you."
Her eyes dissected me, as if only now making the connection.
"You were the boy we were looking for."
"Why?" I pressed. "Why didn't you hunt and kill me back then?" She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Her eyes flicked, just briefly, up and to the left. "Right there," I said, pointing to the movement in her eyes. "Zeph taught me how to read people. He'd say your eyes are suggesting that you're trying to come up with a lie. Why would you need to lie to me?" She was silent for a moment, as if she'd been caught in a trap.
"Enough," she said. "None of that matters. It is not part of the game. Now stop talking and make a choice."
Lux rumbled unsteadily with her sudden anger. The quaking below me sparked a connection in me. I drew the memory back into my mind. The creaking warehouse. The way it felt before it fell. "You dropped it on accident," I said, the puzzle pieces fitting together. Her eyes dilated, telling me that what I'd said was true. "You lost control of it. Just for a second."
"You don't know anything."
"Are you sure about that? Shelley?" Her lips thinned.
"Pick a platter,"
she said, her voice tight and dangerous. I shook my head. "No thanks. I don't think I will." Fury burned in her eyes.
"Pick one!"
Lux shook more violently this time.
"What are you doing, Jax?"
Paige said nervously. "I just don't think it's fair," I said to her. "Playing a game with someone who isn't allowed to play games." I gave Wingflare a patronizing look of sympathy. "Your mother wouldn't want you playing games with others. She'd be pretty mad if she caught us playing. Games are off limits. It's probably best if we just don't play at all. Don't you think?" Wingflare swallowed, and Lux groaned as if it were teetering on the brink of falling from the sky.
"What's going on?"
Paige asked. "I think Shelley here is indeed flirting with danger, but it has nothing to do with licorice or poisons. I don't think her weakness is brittle bones or pine nuts. I think it's people not playing games with her." I looked at Wingflare. "That's why the warehouse fell on Zeph, isn't it? Because he refused to play your games. It's why you put me through that endless maze of rooms. It's why you pack your buildings with tempting treasure. You want people to play games with you."
"Pick a platter!"
she shouted. Paige grunted with effort, and her arms began to move. They were sluggish, as if each were held down with weights. Wingflare snarled at the motion, snatching up a knife from the dinner table. She turned on Paige, drew the knife back, and lunged. "No!" I cried. I rose from the chair. Every part of me felt like an old machine, joints rusted in place and rigid from disuse. I fought through Wingflare's fading powers.
then pulled my pistol and fired a round into Wingflare's chest. She swiped dismissively at the air as I fired. But this time, the bullet didn't slow. Chapter 39. The White House shook all around us. What had I done? A sickening feeling flooded through me as I looked from Wingflare to the crumpled ball that used to be the power grid motivator. Without the motivator in place, Wingflare's death would kill us all. Paige leaped from her chair and rushed to Wingflare's side. "We have to stop the bleeding," she yelled to me. I ran over and ripped away a huge swath from Wingflare's white dress. Paige wadded up the cloth and pressed it to the wound. As she did so, the ground rattled underneath our feet. I staggered in place. "She's dying," Paige said. I watched Wingflare's lips. They were still drawing breath. I didn't mean to kill her. She was attacking and that was it, I realized. I would let the world crumble before I let Paige die when I could do something to stop it. But had I stopped it? If Wingflare died, then we died too. Me and Paige. "We need another piece of cloth," Paige said, removing the soaked cloth and tossing it aside. I hurriedly tore more from the dress. "Put pressure here," she said, pressing my hands into the wad of cloth as she checked on Wingflare's breathing. "You figured it out," the Epic said, her voice barely a whisper as her eyes struggled to flutter open and meet my own. "Clever boy. I've always been afraid no one would play with me. Even now." She stared off at nothing in particular before her gaze found mine again. "But this was exciting, wasn't it?" she said. "You can't die on us," Paige said. Wingflare smiled. "Embrace the fear of death. Sip its licorice. Taste its—" Her words cut out before she could finish, and her eyes no longer moved. Horror flooded Paige's face as she checked the Epic's pulse. "She's dead." Something groaned outside as she said this. I rushed to the window and looked at Lux. It shuddered violently, as if 100 earthquakes suddenly rippled through it. Paige met my eyes. There was no more hope in them. And that was when the White House began to fall. I instinctively reached for something, but there was nothing to hold on to. It wouldn't matter anyway, not when we smashed into the earth and were turned into nothing more than dust. My stomach winced at the sudden freefall. Loose objects, finally freed from Wingflare's grasp, tumbled all around us in the room. Worst of all, I looked at Paige and knew that I had failed her. I'd failed us all. Part 3. 40. Life Force stood before the intervention of the Sabine women. It was one of his favorite paintings. It stood nearly 13 feet tall and 17 feet wide. A magnificent piece that made everything else in the grand room feel small in comparison. The life-sized people in the painting were created with such extraordinary detail that he could almost believe they were real. Long before the depicted intervention, the Romans had captured the Sabine women, but the women had grown to love their new home, foreign as it was. They built lives, had children, took husbands. They were happy. And then the Sabines attacked in an attempt to rescue the women. As the men fought, the Sabine women intervened, imploring their husbands and families to reconcile and be at peace. They were happy in their new home and with their new lives, and there was no need to fight for their rescue, for they wished to stay. Because of the Sabine women's pleas, the Romans and the Sabine were forced into a modicum of understanding and unity. Most importantly, the Sabine men accepted the choice the women made to stay with the Romans. Lux was Life Force's Rome. His city was the last pinnacle of perfection left in a world filled with ruin and desperation. Who wouldn't fight to live here? The citizens around him would be his Sabine women. They would stand between him and these invaders and tell them to leave. They were his people now. This was their home. And they were happy. Life Force stepped closer to the painting, studying the careful brushstrokes in the central figure, Hercilia, and her golden hair. The painter, Jacques-Louis David, was masterful.
Life Force reached up and traced the contours of her locks with the tip of his finger. In his previous life, Life Force had never appreciated art. $11 an hour didn't buy multi-million-dollar paintings. Why appreciate something he could never hope to own? That's how he had thought back then. He had been so pathetic in those years. A slave to a world that didn't know his name, yet expected him to spend the entirety of his existence in menial subjugation to the whims of obnoxious customers. Horrible people who paid for things in piles of coupons, or those who insisted on spending 20 minutes writing a check even after being told 3 times that the store didn't accept checks anymore. But that pathetic minion in the red and beige uniform, constantly forced to thank ungrateful patrons, was dead now. The phoenix of perfection had risen from his corpse. And with his rebirth, he'd made something truly, uniquely beautiful. The people in his city were happier than any from the land below. Lux brought joy and color to a world steeped in desperation and depression. He'd built a masterpiece of light and joy. His people loved him, and they loved his perfect creation. He would not let a colony of invasive beetles spoil such paradise. Even now they nibbled away at his carefully curated canvas, dug nests through his masterpiece, and hid from the light that would expose them for the plague they were. He would find them, and when he did, he would pull them into pieces. The floor shuddered. Life Force looked down at the marble tiles, then up at the ceiling. The massive chandelier behind him shook slightly. The crystals glittered frantically as they wobbled in place. He grabbed his mobile. "What's going on with my city?"
"We're not sure, sir," a raven said immediately from the other end. "We felt the tremor just now at command."
Raven command was over half a mile away. There hadn't been a tremor through Lux that size since Wing Flare had her last fit. There had only ever been 2 such incidences, and both times she'd claimed she'd eaten something that had upset her, but Life Force wondered if she had been hiding something from him.
"Find out what's happening now,"
Life Force said into the mobile.
"Already on it, sir, and we're sending guards to your palace."
He didn't need guards. What kind of helpless creature did they think he was? Regardless, his entire throne room was soon crawling with black-clad soldiers. Life Force still faced the painting, not bothering to acknowledge their presence. None of the ravens spoke louder than a whisper. They knew Life Force valued silence. Finally, one of them approached him from behind. Life Force turned and waited for the raven to speak.
"High epic Life Force,"
the man said, his voice quivering. Life Force hated hearing timidity and fear in the voices of his people. He was a good ruler, a kind ruler, a ruler in whom his people could trust. His patience wore thin. He had given these people no reason to treat him with such apprehension.
"What is it?"
he snapped.
"Wing Flare was spotted near the 14th residential sector."
"What was she doing there?"
"That's where she found Languish."
"Good. Get them both back to the palace now."
"We can't, sir. She's run away."
Run away? Why would she do that?
Languish, he attacked her. That was what caused the tremor."
Life Force stepped closer to the raven. He attacked her. For the first time in a very, very long time, fear crept through his veins. All the years he'd spent trying to press Languish into submission, and now he'd attacked one of their own? Life Force had always known keeping Languish around was risky, but what was the alternative? If he didn't have Languish, their city would have been devoured by swarms of other epics ages ago. Lux was like a floating plate of honey to the flies down below. Why did Languish attack Wing Flare? Life Force asked carefully. The raven shook his head.
"We're still unclear on that point. My men saw only the tail end of the exchange, and it was from a distance."
Where are the epics now?
"Wing Flare limped through the air toward her compound."
And Languish?
"Unclear."
That little speck of a man is going to ruin everything I've worked to build, Life Force muttered. The demon inside him stirred. It thrashed and wailed, tearing at him, raking his insides with its long clawed arms. It shook his bones with its roars, gripped his throat with a clenched fist. The edges of his vision darkened as it swallowed all the air in his lungs. He glared at the pathetic raven in front of him, wanting nothing more than to shove his fist down the man's throat and pull his stomach up through his mouth. The raven would heal, and Life Force could do it all again, over and over and over. He could stomp on the man's knees, shatter his bones, gouge out his eyes, break him in half as many times as he wanted. The man's chin shook as if some part of him could discern Life Force's thoughts. The high epic pulled out a long, heavy knife. The raven swallowed but stood before him, unmoving. Life Force lifted the dagger, and the man finally flinched. But no matter how many times he killed the man, he would always heal, and Life Force wanted death. Lasting death that carried with it the consequence and catharsis of unbridled rage. And so he turned, driving the blade through the massive painting. The tip punctured right through the center of Hercelia's porcelain face. A twisted satisfaction burst through him, knowing her face would never heal. He dragged the knife down, slashing it through the rest of her body and tearing her in half. He ripped the blade free and stabbed again, plunging it through the skull of Titus Tatius, Hercelia's father. He stabbed again and again, ending the painted lives of soldier and innocent alike. He slashed through the eyes of the horses, cut down the bodies of anyone left standing, and then butchered those who hid on the ground, cowering in fear at the battle raging around them. The canvas rippled, as if its tatters shivered with fear, awaiting the knife's edge to carve through them as well. Soon all were dead. No one in the painting survived. Faces, arms, and bodies hung in limp shreds of canvas. Even if Life Force possessed the ability to repair what he had ruined, he wouldn't. The demon inside of him wouldn't have allowed it. It wanted death and suffering, however inanimate that death might be. When Life Force turned again to the raven, the man was shaking with fear. Life Force glared at him. He was a good leader, a kind leader, a benevolent one who cared for his subjects and his kingdom. What reason had he ever given these peasants to feel such terror? Part of him wanted to kill this man for thinking such terrible thoughts about his high epic. But Life Force didn't kill him. The demon inside had been sated enough to grant the man his life. If only the pathetic weakling before him knew how benevolent Life Force truly was. "Find her, and find Languish." The raven nodded several times. Yes, sir." "I will be in my lab." He turned and walked toward the nearest exit. A group of ravens began to trail behind him. "Follow me only if you wish to be butchered like pigs," he called out, not breaking his stride. Life Force left, alone. Chapter 41. When Life Force reached the lab, Peric was nowhere to be found. Unease prickled along Life Force's spine. Peric would never betray him. He had the loyalty of a trained hound. This left one alternative. The plague of reckoner beetles had taken him. Peric was not a man who succumbed to torture, and none of those reckoners had the stomach for torture, except maybe the one-legged old man. Yet, perhaps they had somehow broken Peric. Perhaps that was why they had gone for Languish. The prickling fear intensified until Life Force felt sweat slick his palms. He writhed in his own skin. Fear wasn't something he'd had to live with for a long time now, but now it crawled through him like 1,000 spiders inching their way over his spine. "Peric, you fool," Life Force whispered to himself. The lab rumbled. Beakers fell from their stands and shattered on the floor. The tremor lasted longer than any had before. If Languish had turned against them, then Life Force didn't have much time. He grabbed a tablet from one of the drawers and remotely accessed Wing Flare's research compartment. A lock clicked, and the light turned green. Life Force opened the drawer, scooping out samples and tossing them onto one of the lab tables. He turned back to the drawer and reached for one of his handwritten logs. Except they weren't there. More spiders crawled under his skin. He could feel them burrowing deeper, making nests in his bones and organs. All the critical files were gone. Peric wouldn't have taken them. He preferred a computer screen. These worms were trying to take everything from him. But he would not let them. Not while his heart was still beating. And his heart never stopped beating. He accessed the digital file on Wing Flare, then ran through Peric's most recent test results. The action potential fusing theories the boy, Jax, had discussed with Peric had brought them so close to success. So very close. For the next 2 hours, Life Force labored on the next iteration of the formula. This time, it would work. It had to. There was no room for failure. They were so close. As he mixed chemicals with tissue samples, checked petri dishes, and filled syringes, it was quiet. Lux was still. But for how long? A tremor shook the floor beneath him. Life Force cursed as the sample he'd been working on spilled, dousing a chart in red and clear liquid. "Control yourself, Wing Flare!" Life Force snapped out loud. As if in defiance of his command, the entire laboratory dropped several feet down. Life Force's stomach lurched, and he held out his arms, steadying himself. The world around him fell again, another 12 feet. "No," he said to the open air. "No, don't you—" Lux fell, in earnest. It was as if Wing Flare had no more hold over the city at all. There was no fight, no resistance. They were simply falling. The beakers and petri dishes he had set out lifted a few inches from the table, hovering in their own delayed freefall. Life Force had run out of time. With no alternative remaining, Life Force grabbed 3 syringes, each filled with Wing Flare's modified tissue samples. He injected them one after another until all 3 were empty. This was the first time he'd ever attempted multiple consecutive injections of tissue samples. Almost immediately, he could feel the foreign DNA wriggling around inside him. It thrashed about his veins, unsure of how to behave in this foreign body. He reached for the new bits of intelligence, pulling on the powers that lurked within every cell. The tissues resisted his draw, remaining unresponsive. Faster and faster, Lux fell through the sky. "Obey me!" he growled. "Obey me or die!" He strained at the power inside him. At his command, the cells began to disintegrate, breaking apart into dead bits of matter, floating uselessly through his veins. And just like that, it was over. His empire had come to an end. The masterpiece of perfection, of joy, of beauty would vanish from existence. Lux was fallen. Then, a handful of cells responded to his call and stirred to life. Sparks that ignited a bonfire of greatness, somehow carrying a vastness within them that he'd never before felt in all his attempts at epic evolution. Life Force closed his eyes, reached out his hands, and drew upon the new inferno that blazed through him. He seized upon each speck and stone that formed the great body of Lux. And then he pulled. Chapter 42. The world tilted. 3 platters of licorice slid along the table, falling over the edge and crashing into the marble floor. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing Paige's hand and pulling her to the door. Whatever windows this White House's Oval Office may have once had were walled over with Wing Flare's redesign of the room. Paige ran with me into the white and red and black hallway. The vases and statues, once held firm by Wing Flare's all-consuming grip, now lay in pieces on the floor, the colors mixed together to form a bloodbath of wreckage. I slipped on a shard of ceramic, but Paige caught me before I could fall. "Where are we going?" she demanded. "We need to get out," I said. "But if we're falling, then Lux is falling too." I didn't respond. We needed to act, and there wasn't time to talk her through the plan still struggling to form in my mind. I careened around the next corner, half falling down the flight of stairs now before me. By the time I reached the bottom, the floor was beginning to slant upward as the free-falling White House tilted in the air. "What are we going to do, Jax?" Paige yelled after me. My thoughts raced, ideas cycling through my mind as fast as my brain could process. First things first, we had to see what was happening with Lux itself. At the end of the hallway, there was a window large enough for us to fit through. "Take out that window!" I yelled, drawing my pistol and firing several rounds into its bulletproof surface. Paige joined me, emptying her magazine into the reinforced pane. When we reached the window, I slammed the butt of my pistol into its fractured surface. The weakened glass gave way, buckling under my repeated blows. Outside, not far above us, was Lux. It too seemed to be falling, but not as fast.
"That's it then,"
Paige said, defeat in her voice. "No," I said, shaking my head. "This is not it." I drew the shockwave gun. "Do you still have the coiler?" I asked, holding out my hand.
The coiler?
"Back in the basement, I gave you a coiler. You put it in your pocket. Do you still have it?" She reached inside her pocket and took out the gold device. Long ago, at the coop, I'd worked hard to modify the coilers with an easy snap-on, snap-off design. It had been for convenience, but now that modification could possibly save our lives. I unhooked the glimmer attachment from the shockwave gun, then snapped the gold coiler to the glimmer motivator.
"What are you doing?"
Paige said, but my mind was working too hard to answer. "Give me the silver ring," I said, holding out my hand. "The one Herschel gave you." With my other hand, I pulled out the frayed makeshift boomerang watch I'd used to escape the underground chambers under Life Force's palace. Paige pulled the silver ring off her finger and handed it to me. "This boomerang watch is barely functional. It's going to need a stronger conduit if it's going to transport us both," I said, wiring the ring in place against the jump nodes.
"Boomerang?"
she asked, shaking her head.
"It only goes 30 feet.
"Hold this," I said, handing her sonic snare. I scraped the barrel of my pistol along the rim of the window, removing as much loose glass as I could. "We're going to need to jump," I said, climbing onto the sill and reaching out a hand for her to join me.
"We're what?"
"Paige, trust me," I said, beckoning her forward. She grabbed my hand, and I hefted her up. Together, we jumped out the window. The cold air hit almost immediately as we left the protective bubble of Cloudbreaker's artificial atmosphere. I sucked in a breath, but the air felt thin and my throat felt tight. In all our previous attempts, we'd never been able to stabilize the hyper-accelerated Glimmer DNA outside of its use for a quick-burst sound wave throttle for sonic snare. The thought had never occurred to me to use a coiler on Glimmer, though. Why would anyone want to move slower, after all? With the coiler snapped in place and Paige held close, I activated the motivator. An awful feeling seized me. It was heavy and thick, nearly as immobilizing as wing flare's powers over my body had been. But this time, I'd done it to myself. The motivator worked. Paige and I slowed to a crawl, but the effect wasn't exactly what I'd been expecting. Everything inside our bubble of languor slowed as well. Every muscle and movement acted with such a delayed response that it felt like moving through a pool of tar. Even the heart beating in my chest was slow and labored, each beat an eternity. The feeling was so disempowering, almost claustrophobic. The synapses in my brain at least still seemed to be firing fast enough not to be affected by the device. Or if they were, I wasn't able to notice the difference, which made the whole experience all the more uncomfortable. I tried to pull in a breath, but my lungs barely responded. Panic seized me. I tried again, wanting to suck in air. My body responded infuriatingly slow. Yet, as more seconds passed, I realized the pain of suffocation wasn't there either. The frozen time made the pain of the cold, thin atmosphere outside of Lux all the worse, giving my brain a larger window to experience the discomfort. Normally, I would have felt the cold in my face, but this cold cut through my clothing and wrapped its icy tendrils around my legs and arms and back. A shudder began in my spine from the chill, but the slowed time made it last for an eternity. A tingling, electric, unpleasant ripple itched in my lower back and tried to travel upward, but it would probably take several minutes to make the journey. I don't know what I'd been expecting when I attached the coiler to Glimmer. Something like this, but I hadn't anticipated the utter lack of control over my faculties, and it would make the next part of my plan that much harder. I tried to glance around, but even that felt stiff, my eyes straining against invisible bands. When they finally managed to rotate in their sockets, I could see the White House below us, plummeting to the earth at full speed. A voice, deep and muffled, filled my ears. Paige was trying to speak, but whatever she was saying, I couldn't understand it. Slowly, I lifted my chin and gazed at Lux above. It fell after the White House, but it did so at a slower rate, shuddering occasionally as if still trying to keep itself floating in the sky. The closer Lux fell to us, the more I realized how far off the edge we'd gone when entering Wingflare's compound. The Capitol buildings and the White House especially had been several hundred feet away from the edge of Lux, which meant that even once Lux did catch up to us, we'd be too far away to reach it. I went over the next step in my head again and again and again, knowing I'd only have a few seconds to execute it. A burning pain flared in my hand, still clenched around the glimmer motivator. I pulled my gaze away from Lux and looked at my wrist. The whole device, coiler included, was severely overheating. The aluminum housing chamber glowed orange. The energy fought to be released. If I didn't shut it off soon, the aluminum housing would melt into the incubation chamber and surrounding nodes, shorting out the circuitry anyway. Lux had almost reached us. Come on, I thought to myself, willing the heated aluminum to hold its shape a little longer. My thumb hovered over Glimmer's deactivation switch. Without warning, a sheer rock wall consumed the view in front of me. Lux tumbled downward, still moving fast enough to blur its texture. A wave of warmth hit me as Lux brought the bubble of temperature-controlled, oxygen-rich air with it. I applied pressure to the kill switch, knowing how difficult and imprecise this was going to be, but also knowing that this would be our only chance. As soon as I could see the top edge of Lux above us, I pressed harder against the button. My muscles responded, but much too slowly. Lux continued to fall. My delayed reaction wouldn't be fast enough. Miraculously, when we were ground level with Lux, my thumb moved the kill switch the last fraction of an inch it needed to sever the connection. The spell broke and the normalcy of speed rushed through me. My body was once again my own, ready to command. My hands worked frantically as we fell parallel to Lux. I disengaged the coiler, then grabbed the sonic snare from Paige's hand. In less than a second, I had sonic snare reattached to the end of Glimmer, reassembling the shockwave gun. The device was bright orange with heat, but all I needed was one more tiny activation. Turning in the air and aiming the shockwave gun away from Lux, I pulled the trigger. A shockwave rippled through the air, blasting us backward. Paige and I shot toward Lux from the momentum of the blast, crossing the wide gap back to the city. But it wasn't enough. We were still going to be at least 30 feet short. 30 feet, 30 seconds. I reached into my pocket and took out the unstable boomerang rebuild. One more jump was all we needed. I held the device to the back of my wrist and pressed its surface. In a flash, we were near Lux, still falling and still inches away from its edge. Paige and I released one another and reached toward the ledge. My fingers curled around rock. I pulled myself in and climbed over the edge. Not wasting a single second, I rolled over and slammed the watch into the rock. It smashed to pieces, severing the anchored connection to our origin point 30 feet away. Together, Paige and I collapsed. We'd made it back to Lux. Chapter 43. Herschel stood with Wade in the center of a perfectly manicured lawn as Lux fell from the sky. It fell fast enough that Herschel's body felt almost weightless, but not quite fast enough to lift him up from the grass. They hadn't been able to find Languish, and Wade still hadn't managed to reestablish the connection with the power grid. The kid thought the connection would somehow be better outside, so here Herschel was, standing in the middle of someone's front yard watching the kid tap frantically at his little wrist module, trying to fix something that clearly wasn't going to work. "It's still not responding," Wade said, his voice shaking as much as his hands. "I can't get a connection to the wing flare motivator. Nothing. It's like it's not there anymore." "Bet you 2 kicks in the shin it's 'cause it ain't. They found it, took it out, and now we're just 2 slugs riding the back of a meteorite." Herschel steadied himself as Lux jolted again in the air. "It's how it is sometimes. You try, and you lose." He looked around at the pretty little houses that surrounded him in every direction. In a couple minutes, when Lux slammed into the earth, they'd all become dust, and he'd become a puddle of goo. That was Lux's fate. Dust and goo. A part of Herschel was relieved. He was sparking tired. This job had taken everything from him. It was only a matter of time before it took his life. But there was a decent bit of comfort knowing it was going to take the lives of all these damned epics with it. Sure, Lux's impact might wipe out North America, or the entire Northern Hemisphere, or maybe worse. But that also meant a whole lot more dead epics. And that wasn't something to complain about, now was it? "This is it, isn't it?" Wade asked, a tremble of fear in his voice. Herschel grunted. "All things come to an end, kid." Wade gave him a look of utter shock.
Yeah, but not like this.
Herschel shrugged and grunted again. Just wish I had a cigar with me. Usually keep an extra one on me for these sorts of occasions. Wade's face was a mix of continued shock and fear. You want to know how I really lost my leg? Herschel said. Wade nodded, the tension in his face relaxing a hair. Well, it was a while ago, when I was still a soldier. You know, before Calamity. I'd just gotten my first command over my own Delta Squadron. A massive tremor shook through Lux, sending both Herschel and Wade to the ground. Herschel crawled to his feet. It somehow felt better to die standing. Another tremor rippled underneath him. He was ready for it and was able to maintain his balance this time. But the shaking didn't stop. He was a one-legged man trying to stay standing in an earthquake. It sounded like the beginning of a bad metaphor. Gravity pressed against him. Lux was slowing down. The city was beginning to stabilize. But the more they slowed, the more he felt a pair of competing emotions push through him. Guilt, for feeling a sense of relief that the world was potentially about to end, and disappointment that the world was not, in fact, going to end. But there was only one emotion coursing through Wade's expression: total and utter relief. The kind of relief that made hardened soldiers cry like babies. Herschel studied Wade. Yeah, he thought to himself. If Lux stops in earnest, Sparkin' Boy's gonna cry for sure. Herschel finally allowed himself to succumb to the weight of the gravity pressing against him and slumped to the grass. Houses around him that didn't have the luxury of sitting down crumpled under the reversed momentum. Foundations buckled, walls cracked, and rooftops collapsed. Seams split through the ground, tearing the earth into fractured pieces. In the distance, the tall Ferris wheel snapped free from its iron supports. It tipped over and disappeared against the skyline. Herschel hoped it was empty, though he doubted it, since he'd seen it rotating not long ago amidst the bright carnival lights. With one last jarring lurch, Lux came to a complete halt. Wade collapsed to his hands and knees, breathing heavily. As Herschel had predicted, a whimper and a few tears escaped the boy. A couple more years, Herschel said, climbing to his feet and extending a hand to Wade. And stuff like this will barely faze you. Wade grabbed his arm and stood.
We didn't fall.
Herschel looked at Wade's wrist module. You got a connection then? Wade shook his head, tapping and swiping through screens.
I don't know what happened, but this wasn't me.
Herschel stared off in the direction that Paige and Jax had gone. Means they likely didn't make it. Wade paused and looked up. He followed Herschel's gaze.
What do you mean?
If you can't get a connection, then there's only one person left up here who can keep this rock floating.
You mean wing flare?
Wade asked. Who else? They might have injured her, but she seems to be doing all right now.
They might need help,
Wade said. They might. Wade spun around.
But if they're already gone, then Languish might be our only chance in stopping her. Maybe we should keep looking for him.
Maybe. Wade looked to Herschel with those horrible eyes that begged him to fix everything and make it right again.
What do we do?
That sparking question. Why did everyone always have to ask him that same sparking question? Listen, kid, Herschel said. There's a reason I ain't in charge. Everything I say ends up getting people killed.
I'm a programmer,
Wade said, as if it was some sort of rebuttal. So, Mr. Programmer, what do we do?
I don't know. What would you do?
Whatever you think is best. Wade's head swiveled back and forth. Languish had run away in one direction, while Paige and Jax had gone the other. Herschel knew all too well the weight the boy must be feeling. The knowledge that your choice was either going to save lives or end them. Leadership wasn't worth that kind of a burden. Not to Herschel. Not anymore.
Let's go get our family back,
Wade said. Herschel nodded once. Right behind you, kid. The road to Wingflare's compound looked like a shattered dish. Herschel wondered how Lux still held together. Cracks and chasms spiderwebbed through its surface, but with the grav-assisted bikes, they managed to find a clear enough path to reach the compound without any interference from Raven patrols that were likely still recovering from Lux's plunge. When they reached the area where the compound was supposed to be,
There was nothing. The map on their mobiles said a dozen large buildings should have been floating just off the edge, but Herschel and Wade saw none of them. Herschel peered over the ledge. Far below, he could barely make out the remnants of shattered white buildings cratered into the landscape. Wade joined him at the edge and stared at the distant broken pieces. "Herschel!" Wade shouted, pointing to the left. There, lying in the dirt right at the very edge of the city, were Jax and Paige. Herschel hobbled over to them. "You two okay?" he said, reaching down and extending a hand to each of them. Jax looked at Paige, then back to Herschel. "We're all right, but... wing flare. She's dead." "She's dead?" Wade asked. "Like dead dead?" "Pretty super dead," Jax said, nodding over the edge of Lux. He looked back to Wade. "How did you get the motivator to work? Did you have some sort of backup?" Wade gave him a confused look. "What do you mean?" "Wing flare," Jax said. "She crushed the motivator right in front of me. I thought it was all over. I thought I doomed the whole planet when I killed her." Herschel and Wade shared a glance. "She destroyed it," Wade said. "That's why I couldn't establish a connection." "Then how are we still floating?" Herschel asked. Jax's brow scrunched in confusion, but then his eyes widened in some sudden realization. "Peric," he said. They all looked at him. "What about him?" Herschel asked. "When I met him at the Nighthawk mobile lab in El Paso, I didn't know he worked for Life Force. I might have accidentally given him some information about how to fuse epic powers together." Herschel cocked his head. "That's a hell of an accident." "I thought he was a reckoner," Jax said. "I was theorizing about motivator technology. He asked questions, and I answered them." Herschel opened his mouth again, but Jax cut him off before he could say anything. "Yeah, I get it. I'm an idiot. But back in the lab, when we took Peric, he kept asking me questions about fusing action potentials. Life Force must have figured out some sort of modification of my theory. How else could the city still be floating?" "That'll complicate things," Herschel said. "If Life Force can start fusing other epic powers, I can't see much of a way through this." "That's why we need Languish," Jack said. "He's our only chance now. Did you find him?" "No." "Do you have any idea where he might have been heading?" "We didn't happen to have that conversation," Herschel said. "Maybe it was back to his hotel," Wade offered. "Probably not," Paige said. "Knowing Languish, I doubt he'd go back there." "Then where do you think he went?" Wade asked. "Lakefront property is hard to come by 30,000 feet in the air," Jax said. "Huh?" Herschel said. Jax looked at Paige. "That's what Languish said. Do you remember? Languish said he has a property in the officers' estates." "That's right," Paige said. "He used to joke about it when I worked on his security staff. Something about prime real estate that he hardly ever got to use thanks to Life Force's ever-increasing security detail." "You think that's where he is?" Herschel asked. "It would make sense," Paige said. "He hasn't been there for a while. I'll bet a lot of Ravens don't even know it's his. If I were him, that's where I'd go." Chapter 44. As Life Force walked down the aisles of glass chambers recessed into the rock walls of the underground tunnels, he thought of the intervention of the Sabine women. He'd left the remains of the painting hanging and told his ravens that it was not to be taken down or replaced. It was a reminder of life that could be taken with permanence. That thought drove him to the tunnels now. He hadn't visited Vera in almost a month. Her chamber was at the far end of the next corridor. It wasn't a green medical glass cylinder like all the others. Hers was a full room sealed with golden-colored glass. This particular glass had been reinforced against possible tantrums from its inhabitant. The room was filled with golden trinkets and gold coins, and the floor was plated entirely in gold. If gold was what she wanted, then gold she would get. He stared at her through the yellow glass. Vera. Matted, filthy hair. Once the color of gold, now the color of wet barn hay. Her eyes were sallow pits, and the skin of her cheeks hugged the bones in her face.
As always, platters of fresh food sat on the floor, just out of reach on the other side of the glass. Plump grapes and strawberries, fresh pastries and decadent chocolates. Once a month, he let the guards put the food inside the chamber, allowing her to eat. While the rest of the population in the tunnels were mostly sedated and fed through nutrition tubes, Vera received no such sustenance. He didn't know how many people in the glass chambers died because of her constant starvation. He didn't much care. Her debt must be paid. She'd wailed and cursed and begged and apologized for the first several months after he'd locked her in the chamber. But he hadn't put her there for an apology. It had been a long time since Vera had complained. For the most part, she sat in silence in her golden prison, barely moving. Sometimes he forgot she was there. He could still remember the day she'd given up completely. There was no longer hatred or sadness, only a sense of vacancy, as though she were an empty box in the middle of the room, a look of utter defeat in her eyes. She continued to eat the food once a month, but now it was as if some invisible hands were forcing her jaw to open and close, her throat to swallow, her fingers to pick up another bite. There was no feeling left. He wished she still begged, still cried, still whimpered. Something. Her chin lifted at his approach, and she looked at him as he sat before a bowl of cherries. "They're trying to take my city away from me, Vera," he said, plucking a cherry from the bowl and popping it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed, not bothering to spit out the pit. "They're like little beetles," he continued, "wriggling around in the soil under my feet, eroding the foundation in an attempt to collapse my life's work." He looked through the yellow glass into her dead eyes. There hadn't been life there for over a year now. "Well?" he prompted. "What do you think?" Her eyes watched his mouth, still chewing the last bits of cherry. Life Force motioned to the bowl. "Would you like one?" he asked, opening the chamber's door and rolling a cherry toward her across the floor. It bumped against her knee. She hunched over and scooped it up, slowly, as if she wasn't as hungry as he knew she was. But maybe years of hunger did that to a person. Perhaps it confused the mind so entirely that she no longer cared one way or another if she ate. He'd have to start feeding her more often, he told himself. It wasn't torture unless she cared, right? Her mouth weakly opened, and she shoved the cherry inside, chewing slowly. "You could have been by my side," he said, something he'd said 1,000 times over these last several years. "I would have made a throne for you. It would have been grand, a spectacle of art. But now," he shook his head, "there's just empty space beside my solitary chair." She didn't seem to care about his words as her eyes ever so slowly drifted toward the bowl of cherries. He sighed. He wanted the Vera he'd once known and loved in his former life. He wanted that Vera to sit there and beg for his forgiveness for the rest of eternity. He wanted to see the tears in her eyes. He wanted to see her on her hands and knees, pleading for him to have mercy on her. What he didn't want was this empty, soulless woman, broken and hollow. In the silence that followed, Life Force could hear a faint noise coming from the mobile in his pocket. He reached down and pulled it out. "What is it?" he snapped. "Wingflare's compound is gone, sir." "Anything else?" "Languish is still missing." "Find him." "We're working on it, sir. We'll have him soon." "Do I have your word on that?" There was a pause before the Raven spoke. "Yes, sir. Of course." "Good. What is your name?" Another pause. My name, sir?" "Yes. I want to know the name of the man who has made me a promise he is certain he can keep." "It's Callan, sir." Life Force hung up the mobile without another word. He opened his mouth to continue speaking to Vera when the mobile rang again. "What?" he barked into it. The ground shook, and Lux fell a few inches.
Wingflare's powers took almost constant attention from the back of his mind to keep the city afloat. He wasn't sure how she had done it while she slept, and was nervous to attempt it himself. Another raven chattered through the mobile's speaker at him. Why couldn't they leave him alone? They were all so pathetically useless. "Sir, it's Cloudbreaker," the raven said. "She's asked to meet with you." "What does she want?" "I'm not sure, but she's being insistent." "Tell her she's a useless snake and to slither back to whatever hole she crawled from." Sir?" A deep anger bubbled inside Life Force, and he could feel the demon that lived within him rumble and begin to awaken once again. He rubbed his temple with his free hand. If he had to hear the word "sir" one more time, he was going to pull out somebody's eye and stomp on it in front of them. "Tell her I am busy." "She says this is important." "Sir." The rage boiled over, and he felt his control on Lux slip. The city slipped downward another 30 feet before he could stop its fall. "Get control of yourself." "Send her to the bunker. I will meet with her there when I have time." Out of the corner of Life Force's eye, he could see Vera looking at the mobile. And, for the first time in over a year, he saw a hint of emotion in her face as a smile began to curl through her lips. It was a smile that knew he was barely hanging on. A smile that was waiting for him to fail. Chapter 45. Languish stood in the bedroom of his lakefront house staring at the empty pack atop the mattress. Had it really come to this? Was he really running away? What other choice did he have? Everyone up here was after him. The epics who claimed to be his friends, the ravens who claimed to be there to protect him, and those reckoners who claimed to be here to save everyone. And whether epic, raven, or reckoner, they all had threatened him at one point. He could still feel Wingflare's invisible fingers clutching him while he hung suspended in the air. It was the first time he had felt her powers used so directly on him. The feeling had been utterly terrifying. Since Calamity had appeared, Languish had always known he'd been given the most useless power possible. His powers, the very same powers that his once dear friend Life Force had valued so highly, had brought him only fear from epics and humans alike. And as soon as he saw the messages scrawled into his skin from Life Force, he knew that his time here had come to an end. One way or another, he'd have to go. He hadn't been on the ground since Lux had become airborne. He'd heard stories, of course, the starvation, the poverty, the violence. He'd seen it in the haggard faces of every new batch of ladder climbers. But what other choice did he have? A life of privation was still a life, which was more than he'd have if Life Force ever got hold of him again. He knew he'd gone too far in attacking Wingflare. Languish walked to his dresser and pulled out a few shirts, then dug under the stack of remaining clothing until he felt the handle of the 9mm stored there. Throughout his time in Lux, he'd always tried to stay close to a gun. Having powers that could weaken another epic didn't mean they killed that epic. He tucked the pistol into his bag along with the small stack of shirts he'd taken. He stared at the clean laundered fabric, knowing that soon his clothes would know nothing but sweat and dirt and perhaps blood. He wished he could have one final meal from the kitchens of Lux. He would miss the sushi so very much. His lake house kitchen held enough provisions to last him a few weeks if he was careful with how he ate. That would have to be enough time to find civilization from wherever he dropped. When his pack was secured and ready to go, he hefted it onto his back. It was a sizable duffel, which fortunately had shoulder straps. The city would likely be at its lowest point ever, making his climb down one of the ladders a bit easier. Given the recent plummet through the sky, he figured now was his perfect, and possibly only, opportunity to escape. When he turned around, however, he immediately realized he was wrong. "You going somewhere?" The wrinkled reckoner with one leg said to him, his arms folded confidently across his chest. Languish sighed. "That was the plan, yes." "Good job on the lake house." The boy
Jet, or John, or something that started with J, said to Paige. Languish couldn't quite figure out the group's dynamic. No one seemed to be in charge. Shouldn't it be the one-legged man? He seemed to have the grit for it, but the one-legged man appeared content to sit back, fold his arms, and scowl.
I'm afraid you know me too well,
Languish said to Paige. He had a hard time hating her. She'd seemed so damned genuine. Even when she'd worked his security detail as a spy, he always hated when he liked hopeless cases.
You know, he continued, you almost convinced me.
She eyed him.
Convinced you about what? I'm not sure about the rest of your little team, but I could almost believe that you were trying to do what was right for the people here in Lux. It's baffling, really.
Paige cocked her head.
Baffling? How do you mean? This is in a world where people care about others. Maybe it used to be, when doing so didn't jeopardize your very existence. But not anymore. The way you spoke of the tubes, though, the heartache in your eyes, it was as if you truly cared what happened to the creatures inside. I do care. There you go again, acting so damned genuine. It's not an act. Why can't people care about something more than themselves?
Languish set down his pack.
Because it gets you killed. Every time.
He looked from Paige to the others.
Should I expect more zip ties this time? We're not here to hurt you,
Paige said, before any of the others could respond. The one-legged man opened his mouth as if to disagree, but she shot him a look filled with daggers. Languish nearly smiled. He liked Paige, even if she was a liar.
Wonderful, Languish said. Then if you're not here to kill me, would one of you mind carrying my bag?
The skinny one in the blue hat, a boy who looked like he'd never held a gun in his life, laughed.
First the lemon water back at the safe house, and now you want us to carry your bag?
Languish shook his head sorrowfully.
A life of luxury does that to a man. Robs him of his musculature, personal responsibility, and any desire whatsoever to do things for himself.
What a terrible tragedy, Pegleg said, rolling his eyes. I'm so sorry you've suffered such a loss. Maybe you should zip tie him up again, eh, Jax?
Jax. Yes, that was the weird name he couldn't remember.
But Jax wasn't paying attention to the one-legged man. Instead, he kept peeking out the window, probably checking for raven patrols.
We may want to continue our conversation in one of the neighbors' homes, Languish said.
Jax looked at him. Why is that?
Because eventually they'll figure out where I've gone. But the house 2 to the left has become available again. It was originally reserved for a friend of yours, as a reward for turning you all in.
The reckoners shared a glance with one another. It gave Languish a bit of satisfaction to make them uncomfortable, given how uncomfortable they'd made him feel. Brigand is there? Jack said with a bite to his tone.
Oh, no. Life Force murdered him not long after you escaped.
He's dead? Skinny Hat Boy said. Languish shrugged.
The Ravens say he went into Life Force's lab and didn't come out. So, he's very dead.
Good riddance, Pegleg said. But Jax and Paige seemed to have a tiny bit of sorrow behind their eyes.
Did they feel sorry for the man who betrayed them? What kind of people were they?
Take us there, Jax said, turning and walking out the front door.
Would you mind?
Languish began. Carry your own sparking pack, Pegleg said with a grunt. Chapter 46. We stood in front of Brigand's betrayal gift. It was twice as big as the house we'd used as a headquarters. Much nicer, too. All for one selfish traitor. Paige touched the arm of the porch swing. We walked through a door that felt too tall into a space that felt too big. It had 2-story vaulted ceilings with open space that made the sound of our voices smaller. Filthy rat, Herschel mumbled.
You don't think you'd do the same? Languish said. Given the opportunity?
Herschel looked at the epic square in his face. When Lux was falling from the sky, I was ready to fall with it. I'm broken, beaten down, and clearly not all put together in some places. I've lost everything I ever owned, many times. Before we came up here, we lived on black beans and sometimes even dog food. I don't have a scrap of what I see in this place."
He looked around the room and let a moment of silence pass between them.
"But there is nothing that you or anyone else on this dying marble can offer me to get me to betray my family. Nothing. I'm theirs to the end. Until I die or they die. And I ain't gonna be the one to let another one of them go."
I expected skepticism from Languish, a lifted eyebrow and some sneering remark, but there was none of that. Instead, his eyebrows were pinched together ever so slightly, his lips were closed, and his gaze didn't quite meet Herschel's. Instead of the typical ambivalence, hate, or violence that came from the faces of most epics, there was only a deep look of reflection in his. In the pause that followed, the weight of the day's events settled over us, and I realized we were all close to collapse. "Let's pack it in for the night," I said. "Take a few hours rest, everybody, and we'll reconvene in the morning. I'll take first watch, then Herschel, then Wade, then Paige." Everyone nodded, accepting the silent instructions to also keep an eye on Languish. He'd been entirely compliant, so Paige had insisted we simply search him rather than tying him up, but the last thing we needed was yet another chase through a city on edge.
"What in calamity is that?"
Wade said as he prepared to head upstairs. We all turned and saw a single dinner plate atop the table, a piece of meat in its center. It was covered in what looked like vomit. "I'll get it cleaned up," I said, wrinkling my nose as the smell hit us. "Unless someone else suddenly wants to volunteer for first watch." I turned hopefully to look at my team, but they were all gone. Early the next morning, as the sun was rising, everyone made their way one by one into the kitchen. Languish was there first, cradling a cup of coffee Paige had made for him.
"Did you mean what you said last night?"
Languish said, as soon as Herschel entered the room.
"About your family?"
There was no sneer in his tone, only sincerity. A genuine question from an epic I had previously thought to be anything but genuine.
"I reckon her family here's the only reason I haven't stuck a gun to my head,"
Herschel said.
"They make a worthless world somehow worth living in."
I glanced at Languish from across the room. He only nodded.
"So,"
Languish said, his relaxed tone returning once again.
"how is it that a man such as yourself came to lose that leg? There's got to be a good story behind it."
The rest of us looked at one another, exchanging knowing smiles.
"Ah,"
Languish said, as if there was an answer in our shared looks.
"so there is a good story. I'm all ears."
"There's a story, all right," Herschel said. "Ain't gonna say whether it's good or not, though."
"None of us know how he lost it,"
Wade said, adjusting the brim of his hat.
"That's the worst part. You see, we keep making guesses, but no one's figured it out yet." "By the looks you gave one another, I gather there's a wager?"
Languish guessed.
"Sort of,"
Wade said.
"Anyone can guess, but if you guess wrong, you owe him your dessert. The next time you come across dessert, that is."
Languish assessed Herschel.
So that's why you're so fat."
Herschel scowled. It was one of his better scowls.
"Very well," Languish continued. "Then I shall make a guess. And," he opened his zippered pocket on his pack, "I will offer my dessert wager up front."
He pulled out a candy bar. A real chocolate candy bar. All of us turned and stared at the old world wrapper that read, Twix.
"Welcome to the game, then,"
Herschel said with a grin. Languish studied Herschel for a long time as if he were studying a complex puzzle.
"You found yourself trapped, and you had to cut it off yourself."
Wade shook his head.
"Nah, you can't cut off your own leg. I don't care how tough and mean he is. That just ain't possible. Herschel's hardcore, but no one's that hardcore. You'd go into shock or pass out before you even got to the bone. Right?"
He looked at Herschel, waiting for the man to answer. Herschel met Languish's stare with one of his own.
"Is that your official guess?"
he asked. Languish nodded.
"Yes."
Chapter 47. 13 years ago. After being given his own Delta Squadron, Herschel Black had expected Command to give him more details about their missions. He was wrong. A year in, the orders came through as they always had. Kill this person, extract that person, blow up this object, find that object. He half wondered if anyone knew what the missions were for, or if you'd have to be the president himself to know. He got a call 2 days after Christmas, not long after he'd returned home from Egypt. He was to fly to Siberia in the morning. His wife yelled at him when he told her. He had only been home a week, and despite knowing better, he had promised her he'd have at least a month at home this time. His commanding officer had all but guaranteed him the time off. He wanted to yell back and tell her it wasn't his fault, that he didn't make the calls. But he didn't say anything as he put on his uniform, packed his bag, and walked out the door. Why couldn't she understand that he hated unexpected orders like this as much as she did?
"When are you going to be back?"
she had asked him as he was about to close the door. The answer was always the same. When I get back. She'd never complained when they were newlyweds. Suppose there was some excitement and fantasy about dating someone in the Special Forces. He wasn't able to talk about it, but she knew what he did. Herschel wasn't a subtle man, after all. Secrets were like warts on someone's face. Everyone knew they were there, yet you weren't supposed to talk about them. He didn't go into any detail about what he did or who he was. Neither did he lie. But he knew he wasn't as good about keeping secrets as he was supposed to be. Everyone said he was a born leader. Herschel was good at what he did. He was good at leaving things home that were meant to stay home. Emotions, feelings, attachments, that sort of thing. And he was good about being there in the moment, keeping a cool head while death and chaos rained down around him. There was something about being there in those moments, bullets pattering against the trees around him, kicking up clouds of dirt near his feet. It made him feel more alive than anything else in the world. Some people froze in combat, no matter how many times they'd been there. Not Herschel. Something happened when his adrenaline spiked. Everything around him came into focus. It was as if the whole world suddenly slowed so he could drink in the details. He'd run off-book missions all over the world for years now, and that adrenaline-fueled focus hadn't dulled a bit. When he was being shot at, Herschel felt invincible. The plane ride was long and loud. As soon as they'd taken off, he put in his noise-reducing earbuds and let the sounds of Beethoven extinguish the rumbling jet engines. If any of his team members knew that he was listening to the Moonlight Sonata instead of hardcore death metal, they'd probably never let him live it down. But the music brought everything into focus for Herschel, much the way that bullets and explosions did. Herschel sat quietly as the hours passed, as land turned into ocean and ocean turned back into land. When they began their final descent, the world below him was white with snow and more snow. He hated Russia. He hated its cold, its cheap booze, and its endless, empty tundra. He hated the marches through knee-high snow and the frosted campgrounds, often with no fire to conceal their location. This mission was no different. The C-130 dropped them over a dark, barren, snowy wasteland at night. The mission was simple. Travel 40 clicks east on foot to a secluded satellite installation where the main tech operative, O'Brien, would set up a transponder relay somewhere inside the main satellite after hacking its feed. And that was it. No bullets this time. No explosives. At least, not if they could avoid it. If they failed in their clandestine approach or were met with any resistance, their orders changed to eliminate everything on sight. As much as he didn't want to admit it, part of Herschel hoped things would go a bit awry. He didn't want to fly all the way to Russia and tromp around in snow for half a week only to quietly slip away into the darkness. It was a terrible thought, Herschel knew that. What kind of person wanted to run into a firefight? But it wasn't the killing that excited him. It wasn't shooting another person. It wasn't even planting and activating explosives. In fact, it was the opposite. The thrill he so desperately craved came from being shot at, running from explosives, and barely surviving things he never should have been able to survive. Things no man should have been able to survive. If there was one thing Herschel was exceptional at, it was surviving the unsurvivable. He landed close to the others in his team. He and his squadron quickly buried their chutes under the snow. "Form up, boys," Herschel said. He wondered why the plane couldn't have dropped them closer. 40 clicks seemed a ridiculous distance away from a target. But it wasn't his place to ask questions. Instead, he walked 40 clicks whenever someone of a higher rank told him to walk 40 clicks. 40 clicks would take at least 2 days of hard travel. He figured they'd make their final approach on the satellite station the night of the second day, so they would have the cover of darkness. They set up camp after hiking for a few miles from the drop site. It was cold and silent. Command had said no fires, so they cracked a few heating packs, put them in their sleeping bags, then slept. The next morning, they walked most of the day, taking occasional breaks for food and Texas Hold'em. Herschel was pretty good at reading people, but he never let himself win too much at poker. He figured if people knew you could read them, they'd work a lot harder to make themselves harder to read, and that edge was always worth the loss of a few bucks. It wasn't that he didn't trust his men. He trusted them with his life. They were like his brothers. He'd die for any of them, and he knew they'd do the same for him. It was simply habit. Besides, his men always loved when they beat him at cards. It was always extra satisfying for Herschel to act angry when he knew he'd let them take his money. The second night, they were making final preparations for their approach. "Hey, look at that!" Specialist Jackson called. Blessed adrenaline spiked through Herschel, and in an instant he was kneeling in the snow, rifle at the ready. He was pleased to see that every man in his squadron was doing the same, all of them ready in less than a second. Specialist Jackson was pointing at the bright red star that had appeared in the sky a year earlier. Though it felt pointless, all of them trained their weapons on the star by instinct. "It's brighter?" O'Brien said. He was right. It was a lot brighter. No one knew where it had come from or what it was. It had just appeared one day, nearly a year ago. But Herschel could tell, as he studied it, that something was happening with it. It was pulsing. An eerie feeling washed over Herschel as he stared at it. The thin clouds distorted its shape, widening it into an oval that looked uncomfortably like a blinking eye watching them from far away. Just then, Jackson cried out and dropped his rifle. It sank into the snow, leaving only a shadowed outline of the black gun. "Jackson, what's going on?" Herschel demanded. The man clutched his chest, then rocked onto his side and fell to his back. The men gathered around him in an instant, whispering his name and shaking him. "Someone get a med kit," Herschel said. Men scrambled for their packs, unzipping pockets. 2 med kits were tossed to Herschel, but he didn't know what to do with them. He didn't know what was wrong with Jackson. "Speak to me, boy," he said, grabbing the man's shoulder. Jackson's eyes were glazed over as he stared up at the red star, his gaze transfixed on it. "Jackson," Herschel demanded, "answer me!" "Yes," the boy said, but he wasn't speaking to Herschel or any of the other men. "Yes, I want it. Give it to me." As he said those words, his back arched in a spasm and his eyes squeezed shut. Herschel fumbled with the medkit, poking around at bandages and antiseptics, needles full of epinephrine. He didn't know what he was looking for. Even if the solution was right before him, he wouldn't know what to grab because he didn't know what was wrong. A long moment, too long, passed, and Jackson finally fell still. His eyes closed. "Jackson!" the men all chanted, shaking him and trying to wake him. "He's still breathing," one of the men said. "And I have a pulse. It's steady." "What do we do, sir?" another said. Herschel had no idea. For the first time in his career, he didn't feel like a leader at all. He felt like a child making guesses. He sat there in the snow, medkit open and loose bandage strips fluttering in the icy breeze. Nobody said anything. They all simply looked from Jackson to the star and back to their commander. They bundled Jackson in his sleeping bag and cracked extra heat packs to make sure he was kept warm. They stayed awake for hours, sometimes silent and sometimes asking questions they knew no one around had the answers to. "What are we going to do, sir?" O'Brien asked Herschel. He didn't know. They needed the cover of night to make their approach on the station, and the mission parameters specified that the station had to be infiltrated before the following night. He stared at Jackson, curled up in his sleeping bag. They could sedate him, execute the mission, then return for him. That seemed like the right move. But that would leave Jackson exposed, vulnerable. Herschel thought about the day he recruited Jackson. When he'd first met him, Jackson had been working a nighttime security job. He was a boy then. He was just a boy now. If he left him here, he might die from the cold, and Herschel couldn't spare another man to stay with him without compromising the mission. "We'll make the assault at sunrise," he said finally.
"In the daylight?"
Mickles asked. "We're not leaving Jackson behind. Get some rest." The order felt like a death sentence he was doling out to his own men. But what else could he do? Abandon one of his own? Sometime in the middle of the night, Jackson woke with a gasp. Everyone quickly gathered around him. "Jackson," Herschel said, gripping the boy's shoulder. "Are you okay?" He looked up at Herschel as if nothing was wrong at all.
"I'm fine,"
he said simply. "What happened to you?" Jackson scooted from his sleeping bag, sliding out into a sitting position. He stared at his hands, his arms. "Jackson," Herschel repeated. "What's going on?"
"I'm fine,"
the boy said again. But Herschel knew better. He knew when people were lying, and he'd played enough games with Jackson to know he was hiding something. "Answer me, Jackson," Herschel said, his tone darkening. "That's an order." Jackson met his eyes and smiled. It wasn't a malicious or sinister one, more of an unconcerned smile. One that said, "I'll explain myself when I decide to, and not before then." It was a look Herschel had never before seen in one of his men. But he had seen the look. Many times, in fact. Right at the beginning of an interrogation when the target believed they were invincible. "You're hiding something from me, boy," Herschel said. Jackson smiled again.
"Am I?"
The other men didn't know what to do or where to look. Their gazes bounced from Herschel to Jackson to the red light in the sky, and then to their guns.
"I'm a free man now,"
Jackson said to no one in particular.
"He told me so."
His eyes shifted to focus on the red light. "Free from what?" Herschel asked. Jackson's gaze snapped to his.
"From everyone."
"I'm not going to say it again," Herschel said. "I'm ordering you to—"
"But I don't take orders,"
Jackson interrupted. His voice was steady. It wasn't unkind or belligerent. It was a statement of fact.
"Not anymore. Not from anyone. I am—"
He lifted his chin and closed his eyes. "Free," Herschel finished. "So you've said." Jackson no longer sounded like the recruit he'd found a few years back when the boy was working a nighttime security job at a shipyard. Herschel eyed the men around him. Their hands were gripping the handles of their rifles a bit tighter as they gave sideways glances to their commanding officer, silently asking what their next move was. Herschel gave them a small shake of his head, trying to tell them to stand down, but their grips on the weapons barely relaxed. "Let's give 'em a little space, boys," he said. He turned back to Jackson, doing his best to relax his tone. "I'm asking as a friend who's known you for years, a friend who's fought beside you, killed beside you." Jackson's eyes shot to his as Herschel said the word killed. There was something in those eyes Herschel couldn't read. "Would you please help me understand what's happened to you?" Herschel continued.
"Calamity has come,"
Jackson said, his eyes brightening with the words. "The great giver of freedom." Herschel turned and looked at the red dot. "Calamity?"
Jackson nodded. "Yes. But I am tired. We will talk about this in the morning," he said, pulling the sleeping bag over his body.
The others turned to Herschel. There was still time to make the assault before dawn. Herschel knew what they all were thinking. "Jackson," Herschel prompted. Jackson didn't respond.
"We're losing Doc,"
O'Brien said. "We can't leave him here alone," Herschel said. "And I'm not going in with him acting like this. Let's wait until morning. We'll be fine." Herschel woke early. His men were still asleep. All except Jackson. The boy was simply standing there, his gear packed and his body facing the red light. It was as bright as it had been the night before, shining eerily despite the early morning light. "Jackson," Herschel said. The soldier turned slowly and gave Herschel the same unconcerned look as he had before, but he didn't say anything. Despite the questions rumbling through Herschel's mind, he fell silent. There was an odd flippancy to the look in Jackson's eyes, as if he were deciding whether to stay with his companions or leave. But that was ridiculous. Where would he go? The rendezvous chopper was still 2 days out. When the others woke, the team packed their gear in silence, shooting uncomfortable glances at Jackson. He didn't seem to notice, or if he did, acted as though he didn't. And then they were on the path again, rifles at the ready, though the mission didn't call for their use. The other men subtly and strategically surrounded Jackson as they marched, gloved fingers hovering near triggers in case... Well, Herschel wasn't really sure what the "in case" was. Up ahead, a black shape began to take form in the distance, exactly where the satellite station was supposed to be. Given the nothingness around them, Herschel had half wondered if it would be there at all. He lifted a hand, motioning for his team to proceed with caution. They crept forward, their white snowsuits making them all but invisible to those who would be watching. The steady, frosty breeze kicked up enough snow around them to act as a visual shield, but as Herschel brought a pair of binoculars to his face, he didn't see any lookouts. Why would there be in this frozen desert? It was a small station, 3 satellites, 2 smaller ones and 1 big one. The station itself wasn't much larger than his own home. It was a small 2-story box of concrete and steel. Herschel waved his hands, ordering 4 men to stand back as cover while he and O'Brien moved on toward the satellite. O'Brien was already unzipping his side pockets and removing a set of tools, wire leads, and a small touchpad. Herschel listened carefully. There was no sign of activity. A station like this wouldn't have more than 2 or 3 operatives. If they were anything like his squadron, they were probably gathered around the table tossing poker chips into a pile. It was easy to stay vigilant for the first week or 2 of an assignment, but eventually even the best of men slipped into a sense of complacency on assignments like these. As soon as they reached the main satellite, O'Brien seemed to know exactly where to go. He found the correct panel, unscrewed the middle plate, and began pulling out the entrails of wires and circuitry. As he thumbed through the rainbow of wires, Herschel crouched beside him, leveling his rifle at the main facility. Beside them, the satellite gave off a hum of power that made it hard to whisper. "How long is it going to take?" Herschel asked, not taking his eyes from the building. In his peripheral vision, he could see O'Brien shaking his head. "It's Russian," he said, a scowl in his tone. "Which means?" Herschel asked. "Which means it's a mess. It's not following the design schematics, which means I'm going to have to test everything individually." They'd had the cover of wind and snow on their approach, but here it would be over as soon as someone from the building looked out their window. Herschel crouched lower, but it didn't really matter. He ground his teeth together, trying not to turn and glare at Jackson, who'd caused this whole problem in the first place. If they'd had the cover of darkness, none of this would be a problem. That boy had potentially ruined everything. Or, more accurately, it was Herschel who'd potentially ruined everything. He should have commanded the men to go during the night when they'd originally planned. If they had, the mission would have been over by now. Maybe Herschel would get the firefight he'd been looking for after all, though he knew he didn't want the mission compromised just so he could feel that spike of adrenaline. The thought kept crawling through his head that he should have had Lee sedate Jackson the night before. As it was, he was more worried about Jackson's unpredictability than he was about an unknown number of hostiles inside a secret Russian satellite facility, and that didn't bode well. "I got it," O'Brien said. "I think." He got a pair of wires and twisted them to 2 other wires. Sparks leaped from his hands, and he jerked away from the panel. "Damn it!" Herschel turned. "What's going on, O'Brien?" "These Russians can't even label their own system properly. I'm going to need to reroute the..." Before he could finish, the deep, powerful hum of the satellite station waned and died. Herschel and O'Brien stopped dead and looked at one another. "O'Brien," Herschel said slowly, but O'Brien dropped his datapad and unslung the rifle from his back. "Fix it," Herschel pressed. O'Brien shook his head. "Too late. They're going to notice this," he said,
dropping into a defensive crouch beside Herschel. "If anyone's awake in there, they're going to be coming outside any second." Herschel trained his sights on the door, shuffling backward to take cover behind the satellite post itself. "Nichols," he said over the comm, "get the charges ready. It looks like this has become Plan B." "Copy that," Nichols said. The front door of the facility opened, and an armed guard walked out and away from the building. His rifle was at the ready as he searched the space around him. Herschel raised his own weapon and curled his finger around the trigger. Before he could fire, twin blasts of yellow energy shot across his view and slammed into the hostile. The energy vaporized the man's entire head and torso, leaving only the ends of arms and legs, which fell into a scattered heap. Herschel froze, unable to pry his eyes away from the incinerated remains. Finally, he turned around to see Jackson out in the open, standing straight with his arms outstretched toward the door to the facility. The look in his eyes was one of wonder and exhilaration. The other 3 men were crouched beside him, their weapons trained on him as they slowly moved away. Lee circled Jackson until he was almost in front of him. Herschel couldn't hear what Lee was saying, but the soldier had his gun aimed down at the snow in one hand, and the other hand outstretched the way one might when trying to peacefully de-escalate an unstable hostile. But Jackson didn't seem to care. He didn't even seem to be listening. Instead, he stared over Lee's shoulder at the destruction he'd caused with an odd look of wonder. Another 2 Russians burst through the door, waving their rifles in the air. Jackson stood tall and waited for them to see him. The Russians leveled their guns, but before they could fire, blasts of energy shot out from Jackson's hands, vaporizing the men where they stood. This time, the men were standing directly in front of the building instead of off to the side. When the beams of energy passed through them, the yellow light collided with the structure itself. Concrete and steel exploded on impact. Jackson studied the building for a second, then released a blast of energy directly at it. The structure exploded. Herschel grabbed O'Brien, who was still staring dumbstruck at the scene, and yanked him away from the explosion. They sprinted as debris rained over them. No more Russians emerged from the pile of rubble. Herschel watched Jackson as the man drank in the sight of what he'd done. His head swiveled until it focused in Herschel's direction, and then his arms lifted again. "O'Brien, move!" Herschel grunted, leaping out of the way. The twin blasts of energy shot forward, smashing into the satellite behind them. With its base now pulverized, the satellite itself creaked and collapsed. Herschel dove to avoid being crushed. More blasts of energy slammed into the satellite, but this time the yellow beams clipped O'Brien's shoulder. "No!" Herschel yelled, diving to pull the man away from the blast of power. But the damage was already done. O'Brien collapsed to the snow, staring at the place where an arm had once been. He looked up at Herschel, confused. Herschel spun and whipped up his rifle, aiming directly at Jackson's face. The soldier cocked his head in confusion at him. "Plan B," Jackson said, his voice clear and steady. "That's what you said. Level the installation and eliminate any hostiles." Jackson didn't seem to notice O'Brien lying armless in the snow. Whatever power that star had given him had apparently taken his humanity as a price. Herschel should have fired at Jackson, but for some reason he froze. Fear gripped him in its unfamiliar clutches as he stared at the thing before him. The other members of Herschel's squadron exchanged glances, all of them silently asking him for the next move. Like the night before, he didn't know. He felt like a fraud. All this talk of leadership, and he had no idea what to do next. He lowered his weapon a few inches, but the other men in his squadron didn't. Jackson eyed them. "What are you doing?" he said. "Get those things out of my face." "Don't you see what you did?" Lee shouted, motioning to O'Brien. Jackson eyed O'Brien, writhing in the snow. "I saved him," Jackson said. "The Russians would have killed him if it weren't for me. Can't you see that? They were coming for him. I saved him. I saved you all." He scanned the disintegrated remains of the Russians. "And now you point guns at me?" "What are we doing, Black?" Nichols called over to Herschel. "What the hell is going on here?" "Get on the ground, Jackson," Lee said, "and interlock your hands behind your head." It was what Herschel should have said, but he felt frozen, shame creeping through him. "That name," Jackson said, shaking his head slowly. "It doesn't feel like mine anymore. I've become a new man. No, I'm not a man at all anymore." He lifted one of his hands and studied it.
Then he looked again at the red star. My heart is not made of flesh like yours. It is made of steel. His gaze snapped to Lee's. Put down your gun, and I will take you to the extraction zone. You are safe with me.
Safe?
Lee said, sparing a glance at O'Brien's crumpled shape as if to accentuate the disbelief in his tone.
I don't think so.
Jackson reached out a hand for Lee to take, and Herschel watched the scene unfold as if in slow motion. Lee eyed the hand and flinched away, jerking backward, and pulled the trigger. Stars of light sprayed from the end of his gun as bullets launched from the barrel. The bullets pierced the white fabric of Jackson's snow camo. Herschel waited, but no blood stained the white material. The force of the gunfire didn't even cause Jackson to stumble. Jackson looked down at his chest, where the bullets had pierced his clothing. His mouth opened, and he gave Lee a horrified look of betrayal. You shot me, he managed to say. How could you? How could you do that?
We were brothers!
He spun around, searching each of their faces. When his eyes returned to Lee's, hatred burned inside them.
You were my brother, and you shot me!
Lee stumbled back, pulling the trigger again, this time holding it until every bullet in the magazine had launched itself from the barrel and collided with Jackson's unmoving body. You betray me still, Jackson said, lifting his arms slowly. As before, beams of energy shot from his hands, and Lee was gone.
No!
The others shouted, each firing into Jackson as Lee had done. Even O'Brien, with his one remaining arm, found the strength to raise his rifle and fire at Jackson. Everyone but Herschel. One by one, Jackson killed them all. And then there was silence. Herschel alone stood in the snow, his rifle slumped to his side. He was a coward. He should have fired on Jackson as the others had, or told him to stand down. Something. But he did nothing. Only stood there while his entire team was murdered. When his men truly needed him, he'd stood there, frozen. And now they were dead. The shame made him want to bury himself in the snow and hide there forever. Jackson turned to him and walked forward. Except he wasn't walking at all. Jackson hovered above the snow, gliding gently along the surface. The toes of his boots carved faint lines as he did. You didn't fire at me, he said. Are you still my brother? Herschel swallowed. He wanted to answer, but he didn't know how. Brother? He repeated the word. Jackson nodded. Every instinct in him told him to say the words, Of course you're my brother, out of self-preservation. But his gaze drifted to the piles of ash where his true brothers lay, their remains swept up by the breeze. Jackson nodded as if he understood what Herschel was thinking. Very well, he said, and then he shot up into the air. As he departed, Jackson sent down 2 more beams of yellow light into the satellite station, as if to bury the remains. Concrete erupted from the point of impact. Herschel turned and ran, but something hit him on the back of the head, and his vision went dark. When he woke, he didn't know what time or even what day it was. He tried to move, but his leg was pinned. His vision was unsteady, but the one thing he could see all around him was steel. There was no more concrete or splintered wooden beams, and there was no snow. Everything had somehow been turned into steel. Everything for several hundred feet around him. His leg, up to his knee, was encased in steel, like an immovable cast. He pulled against the steel prison, but he might as well have been pulling against a mountain. An impossible weight bound him to the earth. He heaved again, desperately. Come on, he said to himself. You can't miss the extraction. He gripped his leg in both hands, as if it would help somehow. He pulled with everything he had, but it would never move, and he knew that. Hours passed. Every attempt at freeing himself was as fruitless as the last. A dark voice inside his head told him what he needed to do, but he kept pushing that voice away, refusing to listen to its demands. After another several hours had passed, he knew he had no choice. Pulling his belt from his waist, he looped it around his leg, right above the knee, and cinched it as tightly as he could until he completely cut off the circulation. Then he pulled a knife from his bag and opened the blade, revealing its serrated edge. Death was probably far better than what he was about to do, but he had to get back and tell others what he had seen. Cutting away the material of his snowsuit, he exposed his flesh, then brought the knife to his knee. His eyes drifted to the sky where Jackson had disappeared. Somewhere more people were likely screaming and dying at his hands. He imagined entire cities turned into steel like the snow had been. He imagined yellow blasts of light vaporizing the innocent. Herschel looked at the red star. Calamity, Jackson had called it. Calamity has truly come. And with that thought, he pressed the blade into his flesh. Chapter 48. Wade's mouth hung open as Herschel finished his story.
No, he said, shaking his head. No, that ain't possible. You can't cut off your own leg.
Herschel didn't respond, only sniffed and leaned back into his chair.
And you crawled all the way back to the drop zone?
Paige asked. No, he said with a grunt. I ain't that tough. Passed out not long after I broke the bone. Finally got myself free, only to faint like some sissy once I did.
Yeah, that's the word that came to mind, I said. Sissy.
I woke up in a Black Hawk, Herschel continued. Extraction choppers saw what happened to the satellite long before they got there. Apparently wasn't hard to spot my bleeding body at the epicenter of a square-mile field of steel.
Well, Languish said, handing Herschel the Twix bar. It goes without saying that even though I guessed correctly, you deserve this.
Herschel leaned forward and took the chocolate, tearing open its gold wrapper. Then he handed me one of the long sticks. What's this for? I asked. You always had the closest guesses, always picking something extreme. Besides, I still owe you for the Snickers in Galveston. I ate my half in 2 bites. Probably should have savored it more. When we were both finished, Herschel and I looked at one another. You ready? Herschel said. I nodded. Let's do this. The others looked at us, confused. Herschel stood and walked beside Languish. I'm going to need to borrow this, he said, grabbing the epic's arm and holding it tight. What are you? Languish began. But before he could finish, I joined Herschel and jabbed a syringe into a vein in Languish's restrained arm. In less than a few seconds, I had enough blood to fill 3 vials. All done, I said, capping the syringe and tucking it into my pocket. Paige glared at us.
You didn't have to do it like that, she said. He might have offered his help without forcing it from him.
Herschel released Languish, and the epic rubbed the puncture site on his arm.
No,
Languish said, looking up at Herschel from his seated position.
Those two were right. I have no intention of helping you.
Paige sighed.
I don't understand. We caught you trying to run away from Lux, which means you're not planning on going back to Life Force anyway. Why are you still defending him?
Languish sat up straighter.
I'm not defending him. Then why won't you help us take him down? It's not so simple. Then explain.
Languish looked to each of us.
You seem to already have everything figured out on your own.
Paige shook her head, then turned her attention to me.
What's the plan, then?
We flood the palace with Languish vapors, I said.
Languish vapors?
I nodded. Electrocharged DNA particles from Languish diffused into a water vapor distribution system, funnel the infected airstream through the palace ventilation ducts, and Life Force won't even realize he's being attacked. Once he breathes in the modified particles, it will dampen his powers.
That's really smart.
I smiled. Thanks. She thought for another moment.
But what about the city? He's holding it in the air. If you dampen his powers, it will fall and create the very extinction event we've been trying to avoid.
1 step ahead of you, I said. I'm going to dilute the formula 1,000 to 1, so the dampening effect won't shut his powers off completely. We'll have remote access to the vapor stream in order to adjust its potency at will.
So, you're hoping that the city will slowly drift back to Earth?
That's the plan. In fact, I believe we'll be able to directly control its descent with adaptive air saturation levels. Paige looked at Languish.
Is that how your powers work? Can you adjust your levels of potency? I can, but I doubt Boy Wonder over there can. He seems awfully certain of something he's never tinkered with. You'd be surprised at what he can do,
Paige said. She met my eyes.
I know I always am.
Chapter 49. After leaving Vera, Life Force headed back to his throne room, back to his painting. His ripped, torn, shredded painting. His beautiful painting. He stared at it for hours, losing track of the time as he reveled in each weeping canvas fragment. Lux and its people were his masterpiece, just as this was. His Sistine Chapel, his statue of David, his own Sabine woman. And he would protect them all. "Sir," a raven said. Life Force rubbed the sides of his head. His temples pounded with an almost constant beat of pain that dulled his vision and made the noises around him feel like needles shoving into the backs of his eyes. The formula for fusing the action potentials was untested, and Life Force couldn't tell whether the pain and headaches were side effects of an imperfect recipe or simply the strain of too many biological tasks all vying for his mental focus. It took all his concentration to simultaneously keep the city in the sky while still maintaining consciousness and interacting with the world around him. All he wanted to do was sleep. "Sir," the raven said again. "What?" Life Force snapped. "What do you want? Why wouldn't they leave him alone? They were everywhere, like fleas he couldn't scratch away. The demon slithered sickly in his belly. Cloudbreaker is asking when you will see her." Life Force met the raven's eyes. His vision bounced a bit from side to side as he did so. "Why would I want to see her? Go away!" The irritating raven didn't move. Life Force could make him move. With wing flares, blood on fire inside him, he could pull the man's spinal column into a disjointed pile of discs without raising a finger. But the thought of exerting yet more of her power only made him feel another wave of exhaustion. "She's in the bunker as you requested," the raven said. "She's been there for quite some time, waiting for you." "Fine. Now leave me alone." When he looked up again, the raven was gone. Life Force took a long while to compose himself. He wasn't about to look weak before his last remaining epic. Gathering what mental fortitude he could manage, Life Force rose from his throne and made his way through the palace. He took an elevator to the bunker 50 feet below his throne room. Cloudbreaker waited inside. She stood from the lone chair in the center of the room as he entered.
Finally,
she said, a distinct and disconcerting lack of fear in her tone.
Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? The raven said you'd be down here an hour ago. An hour!
Epics, he had come to learn long ago, had a hard time learning their place. None more than Wingflare, and look where that had gotten her. They all thought themselves better than one another.
The situation with our little band of visitors has gotten out of hand,
Cloudbreaker continued. So you've heard what's happened to Wingflare and Languish, I see. And now you're afraid they're coming for you next.
I can handle myself,
she said, standing a little taller. Life Force gave her a half smile. I'm sure that's what Languish and Wingflare thought as well.
You know they were fools,
she said. Yes, Life Force said. And you're a fool too, he thought to himself.
The situation must be handled, and you are not handling it.
Run along, Cloudbreaker. Everything will be set right before tomorrow. I have the situation under control. He turned to leave, but she marched across the room and slammed the door before he could walk through it. The noise rang through his skull, shooting pain through his eyes and making the demon in his belly growl with displeasure.
You've had your chance, and you've failed, she said. It's time for me to take matters into my own hands.
Life Force turned slowly. And what is that?
supposed to mean? Do explain.
You couldn't stop Wing Flare from dying or Languish from getting kidnapped. Others might consider you a high epic because you can't die, but you may be the weakest high epic I've ever heard of. You can't even stop a tiny group of thugs. It's time for another Frost in Lux. I will finish off these reckoners myself.
Anger roiled through Life Force, yet he managed to keep his voice steady and his face calm despite the snarling demon inside his belly. Her words sent an extra jolt of focus through him. Instead of weakening and disorienting him, the added threat allowed him to access a reserve of strength hidden deep inside him. He didn't rule Lux because he was lucky. He ruled Lux because he was better than creatures like Cloudbreaker. Know your place, or lose it, Life Force said. You will do no such thing. The last frost wiped out years of work, and I will not allow that to happen again. I will not sacrifice what I have built simply because you are spineless.
It isn't your choice anymore. It's mine. You don't control me, especially since you no longer have that mongrel Languish to dampen my powers.
The demon inside Life Force growled. It wanted blood and death. Kill her, it whispered. Pull her to pieces. Life Force fought to suppress the demon. It bristled at her defiance, her perspective of superiority. You will not call the Frost, Life Force said, holding the demon at bay lest it leap from its chasm and cause him to do something regrettable.
Languish is gone,
Cloudbreaker said in an almost sing-song tone that made Life Force want to throw her into a wall.
Wing Flare is gone. It's only you and me now. Your authority isn't what it was a day ago.
The demon continued to grumble. He could feel it shaking off the chains that held it captive.
Be careful what you say, Cloudbreaker. You overstep.
You're a blood bag, she said, an IV hanging on a rack. All you do is keep things alive. You don't have any real power.
The power over life and death is the only true power that exists in this world.
Tell yourself whatever you want. The Frost is coming.
The demon inside him focused intently on Cloudbreaker. His blood pumped like magma through his veins. Every part of him felt intolerably hot.
I don't appreciate being threatened.
Oh, it's not a threat, she said casually. It's already started.
Icy veins crackled through her eyes, the way morning frost often did on glass. Her pupils constricted, and cloudy gray bled from the blue in her irises, swirling through the white at their rims until her eyes looked like a storm, her black pinprick pupils at its center. Life Force nodded slowly. I see. He walked to the center of the room, placing his hand on the chair where she'd been sitting.
I have something I've been working on, he said, changing the subject. My life's work, you might say.
I'm not changing my mind,
Cloudbreaker interrupted.
I don't care what you have to say. Even if you kill me, the frost won't stop. It will rage and howl until this floating rock is a block of ice.
I've recently made quite a breakthrough,
Life Force said, as if she hadn't spoken at all.
So much has happened in the past few hours. Progress you can't imagine. Peric was close to something extraordinary, and I've not only finished his work, but unlocked even greater potential than we realized was possible.
He looked at his open palm, closing it into a fist and reopening it.
It's all coming together, like a puzzle, and only I know the final image. It started with a box of 100,000 pieces. Some thought me mad because they couldn't see the final picture, but it is almost complete now. For years I've been trying to fit the pieces together. So many pieces.
He closed and opened his hand once again.
Void Splitter was a piece. Stone Tide was a piece.
Languish and Wing Flare, they were both pieces.
I suppose I'm a piece of your puzzle too?
Cloudbreaker said. She was trying to sound haughty and dismissive, but Life Force could hear the hint of fear in her voice. She knew something was different. It was almost as if she could sense the horned demon in his belly, almost as if she could hear the guttural growl in its throat.
Perhaps. But you don't have to be part of this puzzle quite yet.
You are welcome to play in your gardens and torment your servants and host your parties a while longer. Call off the frost and enjoy the spring."
"Or what?" she said, regaining some of her composure. Life Force's mobile rang. Without taking his eyes off Cloudbreaker, he answered it.
"Yes."
"Sir, something's happening with the clouds. They're spilling into the city." Life Force hung up without responding. The demon roared inside him. It clawed at the edges of his belly. Life Force wondered if this was the day it would finally rip its way to freedom and consume him.
"I'm asking you to pull them back,"
he said, forcing his voice to remain steady.
"No."
They stared at one another in silence for a long moment before Life Force finally spoke again.
"I've been keeping secrets from you. From all of you."
He touched his belly and swore he could feel the thrashing of the demon's claws underneath the thin layer of skin.
"A blade to the heart means that a heart is mine forever. Gifted injuries, gifted time. Do you remember the raid on Denton?"
She didn't respond.
"Storm's summoner tried to fight us there. He summoned nearly 100 tornadoes before Languish managed to quell him."
Life Force pointed at Cloudbreaker's stomach.
"One of those tornadoes hurled a broken lamppost right into your belly. Do you remember?"
Cloudbreaker shifted uncomfortably.
"My powers allow me to give life, but they also allow me to take that gift away. Would you like me to take back what was gifted?"
Cloudbreaker gasped. She pulled up her shirt, exposing her midriff. A hole began to widen through her stomach, growing bigger and bigger until it was the size of a dinner plate. Hyperventilating, she stared at the gaping wound in horror.
"Even now,"
Life Force continued,
"I can keep what's left of you alive for as long as I want, but I don't need you anymore."
You need me?" she called, panic gripping her tone.
"You can't kill me! The city will freeze without me! The frost has already begun! There will be no breathable air! You need me!"
The demon inside him grinned as he spoke. "I already have you. But the you that stands before me, a weak, powerless whimper who pretends to know what power is, that is something I have no need of." Life Force withdrew his powers of healing entirely, and let the mortal injury take what it intended to take long ago in Denton. Chapter 50. I sat by one of the windows as I worked to repair the boomerang watch I'd augmented with Paige's silver ring to help us cross the gap back into Lux. Brigand's home overlooked much of the city. Though there weren't any significant hills in Lux, the house was situated at a higher elevation than most of the town. It allowed a clear view to many of the distant neighborhoods, all the way to the edge of the city in most directions. Far in the distance, all the way at the edge of Lux, clouds swelled up into high, billowing walls. And then they began to spill into the city. They were miles away from our neighborhood, but we could see them clearly in the rising daylight. More clouds poured into the city. They were like tidal waves from some silent tsunami in the sky. The walls of clouds collapsed, rolling into the neighborhood closest to the edge, swallowing it whole. The five of us walked from the home and watched from the porch as more clouds bubbled up over the edge and poured into the city, consuming neighborhood after neighborhood. I glanced at Languish. His expression was one of horror. "What is it?" I asked. "What's going on?" He swallowed. "It's another frost." "Another what?" He looked at me. "Cloudbreaker has started a frost. This hasn't happened for over 5 years. "What does that mean?" Paige asked. "It means we're already dead. Everyone and everything. Anything outside of one of Life Force's bunkers will freeze and die within a matter of hours." He stared off into the distance. "The last time this happened, Lux had to start completely over. We need to get off this death trap now." "Enough with the dramatics," Herschel said. "What does it mean exactly? Because we've got plenty of gear up here to deal with altitude issues. We're not idiots. We knew how far up we were climbing when we decided to come." "It's not only about altitude. Cloudbreaker can cause extreme atmospheric fluctuations. 5 or 6 years back, enemy infiltrators were causing almost as much trouble as you all have been.
No one knew who they were, so Cloudbreaker decided to freeze the entire city and kill everyone who wasn't inside the palace walls. Life Force managed to stop her before this place turned into a floating iceberg, and they've been at odds with one another ever since. We all knew that Cloudbreaker would eventually snap and try it again.
Languish looked out the window at the clouds.
And this is how it started. What about everyone in the city?
Paige asked.
And the people in the tunnel chambers?
If it's like before, Life Force will make sure to keep a stock of chamber victims alive just underneath the palace, but everyone else will die. And the same thing will happen to us if we don't get out of here,
Languish said.
We have to leave, now.
We ain't leaving, Herschel said. We got epics to kill.
And we're not going to abandon the people here either,
Paige added.
So you can help us, or you can get out of our way.
They're all going to die anyway,
Languish argued.
You can't win. The frost will kill everything in Lux. The only choice you have is to run. Your deaths won't count for anything in the end.
Jax, Herschel continued, ignoring Languish. What do you got in terms of motivators? There's got to be something we can use right now to stop this incoming frost.
These people deserve their fate,
Languish interrupted, even though Herschel was no longer paying attention to him.
For being naive enough to believe that life on Lux came with no strings attached.
You can't truly believe that,
Paige said. Languish didn't meet her gaze.
Try to pretend, just for a second, that one of them was important to you, a family member, or a friend. You can't tell me you'd simply abandon them.
Languish winced, still not looking her in the eyes.
You do whatever you want, but I'm leaving.
Not a chance, Herschel said, grabbing Languish by the back of the neck. I studied Languish, thinking back to the explosion at the safe house when he escaped the last time. He's too much of a liability right now, I said. It's clear he's not going to help us, and we don't have the time or tools to force his help. If he wants to be a coward and leave, I say let him. I've got more than enough of his DNA to construct the vapor motivator.
If we let him go, he'll run straight to Life Force and tell him everything,
Wade said. What's everything? I asked. Life Force already knows we're coming for him. It's the whole reason he's freezing the city. If he wants to go, let him go. Herschel scowled. That's a mistake. But even still, he relaxed his grip and released Languish. Paige turned to the Epic.
We could really use your help,
she said.
Please.
Languish stared at the distant clouds that rolled into the city. Without another word, he turned and left. We shouldn't have let him go, Herschel said once the door shut behind him. I held up a wrist module. We didn't. I snuck one of those tracking nodes from Peric's lab into his pack of supplies. If he goes running to Life Force, we'll know exactly where the High Epic is hiding. Herschel smiled. I knew you weren't a total idiot. Liar, I said. You totally thought I was. He shrugged. Maybe, just for a second. I turned to Paige. We have to stop Cloudbreaker before she can finish freezing the city. How far away does she live?
Probably 2 miles at least, maybe a little less.
Paige pointed into the heart of the city.
We need to get there before the clouds set in, or we won't be able to see anything.
There are no more ravens out in the streets, I said. We can use the grav bikes. Paige nodded.
Then we gotta move now.
I turned to Herschel and Wade. You two stay here. Wade, track Languish's every move. And Herschel, make sure Wade doesn't die. Also, burn the rest of the scorch notes. We need to be ready. Ready for what? Herschel asked. For war. Chapter 51. Life Force barged into his laboratory. He didn't bother calling for Peric this time. He unlocked Cloudbreaker's drawer and scooped out the samples. Who did she think she was? Trying to destroy what he'd worked so hard to create. Lux was his Sabine masterpiece, and no one would take that away from him. He immediately got to work, following the same procedure he had with Wingflare's samples. Peric's formula, developed from the boys' theories for fusing action potentials, had been in one of the 3 vials. He didn't have time to test each one individually right now, and since he didn't know which of the 3 had ended up working, he made 3 more samples with the same additives he'd used before. If this didn't work, everything he'd spent the last decade building would be gone. Part of him wished he had kept Cloudbreaker alive so he could kill her again, and again. Focus, he told himself, suppressing the demon that only wanted to rage and devour. There will be time enough for blood when all this is over. That seemed to appease it for now. When the serums were complete, he injected all of them into his arm, as he had with Wingflare's. Then he sat on a laboratory stool and closed his eyes. He could feel the new DNA inside him as it squirmed about in his veins. The cells knew they weren't supposed to be there. Foreigners in a hostile land. "You are mine now," he said, focusing on the new cells. There were so very many foreign bodies inside him. At times it was maddening. He could feel them all, each one floating around, replicating itself inside a polluted vessel. At first he had enjoyed their presence, his little city within a city. But as time went on, he learned to hate the corruption he'd become. The cesspool of blood that stagnated in his body, crawling about his bones, made him want to empty it all out of him. Over the years, he'd injected thousands of people's blood into his body. Every member of the tunnels and every sample of epic DNA they could find flowed through him. He had no idea how many he'd lost inside the glass chambers to blood diseases through the mixing of so many types of blood. But perhaps when all of this was over, he wouldn't need other people in order to heal. Mitosis was supposed to have been the answer. When Peric had discovered the mitosis DNA, the plan had been to use it to create an endless supply of perfect copies that Life Force could draw upon forever. But instead, the Reckoner boy had given Peric the answers they'd been truly searching for all along. Life Force refocused his efforts on the task before him and searched again for the cells holding Cloudbreaker's DNA. "Awaken and obey me," he commanded. Like before, many of the cells simply withered and died at the order. "Awaken!" A few cells ignited, bursting with power and flooding his body with an untapped well of resources. Relief mixed with triumph, and he stood from the stool, opening his eyes. He accessed this new well of power and drew upon it the way he had with wing flares. But as he did, his concentration split, and his hold on Lux began to slip. The city shook violently and started to fall once again. He immediately released Cloudbreaker's power, gripping furiously to wing flares in order to hold the city aloft. As he did, the demon in his belly wriggled free from the chains that held it in place. He could feel it grinning at him, like a small child who knew its parents couldn't stop him. The demon pushed on Cloudbreaker's powers. Life Force could sense the shift in the atmosphere immediately. The demon inside him had accelerated the frost. "No!" he shouted, trying to quell the malicious, snickering demon, while also trying to balance all the powers that flooded his mind. But it felt like trying to balance a stack of bowling balls atop one another. He could hold his own power firmly and comfortably without much thought or concerted effort. If he concentrated with all his might, he was able to balance Wing Flare's power on top of the first, but the third was simply too much. In that moment, he knew it would be impossible to control more than two powers at once. In fact, he'd barely managed two. He could do nothing now to stop the demon's accelerated frost. Lux would suffocate. Even if he lowered the city, Cloudbreaker's frost wouldn't simply stop because of the change in altitude. And once everyone inside was dead, and he had no more vessels from which to draw life, then he too would freeze. Freeze and die like the rest. The only alternative would be to abandon his city. And that was something he would never do. Chapter 52. Paige had the bikes in the driveway ready for the two of us. I jumped on one. "Lead the way," I said, revving the engine. Paige took off like a bullet, and I raced after her. I could still see clouds billowing up over distant rooftops. We weaved around corners and through side streets. Hundreds of people were gathered in groups outside of their homes, pointing and staring at the approaching fog. Their hands covered their mouths in fear. I could see the panic in their expressions as I rode. Some argued with one another, pointing and shouting. After Lux had fallen as far as it did, they all likely thought they were going to die. And then the frost came, further disillusioning them. Around the next bend, Paige hopped the curb of the sidewalk, then plowed through a flimsy wooden fence in one of the yards. We tore through gardens and lawns, taking every shortcut we could find as we raced the incoming fog. It closed in around the entire city. Watching it rise up around us sent a pang of unease through me. The walls of clouds tightened around us. We were trapped. We passed more people, all of them panicked. It seemed everyone had the same idea, find a way out of Lux. I revved the accelerator, my bike picking up speed. Somehow it felt like if we reached Cloudbreaker's mansion, the fog wouldn't be able to swallow us, though I knew that wasn't true.
"It's up ahead," Paige called. "Maybe a quarter mile to the right."
With that, she turned around the next corner. As I followed her, a great mansion came into view. It wasn't as ostentatious as the Capitol buildings Wing Flare had stolen from around the country, but it was every bit as big as any one of them. An enormous, slate-gray house with peaked rooftops, 4 stories, and expansive grounds lined with thousands of flowers and fields of bright green grass. As we rode closer, a giant wave of fog crashed against the backside of the house, lifting up over the top and spilling down onto the grass. The entire mansion vanished. The bright colors before us were disappearing. The fog surged forward, coming at us with the promise of inevitability.
"Slow down,"
Paige called. The engines in our bikes dulled as we braked to a crawl just as the clouds collided with us. Everything vanished, and the temperature instantly dropped. It was how I'd always imagined the moment when you passed from this life to whatever was next. I shivered at the instant rush of cold that swept over me. "I can't see anything," I called to Paige, coming to a stop.
"Me neither,"
she said, cutting her engine. "We've got to find and kill Cloudbreaker before this gets any worse," I said. I got off the bike. It was perfectly silent and perfectly still. I looked around, but it was impossible to see anything. We probably should have brought thermal scanners.
"I brought the thermal hollow sight from my rifle," Paige said.
Well, at least one of us knows what we're doing. I looked around, but all I could see was white. I lifted my hand and brought my palm to my face. Then I pulled it away slowly, watching as it disappeared into the fog. After about 1.5 feet, it was gone.
"Come here," Paige called. "We need to stick close."
I followed the sound of her voice until the shadow of her bike came into view. Paige was scanning the mansion's grounds with her hollow sight.
"I'm not getting any heat signatures," she said. "At least not on the outside."
"Wait!" She paused, focusing in on one spot.
"There's something there, but it's faint. It's so weak I almost missed it. Come on."
She reached over and took my hand. We stumbled along the street at an awkward pace. I shivered again at the cold, goosebumps rising on my arms. "Can you see what it is yet?" I asked as we got closer. She shook her head.
"Not yet. Hold on."
She paused, steadying her hollow sight on the spot.
"It looks like a person, but the heat signature is so faint."
We walked in silence until we reached the grounds of Cloudbreaker's mansion.
"It's right in front of us,"
Paige said, stepping cautiously forward. I drew Shiloh and held it at the ready.
"Right above us,"
she said, lifting her chin. We stopped before a flagpole, and that's when I saw the pair of silver shoes right in front of my face. A body tied tightly to the flagpole. "Who do you think it is?" I asked.
"Only one way to find out,"
Paige said.
"Here."
She handed me the thermal hollow sight. I took it with one hand, then held out my other hand for her to use as a step. Her shoe stepped into my hand, and I hoisted her upward. She scrambled up until she was standing upright on top of me. I steadied myself and gripped her ankle.
"It's Cloudbreaker,"
she called down to me. An icy chill ran down my veins.
"Are you sure?"
I called back.
"I'm sure. She's got something around her neck. It looks like a sign."
She fiddled with something I couldn't see. "What does it say?" I asked.
"Traitor."
The temperature dropped again. If there wasn't already fog everywhere, I'd be able to see my breath, but the fog made it impossible to see anything. It felt like crystals of ice against my skin. But Paige wasn't complaining about the cold, so neither would I. However, if the temperature fell much more, we'd need to find shelter. Gotta keep moving, I told myself. "If Cloudbreaker's dead," I said, "why is the frost getting worse?"
"I don't know,"
she said. She hopped down off my shoulders, then put her hand in mine.
"Don't get lost,"
she said. "You either." Her hand was cold, colder than mine. I thought of the cold weather gear we'd packed, all of it back with Herschel. A dull murmur rose from somewhere distant. The murmur evolved into shouting and anger as the voices grew more numerous. I could picture the townspeople gathering into a mob, barely able to see one another. The bigger the crowd grew, the more I could hear discontent through their shouting. They wanted answers. No longer were they the compliant life donors Life Force had wanted them to be. I held on to Paige's hand as I carefully climbed back onto my grav bike. "Climb on," I said.
"Shouldn't we take both of them?"
Paige asked, turning to her abandoned bike. "If one of us takes a single wrong turn, we'll never find each other again," I said.
"Good point."
Paige climbed on, and I started the engine. The road in had been completely clear. There weren't cars up here, which made navigating the fog much easier than I would have expected. We idled slowly and carefully through the streets. My knuckles felt like ice as they gripped the handlebars. After a couple turns, I looked around, unable to see anything through the thick fog.
"Are we lost?" Paige asked.
"Yup."
"Great. Then How are we going to get back? I grabbed my mobile and spoke into it. Herschel, you copy? His gruff voice answered. Copy. I need you to launch a flare straight up over the house. I hate to break it to you, he said, but you ain't gonna see anything. The fog's already here. I know, I said. Just do it. One flare coming up. I stopped the bike. Get out the thermal scope and watch the skies for a heat signature, I said over my shoulder to Paige. She retrieved the scope and swiveled slowly, scanning the sky. There, she said, pointing into the distance. Northeast. Chapter 53. By the time we reached the house, the inside of my lungs felt like they were coated in ice. The muscles in my arms were stiff from the freezing air, and I could barely feel my fingers. When I opened the front door, a wave of warm air engulfed me. My cheeks burned with the sudden rush of heat. Get on in here, Herschel said, waving us inside. We got the heater up and working. I stepped into the oasis of warmth and began rubbing my bare arms. As I looked around, it felt like I'd been transported into a munitions depot. Piles of personal arms sat in heaps. Assault rifles, handguns, even grenade launchers. An assortment of sniper rifles leaned against the far wall, and stacks of explosives were piled in the kitchen. Crates of ammunition stood in a pyramid in the corner, and a waist-high barricade of sandbags lined every major wall in the main entry room, effectively turning the large room into an armored bunker. You said to burn them all, Herschel said with a casual shrug. Only got a few left now. Calamity, I didn't realize we'd brought so much. This is war, Herschel said. We didn't come here to lose. This place is a fortress, Paige said, eyeing the heavy sandbag fortifications lining the walls. But if we ever have to leave, we're not going to be able to carry half of these guns with us. Herschel and I exchanged a look. That's what we brought Martha for, Herschel said. Who's Martha? Paige asked. Or what's Martha? I smiled at Paige. I'm pretty sure you'll recognize her when you see her. Herschel helped me with a substantial scorch note that came from a smaller blue one. We laid Martha out over the living room floor while Paige watched, an excited look of intrigue on her face. When we were finished, she met my eyes, her expression as dumbfounded as I'd hoped. Are you kidding me? She said. How is that even possible? Took more than a few attempts to get the blue scorch note right on this one, I said. But in the end, well, here it is. Would have burned her earlier, but it probably would have drawn way too much attention. Paige laughed. You think? I don't think drawing attention will matter much anymore, I added. So this is how we're going to get to the palace. She scanned the surface of the Martha scorch note. I can definitely think of less effective methods. Here, Herschel continued, handing us each a small earbud. Wade's got comms set up, so we can stay connected in case we get separated. I took the earpiece and fitted it into my ear. Is it on? I asked. Wade looked up from his place at the table and gave me a thumbs up. Loud and clear, he said. Once we reach the palace, we're going to need to override the security checkpoints to get inside, especially if we're going to infiltrate the heart of the palace, Wade continued. I've been trying to hack into the security channels, but the automated firewalls are locking me out. If they don't already know I'm trying to hack the system, they're going to know soon. Wade turned back to his computer and tapped away furiously at the keyboard. A few minutes later, he shook his head. Someone on the other end has started shutting down the ports. I'm going to need access from one of the mainline terminals. If we can wire a relay to one of them, I should be able to gain full access. Where's the nearest mainline terminal? Paige asked. Wade pulled up a map, then projected a three-dimensional hollow image of our neighborhood on the table. The image was a ghostly blue color, but one of the structures in the image was orange. He pointed to it. This is the closest. Paige studied the image. That's not too far away. Maybe a few blocks from here. Wade nodded. Grab me a relay module and I'll get it ready. I found him a module, and he got to work. After a few minutes, a notification popped up on his screen with a beeping warning. Wade opened the notification. Hey, he called. Come over here. I'm picking up some activity. We crowded around him. What is it? Paige asked. Well, Wade began. Each Raven uniform has a tracking system built into it, giving the approximate coordinates of any particular soldier at a given time. You're telling me you can track the movements of the Ravens? I asked. Maybe. That part of the network is tightly secured. They know I've broken into their system, and now it's me against an entire team of counter-hackers. Every time I've tried to ping a Raven location using their tracking module, I've only been able to see it for a second before it vanishes. But, let me try this. He entered some code.
and we all closely watched the top-down view of the neighborhood displayed on the screen. A cluster of orange dots appeared at the far edge. Herschel leaned closer. "Is that them?" Wade nodded.
"That's them."
I squinted. There were so many. "Are you sure those aren't regular people?"
"Those are definitely ravens,"
Wade said. More dots appeared. "Do they know we're here already?" The orange specks massed together and headed in our direction.
"Looks like it,"
Wade said.
"How do they know where we are?"
Paige asked. Herschel and I shared a glance. "The flare," I said. "I should have figured they'd have thermal cameras or heat sensors or something."
"How long until they're here?"
Paige asked.
"Soon,"
Wade said.
"They're still a couple miles away, so we got maybe 15 or 20 minutes, I'm thinking."
"How long until the relay's ready?" I asked. Wade spun around to a second computer with the module plugged into it.
"Maybe 15 or 20 minutes."
I sighed. "Of course. We're going to need to get out of here as soon as possible then," I said. "Herschel, get started on burning Martha." Herschel shook his head. "Scorched node that size ain't gonna burn fast. Martha's gonna take a half hour at least." "Okay," I said. "Then we should get it started now. We're going to need something to buy us some extra time."
"Don't you remember?"
Wade said.
"That's what they invented bullets for."
"I guess we stand and fight then. Take out as many as we can and hope they don't resurrect too fast. As soon as the relay is done, I'll head out the back and take it to the terminal station."
"Every raven we kill is another person in the tunnels who dies,"
Paige said. "That ain't our fault," Herschel called over his shoulder as he crouched at the corner of Martha's scorch note. "It ain't wrong to defend ourselves. It's not us killing those innocent people. It's life force."
"I know," Paige said. "But still, there's got to be another way."
"I'm all ears," he said.
"What about drone rockets?" she asked. "Did you bring any of those, Herschel?"
Herschel huffed. "Course I brought some."
"Then what if we take out the road? We could detonate rockets here, here, and here," she said, touching locations on the screen. "It could at least buy us a few more minutes." "Won't they just fly over whatever debris and craters the rockets make?" Wade said. "They are ravens, after all." "They only fly when wing flares with them," Paige said. "With everything we've done to Lux over the last few days, I doubt Life Force is going to risk coming here personally." "Even if they can't fly," Wade added, "a bunch of holes in the ground aren't going to slow them down for long. There ain't exactly an easy place to bottleneck in this neighborhood."
"We only need to distract them long enough for Martha to finish burning and to set up the relay," I said. Herschel walked in front of the computer screen. "Look," he said, "I'm all for saving kittens and trees and helping old ladies cross the street."
"Except they're not kittens in trees," Paige cut in. "They're people in glass tubes getting murdered."
"Fine. We'll take out the sparking roads. But if they get within 100 feet of this base, I start popping heads." Paige nodded. She eyed the massive scorch note that was Martha. The edges of the paper burned, throwing out purple sparks, but much like an old fuse, the note burned slowly, its progress almost indiscernible as the seconds passed. Wade took a break from his computer and helped line the sandbag walls with rifles and prepped ammunition boxes nearby. We gathered around the screen and watched as waves of orange dots flowed into view, turning the swarm into a solid mass. "Here they come," Herschel said as they turned the corner onto our street. Our house was on the corner of a four-way intersection, so we could see down each street out the living room windows. When the ravens arrived, we'd be surrounded. "Together to the end," I said. He nodded once. "Together to the end." Herschel guided the remote drones from a computer screen interface. It still amazed me how adeptly he could control 4 of them at the same time. I stared out the living room windows, but the fog obscured my vision. All I could see were indistinct shadows. When Wade said the ravens were 5 houses away to the north street, Herschel forced the drones to speed toward the ground. I felt the explosions before I could hear them. The ground shook and the air pressure felt heavy, as if something invisible thumped against my chest. The sound followed. It started as a deep guttural sound, the ground moaning under the impacts. A split second later, the sound morphed into something piercing as it cracked through the air. Bright orange glowed through the thick freezing fog. The fog churned with the explosions. Distant dark shadows lifted and fell as indiscernible masses were destroyed. The rockets had created a barricade of fire and debris. I pulled my gaze away from the window and checked Wade's monitor. The swarm of orange dots came to a sudden halt at the now devastated intersection. Wade gave Paige an approving nod.
"That stopped them better than I thought it would,"
he said. But as he spoke, 5 orange dots from the front line spilled into the space where the new craters had formed. The movements were slow but persistent. I turned my attention back to the window, watching the shifting fog for any sign of activity. Orange flames, muted by the wall of fog, still burned high. A line of ravens marched through the smoke and fog. Some were on fire, yet walked unfazed. These soldiers had probably died 100 times before and weren't afraid to do so again. Their black armor, covered in flickering orange flames, made them look like demons come from the abyss. "Sorry, kiddo," Herschel said, glancing at Paige. "But now it's time to fight." Paige turned to the scorch note. It wasn't halfway yet, though it was still furiously burning. She nodded slowly, then walked across the room and grabbed a Barrett M95 sniper rifle. Then she sat at the kitchen table and set up the rifle's tripod. Though the deaths of the ravens would steal the lives of the innocent, we couldn't let them get any closer. Any chance we had at permanently stopping Life Force's reign of death would be ruined if we did. I walked to the pile of RPGs and hefted a long rocket launcher onto my shoulder. Wade fitted a rocket onto the end, and I targeted the group of approaching hellspawn in my sights. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the distant souls in the glass chambers whose lives were about to be taken by Life Force's cruelty. I pulled the trigger. A hissing sounded beside me as the rocket shot forward, shattering the window in front of me. It struck the group of burning ravens, now only a few houses away to the street just north of us. A fireball consumed my vision, and my stomach was sick from the innocent lives that were about to be taken. Cold air crept in, quickly depriving the room of its carefully preserved warmth. I dropped the launcher and scooped up an SR-47 assault rifle, crouching behind the wall of sandbags and training my sights on the fire that still burned from the rocket launcher round. I stared through the broken glass at the still-burning wreckage. "Where are we with the relay?" I asked, looking over my shoulder at Wade, who was back at his computer. "Just another few minutes," he said. "When it's finished, it'll be ready to intercept mainline access to Lux's systems, as long as you can get it to the signal tower 3 blocks east." The world hung suspended in a moment of stillness as smoke gently billowed up from the impact zone, joining the fog in a blanket of obscurity. "I've got movement," Herschel said, drawing his assault rifle tighter to his shoulder and squinting through the scope. "Beside the broken fence." I followed his direction with my scope. It was one of the ravens I'd hit. He was limping. The soldier clutched at his arm, or what was left of his arm. He kept looking at the section beyond his elbow, the space where the rest of his arm was supposed to be but wasn't. He stared dumbfounded at the injury, waiting for the arm to return. But it didn't return. Nothing was growing back. A look of panic spread over his face. The soldier stumbled and collapsed to his knees, falling face first into the rubble. He didn't move. I steadied my rifle, finger on its trigger, waiting for him to come back to life. "He should be healing by now," I said. "What's going on?" "I don't know," Wade said from behind. "I'm checking the thermals, and none of those ravens you killed are moving. Their heat signatures are totally still." "It doesn't make sense," Herschel said. "We've blown plenty of ravens to bits before with rockets, and they always got back up." "Something has to be different," I said. "Paige, what do you see?" She adjusted her scope's zoom. "I've got a clear line of sight. He's dead, Jax. Nothing is healing." "Maybe it's the fog," I said. "Or the cold." But I knew neither were true. The rocket launcher's explosion had cleared a temporary pocket of air from the fog, giving us a definitive visual. "Why would it be the fog?" a voice said from behind. "That doesn't even make sense." We spun around, and there, standing at the back of the room, was Languish. He stared at the line of sparks still chewing their way through Martha's massive scorch note stretched across the floor. "What in calamity is that?" he said. "You came back," Paige said. He shrugged. "I figure, if I'm going to die, it might as well be in a house stocked with ice cream and peanut butter." "What?" Herschel said, lowering his rifle. "There's ice cream in here." "I got movement," Wade said before Languish could answer. Our attention snapped back toward the burning wreckage. "Where?" I said, scanning the line with my rifle, then glancing at Wade. He looked up from his computer. "Everywhere." He swiveled the screen around so I could see from my post at the window. Orange dots were cascading forward toward our location. Shadows began to form behind the fog. I grabbed a grenade from my belt and hurled it at the most concentrated group I could see. It exploded. "Nice throw," Wade called from behind. "That's 8 of them down." Before I could throw another, the swarm of ravens scattered, shouting to one another to spread out. The entire front line of ravens began firing back. A storm of bullets slammed against the house. Our scorched-oak-grown wall of sandbags held, but nothing else in the house did. Glass shattered, wood splintered apart, bits fell from the ceiling around us. That was when Paige started pulling the trigger. She made her bolt-action rifle seem like a semi-automatic. Every time she squeezed, another raven fell. Shouts from outside echoed over the sounds of war. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but there was panic in their tones.
"Some of them are turning around,"
Wade said, his voice full of excitement.
Paige turned to me. "They know they can die now."
The ravens shouted at one another. I could imagine the squad commanders yelling at soldiers not to retreat. I looked over my shoulder at the scorch note. It still had a full third left to burn. "How many are retreating?" I asked Wade, who was lying on the ground staring at the computer.
"Maybe half," he said. "There are at least 100 still moving forward."
I hurled another grenade out the window. The ravens responded by unleashing thousands of rounds into the house, quickly turning our base into tatters. "Get down!" I was shouting, but I couldn't hear my own voice over the hail of bullet fire. The four of us crouched low behind the sandbag wall, waiting for the ravens to stop shooting. I didn't know how many, if any, were outfitted with thermal scopes, but based on the wide range of bullet holes all around us, I doubted any of them could see clearly through the fog. "They're shooting blind," I said to the others as they crawled in closer to me. "It doesn't matter," Herschel said. "They outnumber us 100 to 1. They don't need to shoot straight. They only need to keep shooting."
"Jax," Wade called. "The relay's ready."
He handed me a small box.
"It's got a magnetic attachment. You just need to snap it onto the base of the signal tower. Got it?"
"Got it." I took the relay and shoved it into a pack. Paige dropped her sniper rifle and grabbed a tactical rifle.
"I'm coming with you," she said.
I nodded. "Let's go." We headed out the back, but were spotted almost immediately. Bullets pattered against the wooden fence on our left, tearing apart the slats of wood and turning them into vicious splintered stakes. A grenade thunked on the ground, just out of sight. I'd learned long ago to recognize the dense impact of a grenade as it struck the earth. I wrapped my arms around Paige and activated Boomerang. The world disappeared and reappeared a second later. An explosion erupted 30 feet from where we stood. "Over there!" a raven shouted, his mechanical voice modulator calling over the chaos. Another spray of bullets flew toward us, but I reactivated Boomerang, sending us back into a small crater where the grenade had gutted the earth out from under where we'd been standing just seconds earlier. "Come on," I whispered, pulling Paige in a different direction. We sprinted 3 blocks through the fog, silent and fast. The signal tower was just up ahead. It was in the backyard of a large white house and stuck up a bit higher than the 2-story roof. Together, we vaulted over the fence. I expected the backyard to be empty. It wasn't. Several ravens turned as we landed on the grass. They lifted their rifles and fired. I grabbed Paige's hand and boomeranged forward, appearing on the other side of the small group. Their heads swiveled in confusion. I drew Shiloh. The blade sang as it was freed. Then I slashed 3 times, and 3 ravens fell. We snapped back to the original anchor point. That was when I heard the not-too-distant march of approaching ravens, drawn to us by the gunfire. A pair of ravens smashed through the fence, drawing their rifles. We dove behind a stone fire pit. Paige tried to peek over the edge of the stones, but bullets pinged against the fire pit near her face, kicking up a flurry of dust and rock chips.
"Sparks," she said, crouching low again. "I can't get a clean shot."
I reached into my pocket and grabbed the second boomerang band I'd assembled after our escape from the tubes, then wrapped it around her wrist. She pushed her palm into the watch and was gone. A second later, she appeared on the other side of the advancing ravens. She took them out with 3 clean shots and was back by my side before I could blink. More shouts and stampeding boots sounded outside the fence. "It sounds like 20 to 1 out there," I said. "Not great odds." She looked at me.
"It was never great odds in the coop."
I smiled at her. Then both of us vanished in opposite directions. I appeared on the backside of the fence next to a raven whose boot was lifted, ready to kick into the flimsy wood. He saw me right before Shiloh cut him down. I could hear Paige shooting in the opposite direction. I knew it was her. She always had a clean, decisive way about her when she pulled the trigger. Steady shots, one right after another. Pop, 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 instead of the frantic release of bullets from most people in combat. And hers were the only shots I heard, which meant she'd been able to take out the ravens before she was even seen. We returned to the backyard only to find another pair of ravens. This time, it was Paige who grabbed my arm and flashed us to safety before taking them out with 2 steady shots. The raven army began tearing down the fence and firing wildly into the backyard. Too many people believed that machine guns could destroy anything and everything they waved their muzzles at if only one held down the trigger for long enough. In reality, fully automatic machine guns were about as accurate as a goat playing darts. The access terminal was on the other side of the yard, at least 70 feet away. I knew we wouldn't be able to sprint across the distance without 1,000 bullets firing in our direction. As inaccurate as machine guns were, 1,000 bullets still seemed like a lot. "Boomerang us in the direction of the signal tower," I said, grabbing Paige. Instead of protesting, there was trust in her eyes as she teleported us into the open, 30 feet closer to the tall signal tower. When we appeared in the middle of the yard, a wave of bullets shot toward us. I held tightly to Paige and activated my boomerang motivator, sending us forward another 30 feet. We appeared 10 feet in front of the terminal, right in the middle of a group of ravens. I grabbed the relay and hurled it at the signal tower. The magnetic attachment snapped to the metal tower, and before the ravens knew what was happening, I reactivated Boomerang, returning us to the middle of the yard. Paige followed my lead, reactivating her device, and we were back by the stone fire pit. Raven heads turned all around, confused at our erratic movements. It didn't take long for them to find us, however, and when they did, another hailstorm of bullets flew at us. I peeked over the edge of the fire pit at Brigand's house, far in the distance, knowing we were completely pinned down. I scrambled to think of an escape as the nearby ravens advanced. When they were right on top of us, Paige rolled out and pulled the trigger of her tactical rifle, only to hear a clicking sound telling us that the magazine was empty. The 3 ravens in front of her leveled their rifles. Before they could fire, a deafening sound shook the earth. Rubble erupted from the ground in a geyser of dirt, exactly where the ravens had been standing. A rumble sounded in the distance. I looked through the fog toward Brigand's house. In the hazy mists, a dark, massive shape approached. The explosion radius had cleared away a pocket of fog. The blurry shadow reached the pocket and entered inside. A long metal barrel pierced the wall of fog, its sandy color gaining crisp detail as it approached. I grinned as a 62-ton, 1,500-horsepower M1A2 Abrams battle tank rolled toward us. In all my years using its wheel wells as a workbench back at the coop, I never imagined I'd actually see it in action. M1A2 Thrasher had once been painted on its side, but time and experience had taken their toll. Most of the letters were now missing, and the 2 had a line scratched along its left side that made it look like an R. What remained looked like M-A-R-T-H-A. Cries of confusion and fear echoed behind me. Machine gun fire sprayed from Herschel's rifle as he gunned down my pursuers. Martha crossed the gap, driving toward us. "Get up here already!" Herschel yelled, waving me over. We scrambled up Martha's heavy armored shell to the opening on top. Herschel climbed inside, then Paige and I followed. A shower of bullets struck the tank right as I dove safely inside. Heart still hammering, I tried to steady my breathing, pulling in deep breaths of frosty air. "The relay is in place," I said. "Let's finish this." Chapter 54. Martha rolled toward Life Force's palace and its connected tunnels. As Herschel drove, he spent half the time coughing into his arm. "It's like Russia all over again," he muttered to no one in particular. The cold was getting worse. Much worse. Icy air cut through my clothes like razor blades. I thought about Zeph's words back at the coop. "It's gonna hurt," he'd said. "At some point, probably lots of points, you'll want to give up because it won't seem worth it anymore." "You've got to stop the frost," I said to Languish. "We're all going to freeze." He shook his head. "I can't simply isolate one power in Life Force. It's everything or nothing." "Why are you helping us?" Paige asked. Languish released a breath of frosty air. "Because you're going to help me in return," he said. "We are?" I said. "I'll dampen Life Force for you," he said. "But only if you help me rescue someone from the glass tubes." "So there is someone you care about outside of yourself," Herschel said. "If you're trying to save someone," I said, "we should stop Life Force first. If this frost lasts much longer, there won't be anyone alive to save." Languish shook his head. "No. We rescue Vera, and then you'll have my help." Herschel grunted. "Always comes down to some sparking girl." "Vera," Paige said, her voice trailing off. "Isn't that the one you told us about? Life Force's fiancé?" Languish didn't answer, only stared at the metal floor as the tank rumbled onward. "I thought you said Life Force killed her," I said. "No, I said when you hurt an epic like him, it's not the sort of thing you really get to walk away from in one piece. And she most certainly didn't make it out in one piece." I didn't want to ask him what that meant, and apparently no one else did either because the others sat there in silence. "Were you in love with her too?"
Paige asked. Back when you all were friends? She chose him, Languish said. Not me. And I was happy for them. I was. She really hurt him when she rejected his proposal. You'd think I would have been happy about it, but I wasn't. It was cruel what she did. But the way he's tortured her all these years, Languish shook his head. No one deserves that. Not even the worst of us. I'm getting a substantial thermal signature through the fog up ahead, Wade said, holding a hollow sight to his eye while looking through the tank's small viewport. They've got a whole army surrounding the palace.
Yeah, and we got a tank, Herschel said, coughing again.
Wade pulled up a scan of the area on his tablet, hacking the Raven command feed of thermal cams. Frost crackled over the screen like a growing disease. He tried to scrape it away, but it only made the image blurrier. Look, he said, spinning the tablet around so we could see. Clusters of dots were packed tightly around the palace. There's no way we're getting inside, Paige said.
What didn't you hear about the word tank? Herschel said.
The tank only goes so far, I said. We simply don't have enough shells to take out every soldier. Once they swarm and surround Martha, there'll be nothing we can do. There's a tunnel entrance a few 100 feet away from the southwest corner, Languish said. It's an older entrance, not used much, so it probably won't be guarded. The tank slowed, and Herschel gave Languish a hard look.
You're not playing us, are you?
What do you mean?
Sudden willingness to help? Unguarded entrance? Feels like we're being set up.
Conniving isn't really my thing, Languish said. Besides, I could have shot all of you when I was standing behind you at the safe house. Also, you don't really have a lot of options here.
Options, Herschel said. I'll bet you I can get pretty creative with options sitting in the front seat of a tank.
I have no doubt. I suppose it's your choice then. Languish's breathing was steady. His eye contact with Herschel was comfortable, not a stare down and not avoidant. His voice didn't sound strained. He wasn't touching his face or covering his throat. His speech was fluid, and most importantly, he simply seemed like he was telling the truth. Herschel, I said. The man met my gaze. If you were playing cards with us, I'd...
Yeah,
Herschel said, cutting me off. He turned around and once again faced forward in his seat.
You aren't the only one who can read people, Jax. I saw it all too. The weasel probably ain't lying.
The tank's engine revved, and we lurched forward again. So where's the entrance? Paige asked. 2 blocks that way, Languish said, pointing to the right. Herschel coughed again. I could barely feel my cheeks. My skin was like ice. We'd have to hurry before all of us were frozen solid. You're gonna need to dampen life force slowly, Wade said to Languish. Lux has dropped quite a bit since Wingflare was killed, but we're still too high up. Diagnostics are reading the city at 1,500 feet. That's probably enough to reach terminal velocity and wipe out everything down below. You're going to need to get us as close as you can to the ground before you take out life force. Languish's brow scrunched. I didn't agree to killing anyone. That's not really my thing. Don't worry, I said. Paige and I will take care of that part. You just make sure he doesn't put himself back together when we do. Languish nodded slowly.
I'll drop you off and go back to the front, Herschel said. Rain a bit of hell down on them. Keep the Ravens occupied and such.
And I'll work on hacking the chamber lock so you can rescue the prisoner, Wade said, swiping the screen of his ice-crusted tablet. Martha jolted to a stop.
Go on, Herschel said. Get to it then.
His eyes didn't meet mine as he spoke. He sighed and stared straight ahead. I'd played enough poker with him to know what he was thinking. And I was thinking the same thing. This was likely the end for one, if not both of us. I pulled the bucket book from my back pocket and took out the pen crammed in its spine. Then I scrawled my initials on 2 blank lines.
The hell you think you're doing?
Herschel said, finally looking at me. Back when I drove the motorcycle through the window, I said, handing him the book and the pen. You said that if I came back alive, I'd get 2, which means we're tied now.
Nope, Herschel said, shaking his head. Not happening. A tie is worse than losing. I had it in my mind a minute ago to up and die in a sparking blaze of glory with this metal beast.
Wade's eyes widened. Wait, what?
But that ain't gonna happen now, Herschel continued, ignoring Wade. I don't got much left to live for anymore, but I ain't leaving this rock on a tie, that's for damn sure.
He snatched the book away from me and added one final line on the page. Number 479. Survive Lux. Then he handed me back the book.
First one to die loses. Got it?
I smiled. That's about the most sentimental goodbye I think I've ever heard from you. He grunted again, then broke my gaze and stared forward. Go on, he repeated. Go kill us one more epic. I opened the top hatch, spilling fog-muted light into the small space. After Paige, Languish, and I crawled from the tank, Martha drove away into the bitter fog. I watched them go long after their shadow disappeared into the mists.
Just you and me again,
Paige said. Languish cleared his throat.
You know I'm standing here too, yes?
I took Paige's hand, ignoring Languish. We got this. Chapter 55. The three of us entered the underground tunnels. They smelled of oil and fresh concrete. Once lit brightly with long fluorescent bulbs, the electricity wasn't working like it should, and the lights flickered against the cold as if trying desperately to hold on to their last breaths of life. Deep under the rock, I could still feel the earth shake as the Abrams battle tank above us fired high explosive shells into the palace. Bullet fire and tank rounds echoed overhead. Our rifles were at the ready, yet there was no need for them. The tunnels were abandoned.
Most of the ravens are probably trying to escape,
Languish said, as if reading my thoughts.
They know they're not immortal anymore, and the frost is going to kill them if they don't leave.
Paige met Languish's eyes.
There's always a cost to doing what's right.
He assessed her.
You sure you know that cost?
She didn't answer, only turned and looked at me.
No matter what happens, know that I love you, and have ever since the first time you took me to your workshop in the coop.
Then she placed her hands on the sides of my face and pulled me close. Her lips pressed to mine, warm and soft. Despite the biting cold that gnawed at my bones, a rush of warmth surged through me. I wanted the moment to last forever. I wanted her hands to hold my head close and never let go. But eventually she did let go, and when she did, the coldness of Cloudbreaker's frost cut through my body once again. Without another word, Paige turned and continued forward, leading the way once again as if nothing unusual had happened at all. We weaved through corridors until we finally reached the sector with the glass chambers. The space was just as I remembered it. Rows and rows of murky glass obscuring the faces of nameless prisoners. My eyes moved from chamber to chamber. We passed by the corridor where our team had been imprisoned, where Abigail's body likely still remained. Part of me wanted to check, but the muscles in my neck pulled my focus away, refusing to let me look down that aisle.
You okay?
Paige asked softly at my side as we marched past the corridor. Yeah, I looked around. Where's Languish? A loud clang echoed to our left. Paige and I leveled our pistols as we rounded the corner. Another clang rang out. Up ahead, Languish held an iron bar and beat it against a giant pane of yellow glass. It was a chamber the size of a small room. Yellow glass wrapped the whole enclosure in bright color. Paige stepped ahead of me, lowering her gun.
Is this her?
She called. Languish swung again, and another clang echoed through the space.
We need to find a way to open the glass,
he said. He threw the ineffectual iron bar to the ground. It rang as it bounced against the concrete floor and rolled away.
Wade,
Paige called over the comm.
Open chamber.
She glanced up at the small number over the glass.
3351.
Wade's voice crackled through the comm.
Got it.
I looked past Languish. Past the glass. There was a woman inside, cowering in the corner. She looked up, and as her eyes met mine, a chill crawled up my spine. A chill that had nothing to do with the frost. The world stopped as I stared into those eyes. Terrible eyes. Eyes that had haunted me for so many years. Eyes that glittered when they witnessed death and murder. It's her, I said, my fingers shaking as I tried to keep a hold of the pistol in my hand. Paige moved closer, her shadow invading my periphery.
Jax,
she said, her hand on my shoulder.
Who is that?
The woman who killed my brother. Love-struck. Paige's gaze snapped to the yellow glass.
What? Are you sure?
How could I tell her how ingrained those eyes had become in my memory? She wouldn't understand. She couldn't understand. I'm sure. Languish was no longer trying to open the glass. Instead, he watched me as I approached, a wary look in his face.
Whatever she may have done to you,
he said.
She's paid for it 100 times over,
he said. But I was barely listening to him. My hand was a fist.
tight around the handle of the gun it held. Not one bullet in the magazine would touch Life Force's body, because every rounded lump of lead was meant for her. "Jax," Paige said again, her hand pressing tighter against my shoulder. I shrugged it away with a twist of my body. "She took everything," I said, finally reaching the glass. "And now I'm going to take everything from her." "There's nothing left to take," Languish said, his tone almost pleading. "Can't you see that?" My free hand touched the yellow glass. Its surface was cold as ice. Love Struck watched me. Her ratty hair was frayed and stiff. It no longer fell like silk around her face, but instead stayed in matted clumps, as if she'd slept on it for months. She probably had. Her clothes were torn and blotched with sweat and stains, yet she seemed too accustomed to the material to shrink in humiliation. This was a prisoner who'd long ago accepted her fate. "Jax," Paige said. "What?" I snapped. Why did she keep saying my name? "Let her go." I tilted my head. She couldn't have said what I thought she said. "Let her go?" "Not for her," Paige continued. "For you." "What are you talking about?" "Life Force has probably already killed her 1,000 times before. And yet he still keeps her here. He still tortures her, because it will never be enough for him. Just like it will never be enough for you. Let her go, and let yourself go." I looked from Paige to Love Struck. Epics. They take everything good from this world and leave us with hate and desperation.
"She's as broken as anything can be," Languish said. He touched the undamaged glass before looking back to me. "Life Force lost whatever humanity he once had because of what he did to her. Don't be like him."
Don't be like him. The words lingered in the air, and I felt a sharp stab in my gut. Don't be like him. A wave of images rolled over me. I was back in Galveston, watching Lux descend from the sky and consume the once bright city below. I was walking through the rubble of burned and looted husks of other cities as we tracked Lux across Texas. And finally, I was standing beside Life Force as he pressed the derringer to his temple and pulled the trigger, ending Abigail's existence. My grip on the pistol loosened. My focus shifted to the faint reflection of my face in the yellow glass. In place of my eyes, I imagined the icy blue color of Life Force's eyes. "I don't want to be like him," I said to no one in particular. Paige's hand cupped my cheek. "You're not like him." "And it is why you don't belong here," a voice said behind us. The three of us turned around. Life Force stood at the far end of the tunnel. Without hesitation, Paige and I drew our rifles and fired. Bullets zipped through the air. When they were a few feet away from Life Force, they slowed to a crawl and stopped, quivering in the air with unspent momentum. Magazines empty, we lowered the rifles. 60 pieces of lead dropped all at once, clattering to the concrete floor. Life Force took a step forward. Wrinkles creased along his shirt. His hair was ruffled on one side. He breathed with a heavy, stilted cadence that betrayed an otherwise composed demeanor. I looked around, waiting for his ravens, but none arrived. "No guards this time?" I said, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Does it look like I need guards?" Life Force's gaze lifted an inch, following something behind us. I glanced over my shoulder. Wade had apparently opened Love Struck's chamber, and under the commotion of gunfire, she was running away. Life Force turned to Languish. "She won't make it far," he said casually. "Soon she'll be back where she belongs. You know I'll find her." "No," Languish said, stepping forward and shaking his head. "Not this time." He stretched his hands toward Life Force, and the city shook under our feet. A mix of disgust, rage, and threat burned in Life Force's eyes. "What are you doing?" he said, even though the fury in his eyes said he knew exactly what Languish was doing. "What I should have done a long time ago." As promised, Languish began draining Life Force of his power. The city lurched, shaking the floor. "You're going to kill us all!" Life Force yelled, but Languish didn't respond. The two epics engaged in some silent battle of will. Wounds opened all over Life Force's body. Thin lines of red appeared on his face and neck. Dark holes widened in his forehead. I pressed my thumb into the quick release button of my rifle, dropping the empty magazine. I clicked a fresh one in its place. Right alongside me, Paige was doing the same.
In less than a second, both of us lifted our rifles, took aim, and fired again. Life Force's eyes flickered from languish to us. Bullets flew through the air, trying once again to reach their target. Like before, they stopped a few feet in front of him, but every bullet punched deeper and deeper through the invisible barrier that was failing under the tidal wave of languish's dampening powers. The bullets were inches from Life Force's face, but none of them had entered his flesh. I abandoned the rifle, drew Shiloh, and sprinted forward. Life Force pushed a palm in my direction as if trying to use Wing Flare's power to throw me backward, but no wave of invisible force struck me. Panic pulled through the Epic's expression. He looked to the side and somehow, despite the onslaught of Languish's attack, he was able to rip a steel door from one of the rock walls and hurtle it toward me. I hunched, and the door slammed against my shoulder, throwing me backward into a wall. Dazed, I tried to stand, but Lux lurched again, this time free-falling for a few seconds, and I fell back to the floor. Languish was on the ground too now. His shirt was bright red. I looked around for what could have injured him, but there was nothing. His shirt wasn't torn. It was as if some old injury had opened up inside him and was now killing him. Perhaps he knew all along that he could dampen Life Force, but that this would be the cost. Both Epics looked like barely breathing corpses. New cuts and holes were opening in Life Force every passing second. By the time I managed to stand, Life Force's ravens were pouring into the tunnel. Paige dropped her spent rifle and drew the pistol at her hip. She fired a volley of shots into the ravens before they could return fire. Ravens toppled over one another. Life Force's concentration broke from Languish for a brief moment. He swept his arm through the air, lifting Paige from the ground and throwing her backward. Once again, he tried to do the same with me, but nothing happened. Confusion wrinkled through his expression. I ran forward, Shiloh in hand. Life Force glanced at the bodies of the fallen ravens. He waved his arms, pulling dozens of blades from their corpses, then hurled a wall of deadly knives at me, a wall I had no hope of dodging. My thumb pressed into Boomerang, activating the device and jumping me forward to the other side of the wall of knives. I slashed with Shiloh, dropping ravens with every swing before boomeranging back. As the city continued to fall, the raven bodies lifted from the ground, tumbling through the air. I boomeranged back and forth, fighting against the stilted freefall of the city and the ravens' wild bullets. One by one, Paige and I ended each of the ravens. Before I could make my way to Life Force, however, dense gravity pressed through me. Once again, the city was stabilizing. I shot a glance toward Languish. His body lay still on the concrete floor. Whatever wound he'd opened up dampening Life Force had finally taken his life. Ahead of me, Life Force was crouched down, leaning his weight on one knee. The battle against Languish had taken its toll, and hundreds of wounds over his body were not yet healing. He turned to me, reaching out a hand as if to soak away my life in order to heal. I flinched, but no lacerations opened in my body. No cuts or bruises, no change whatsoever. A puzzled look twisted through his face as he tried again without success. If there was a chance to end him, this was it. I readied Shiloh and strode forward. Life Force weakly lifted a hand. The bodies of fallen ravens lifted from the ground, flying toward me. I dove into the air, then rolled on the ground, the bodies sailing over me. Another wave of bodies lifted. I curled my fingers around the housing chamber of my crudely reassembled boomerang device. Popping off the casing to expose the circuitry, I ripped the regulator from the circuit board so that shortly after the device was activated, it would fry its own circuits. I then looped the boomerang around Shiloh's hilt. When I activated the device, Shiloh jumped forward, disappearing from my hand and lodging its blade into Life Force's chest. It sunk deep, all the way to the hilt. The raven bodies crashed into me, throwing me off balance and sending me to the floor once again. When I rose, Life Force was staring at me. He was standing tall, Shiloh's hilt still jutting from his chest. "Did you think you could really stop me? There are thousands of vessels in here to draw upon. How many times can you kill me?" He swiped his hand through the air. The steel door he'd thrown at me earlier scraped along the ground. It flipped once in the air and pinned me against the wall. Its force pressed into me, squeezing my body with invisible weight. Life Force straightened. The cuts and wounds were beginning to heal, though much slower than before. Languish's dampening power still lingered within him, making his gait sluggish and delaying his healing. He stretched out an arm toward Paige, who stood a dozen feet away. She gasped as his powers pulled her. She slid forward, back arched, arms behind her, and the toes of her boots dragging along the floor. She fought against the pull, but her efforts were as futile against life force as they'd been against wing flare. Paige reached his outstretched hand, and her throat connected with his palm. As life force clutched her by the neck, her feet dangled helplessly off the ground. "No!" I yelled, struggling against the plate of metal that held me against the wall. "Let her go!" Life force ignored me, just as he ignored the sword sticking out from his torso. He examined Paige as if she were some experimental specimen he'd plucked from a jar. "I still remember the way you fought my men in Arlington," he said. She clawed at his wrist, but he simply continued as if she were as harmless as a butterfly. "Raids these days all blur together. I don't even remember the names of cities anymore. But I remember Arlington. You were like an artist, slashing your blade through the air like it was your paintbrush, creating a masterpiece of death. Part of me was angry with the pathetic ravens you cut down around you. How small they were compared to you." I struggled against the steel door, but it wouldn't budge. "Let her go!" I repeated. Finally, life force met my gaze. "You! Another failed piece of art. A waste." He scanned the fallen ravens on the floor around us. "They were supposed to be among the best. True warriors seeking to rise to something greater. Yet they were nothing compared to the two of you. And still, neither of you seek to rise. Such squandered potential. I hope you know that I couldn't have completed my ascension without the answers you gave to Peric. For that, I thank you. But it's time we move on." He turned back to Paige and released his grip from her throat. She remained in the air, suspended just enough that her toes couldn't quite touch the ground. "Paige!" I shouted, struggling against the steel plate that held me. Helpless, I watched as a cut on Life Force's cheek sealed, and a corresponding cut on Paige's cheek opened. A gash on his arm, a tear along his shoulder. Cut by cut, wound by wound, each injury transferring from him to her. "No!" I yelled. The weaker Paige grew, the stronger Life Force became. It was supposed to be me floating there in his invisible grip. Why couldn't it have been me? He had tried to heal from me earlier without success. I had seen the confusion in his face, but he hadn't been able to. Why? Something in that question pulled my attention away from the horrifying moment before me. Whispers of something important. Something in the depths of my mind that I needed to understand right then. Why couldn't it have been me? Life Force had tried to heal from me, but it hadn't worked. He hadn't been able to use Wing Flare's powers on me either. It was why he had to throw the raven bodies in the steel door. Why? My mind raced against time, digging through memories I knew were important. I looked up at the splintered yellow glass. This had to do with her. It all had to do with her. Vera. My mind raced back to our first conversation with Languish, when he'd told us of Vera's rejection. She'd thrown a silver ring at him, devastating him beyond repair. He'd spent a lifetime building his floating city of gold. His palace of gold. His throne room of gold. As if protecting himself from... "Silver!" I shouted from where I stood. Life Force's eyes snapped to mine, widening as I yelled the word. Raw horror filled his face. Everything suddenly made sense. In the tunnels, with Wade, his wrist wound had suddenly stopped spreading, and instead transferred to the woman in the tube nearest us. It wasn't luck or the chambers themselves as we'd thought. It was... my ring. Dan's silver-class ring, pressed against his wrist as I held him. That was why Life Force couldn't use Wing Flare's powers on me. The ring was around my finger, pressed against my skin. "It's silver!" I yelled at Paige. "His weakness is silver! Use your ring!" "But I don't have my..." she started, then paused before finishing as she stared at the hilt protruding from Life Force's chest, around which I'd wrapped the backup boomerang device. The exposed housing chamber revealed the silver ring I'd used as a conduit when we were crossing the gap from the White House back to Lux. Still hovering inches off the ground, Paige lifted her feet and kicked hard on the hilt, driving it the rest of the way into Life Force's chest. Life Force stumbled away, clutching at the wound. His grip on Paige weakened, and she dropped to the ground. The city jolted under our feet. Life Force grabbed for the hilt in his torso, but he couldn't pull it free. He staggered to his knees, and the city lurched in response. "No," he said, abandoning his attempts to pull the sword free and placing both palms on the ground. "No, don't fall." Then he lifted his arms with a final burst of Wing Flare's fading powers, as if desperate to hold the city in place. A flurry of other powers surged through him. Black veins crackled through his skin from the power that had shattered Shiloh. His body rippled with an almost liquefied instability. Frost hardened along his neck and cheek. Cuts and wounds reappeared, opening and closing, then opening again. It was as if the overabundance of powers was consuming him, and he couldn't control any of them. He looked at Paige, but there was no anger in his eyes. There was something else there as the life drained from his face. "All I wanted was to build something beautiful," he said. Then his gaze drifted to a stripe of dark red bleeding through Paige's shirt. The stripe of red hadn't been there before. It wasn't a wound that Life Force had transferred to her. He'd had nothing like it on his own body. The cut ran from shoulder to hip in a diagonal slash identical to the diagonal slashes of a raven's rank on their uniform. The Raven initiation. The red rank stripes. I pictured Brigand kneeling before Life Force in the throne room. Before the epic had healed his face, he stabbed Brigand in the chest. I thought of Paige. The distant way she'd touched the red stripes when she told us the story of when Life Force had made her a raven. The same way she'd touched the flowers on her orange jumper in the house. She had always been the first to volunteer to sacrifice herself, and hesitant to talk about life after Lux. Like Languish, she had known all along that by killing Life Force, she'd be ending her own life. Life Force stumbled forward toward Paige. He looked slowly around with what seemed like a final sense of clarity. "My masterpiece. My Sabine women. Please don't fall." He reached a feeble hand toward the red stripe of blood across Paige's shirt. Then, seemingly to Paige and to himself, he whispered, "Save her." Something metallic glinted in his fingers. A syringe. "Paige!" I shouted, shoving against the metal door. Wing Flare's powers finally gone, the plate shifted, and I squirmed free. It was too late. He stabbed the needle into her neck. Then, before I could reach them, he depressed the plunger and emptied the contents of the syringe into her. Life Force collapsed to the floor, counting to himself as he stared up at Paige. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then he fell still. Chapter 56. Lux should have fallen. For some reason, however, it didn't. Instead, it drifted gently into the Gulf of Mexico and touched down smoothly offshore. Whether it was the slow death of its high epic or something else, all that mattered was that we had survived. I'd run to Paige after Life Force died, terrified that she was dying as well, but she said she thought she was okay. I asked about her wound, but she said it didn't seem too bad. It appeared as if Life Force died before he could complete the reversal. We walked from the tunnels into a world that had almost fully returned to normal. After Life Force's death, his grip on the frost was over. The fog was gone, and the air once again felt like springtime. Ravens and destruction littered the ground. We had won. Herschel and Wade met us in the courtyard. I exchanged a look with Herschel. He folded his arms. "What does that make us?" he said. "Still tied." I smiled. "Still tied." Paige had just started telling the others about what had happened at the palace when something caught Wade's eye in the distance now that the fog was gone. I followed his gaze. There, 2 blocks away, was a small shop with a sign that read, Sweet Berry Ice Cream Shop. All 4 of us looked at each other. "Dibs!" Wade said, running forward. Herschel stuck out his leg, tripping Wade. "I don't think so. Old people get first pick. That's a rule." "Old people barely have any taste buds left," Wade said, recovering quickly from the fall. "Says the guy who likes sherbet. Besides, you owe me your next 9 desserts." But Wade was already too far ahead to hear him. We all ran after him. By the time we reached the building, Wade was inside, frozen still, staring straight ahead. I skidded to a halt, pulling Shiloh from my back. "Wait," I called. "What is it?" His head turned, and I could see that it wasn't fear that held him frozen, but wonder. "Get in here!" he waved us inside. I nearly dropped Shiloh where I stood. Could there really be ice cream in there? The 3 of us crowded the entrance and pushed our way through the door. Behind an angled glass counter were slots for tubs of ice cream. Many of the slots were empty, but there were still 3 tubs left. Lime sherbet, raspberry sherbet, and rainbow sherbet. For the next half hour, we passed around the sherbet, eating straight from the tubs with oversized ice cream scoopers instead of spoons. "Ain't that bad, is it?" Wade said through a mouthful of sherbet. "Suppose it's a half step up from dog food and black beans," Herschel said. "What do you think, Paige?" Wade asked. The 3 of us turned and looked at her. Her eyes were glazed over, and she stared off into the distance at nothing in particular. "Paige?" I asked, waving a hand in front of her face. Her eyes finally found mine, but there was something different. They looked empty and dark. She stared down at her arm. "There's something... I don't know what it is. Then she fell from her chair and collapsed onto the floor. Herschel and Wade helped me carry Paige down one of the ladders that hung off the edge of the city and connected with beachfront. They helped me find a truck but stayed behind in Lux to free the prisoners in the tunnels. I drove almost 200 miles to Lafayette, Louisiana, where I hoped Doc Slush, a reckoner who'd passed through the coop before being sent to a team in Louisiana, was still stationed. The Louisiana reckoners had been dwindling like we had, but Doc Slush had a severe limp which had prevented him from joining in many of the team's combat missions. Fortunately, he was still alive and took Paige in immediately. Doc Slush ran every test he could think of, but couldn't give me any answers. He couldn't even tell me if she'd ever wake up. I sat in her room for hours, every night, waiting for her to open her eyes. Herschel and Wade joined me after the first week had passed. It had taken that long to free everyone in the tunnel chambers. Lux still had a massive stockpile of food and commodities, so most of the inhabitants decided to stay, even many of those who'd been inside the chambers. They didn't have much of a choice. Either they stayed and tried to build a life there, or they hunted for nearby civilization. "Any progress?" Herschel asked, watching Paige. I shook my head. A week passed, and another, and still nothing. "Aye," Doc Slush said, walking into the room one morning. I looked up and nodded. "I wish there was more I could do," he said. "I don't know what's wrong with her." "What about Prof?" I asked. "Maybe he'll know something. Have you heard from him?" Doc Slush shook his head. "No one's heard from him. It's like he up and vanished one day." He squeezed my shoulder. "Why don't you go take a walk? Get some fresh air. I'll run a few more tests." I stood and walked from the room, then made my way out of the building. The Louisiana base wasn't more than a few abandoned buildings with medical supplies and an armory. The sun was setting on the horizon, and a dull orange trimmed the sky. Burning brightly above me, as clear as it always was, even in the middle of the day, was calamity. I hated it so much. Ever since it had arrived, the world was filled with inhuman, rage-driven monsters, only half of whom were epics. It seemed like humanity itself was disappearing, replaced by greed, lust, and desperation. And somehow I knew in my soul that the star was to blame. It was as if it were a beacon of... I froze. Without warning, Calamity vanished. Gone. No. Calamity was never gone. It had loomed over this world since before the epics were born, an all-seeing eye of destruction. I blinked, refocusing my gaze. The door behind me burst open. I spun around. Wade. He jabbed a finger up at the empty patch of sky. It's gone, I finished. We stood there for another moment, staring at the sky side by side, as if the star would simply reappear. But it never did. What does it mean? He asked. I shook my head. I don't know. But I think something important happened. We have to find Prof as soon as possible. Epilogue. Paige didn't remember passing out. She only remembered waking up, on the ground, away from Lux, almost as if the entire operation against the floating city was merely a distant dream. But she did remember the end, staring into Life Force's eyes as he bled on the floor and died. He'd attacked her, stabbed her. No, he'd injected her with something. Why would he do that? She groped at her neck at the injection site. It was still a little sore. You're awake, an eager voice said to her left. She swiveled her head. Jax. A flurry of emotions ran through his face. Hope, relief, fear, and, as it always had since they'd trained together all that time ago at the coop, love. Sweet, gentle, hopeful love. His tender looks had always made her feel safe and important, precious even. If she hadn't been assigned to Arlington right after they finished training, they could have been together. But instead, they'd gone their separate ways. How are you feeling? He asked, his voice tight and worried. How did she feel? She thought about it. Really thought about it. But she couldn't come up with anything specific to tell him. She wasn't broken, hurting, sick, dizzy, or weak, but in the pit of her stomach, something deep inside of her felt wrong. What was it? There had to be a reason she felt wrong. But every time she tried examining the details of the strange emotion, it somehow eluded her scrutiny. Everything about her felt physically and mentally fine. Everything except for that dark, shapeless pit. No, it wasn't a pit. It was more like a little demon burrowed deep in the camouflage of her organs and bones. What is it? Jax persisted. It's nothing, Paige said, shaking her head. I feel fine. The tension in his face relaxed a bit, and he gave her a soft smile. Doc Slush couldn't find anything wrong with you either, he said. Doc Slush, Paige thought to herself. What a stupid name for a doctor. What a stupid name for anyone. She swallowed. She'd heard stories about Doc Slush for years, back when he was a Texas reckoner and had been given his name. On a particularly brutal mission, an epic named Glacial had frozen hundreds of square miles of Texas country. Snow fell continuously for months, burying the region in white. Their team had fought tirelessly in the wet cold. Doc was constantly moving back and forth, hauling injured reckoners in from the snow drifts and patching them up. The in and out from cold snow to heated hospital left him perpetually covered in sheets of slush. He was a hero. The nickname wasn't stupid. It was endearing. She shook her head again as if to eject the unprovoked hostility she'd suddenly felt. Jax looked at her again with those devoted puppy-dog eyes. What a pathetic creature. The sudden words in her mind lanced through her gut with a startling shock. How could she think that about him? Jax had always been there for her, protected her, loved her. He wasn't there to protect you from me,
Now was he? The dark voice in her head was heavy. It pressed in on her from all around. If it weren't for me, all of you would have plummeted from the sky and died. I saved you. If it weren't for me, you would have bled to death on the floor of the tunnels. But you knew this, didn't you? You always knew what the initiation was for. Fear bled through her, hot and itchy. Doc ran every test we could think of, Jack said, though Paige could barely hear his words. There's nothing physically wrong with you as far as he can tell. As she looked into his eyes, all she could see was a pathetic dog, pining for her with those insipid eyes. I think I need more rest, Paige said, her throat itching with an unpleasant mix of conflicting emotions. Fear and exhilaration, timidity and bloodlust, uncertainty and confidence. What is wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you. Yes, there is. Sweet little girl, you are as lovely a canvas as I could have asked for. Canvas? Canvas. Fresh block of limestone, soft lump of clay. Whatever you feel most comfortable seeing yourself as. You are a perfect palette of tissue, bone, and brain cells I can sculpt into perfection, into my masterpiece. You will be my Sabine. I will be your Jacques-Louis David. And together, we will be a masterpiece the world cannot ignore. I'll let you sleep then, Jack said, squeezing her hand, then letting it go. She wanted to reach out, take his hand, tell him about the darkness inside her. But that very darkness held her body paralyzed, refusing to let her move an inch. Shh, the voice whispered. Let's not spoil our contemplations. Not yet, at least. It's time to rise anew. Life force. Once upon a time, perhaps, the voice answered. But not anymore. That creature is free from the restless torment of his once polluted flesh. I was the slumbering companion that lived inside him, the demon who carried him through the disquiet of his mind. I am something other than epic, something other than man. I am Death Rise. The end of Part 3. Acknowledgements. I'd like to thank my team at Dragonsteel, as always, for their efforts. Peter Ahlstrom, Karen Ahlstrom, Isaac Stewart, Kara Stewart, Adam Horn, and Emily Sanderson. They've believed in the Reckoners for over a decade now. I'd also like to thank the team at Mainframe, including Max, who deserves a lot of the praise for shepherding this particular project to fruition, and the team at Audible. Finally, thank you to all of you who have given these books so much support. Brandon. First and foremost, I could not have made this book into what it has become without the outstanding help of Max Epstein. Thank you for your creative counsel, your vision, your countless hours of work, your attention to detail, your expertise, your encouragement, your kindness, and your friendship. You're a superstar. To Ben Grange, thank you for always being willing to take my calls any time of the day to listen to my worries, workshop a character, fix a plot hole, or talk video games. You'll likely see your name many more times in many more acknowledgement sections of many more future projects. To Jackie, I can never say enough. And to Brandon Sanderson, take away your stories, take away your books, your accolades, and your worlds of fantasy. Take away the extraordinary empire you have built over the years, and what is left? A titan of a man, a humanitarian who elevates all around him, a gentle soul who cares, a paragon of respect, sympathy, and decency. Stephen. Thank you to Brandon and Stephen for this story. It begins and ends with each of you.
Thank you also to MacLeod Andrews for your incredible voice and talent. There are a lot of people who brought this project to be, especially Steve